Hi, welcome to the best of Holmes On Homes. Today we're looking at kitchen renos gone horribly wrong. If you're thinking about resale value, the kitchen reno makes tons of sense. But it's also one of those renos where so many things matter: plumbing, electrical, structure. And as you're about to see, when people hire a company that doesn't specialize in kitchens, there's a whole new price to pay, and it's not cheap. Nice. Awesome. Look at the nest. They got a nest of them. Yeah, baby. But if you're going to do it right the first time.
My hero.
It's perfect. On the money.
Thank you, guys.
You like it?
Oh, do I ever?
The kitchen is a busy and social area of your home, and also one of the first rooms that people want to improve. So it's no surprise that the most common calls for help that we get are from homeowners whose kitchen renovations have gone wrong. One letter came from none other than George Chuvalo himself, the great heavyweight boxer who fought Muhammad Ali twice and never got knocked down. Ali even said that Chuvalo was one of the toughest guys he ever fought. Imagine ripping off George Chuvalo. Risk getting that big mitt punch. George and Joanne had been living in the area for about 10 years and decided their kitchen needed a facelift.
The kitchen's too small. So Joanne says, get somebody to renovate. I said, that sounds like a jolly good idea. She said, my brother's former girlfriend's renovator would be the ideal guy. And I said, well, why not? Why not?
It was supposed to be a 3-week job, and here I am, 2 months later, coming to see if we can save their kitchen. Electrical box right on the counter, built up, live. All the other electrical hanging out, pot lights in the attic that are not properly covered in insulation, all wrong. There's an upper cabinet mounted so high you can't even reach it. I'm looking at the end gable here. She goes up to meet the cabinet height, bring it all the way down, and what do you see? It doesn't go to the floor like it's supposed to. So we have the dishwasher and no plumbing. This wall here, we moved.
Yeah, it was moved over from about there.
Okay, I don't see any new drywall here. I don't see any new drywall here. How did he continue it over without getting a beam in across? Everything that we see just at the beginning, the first few moments, says this guy does not know how to do kitchens. We're gonna pull it all out, unfortunately. You may have to eat at the restaurant for a couple of days. We're gonna come in, we're gonna take it apart, we're gonna put it back together, and I'm gonna make this exceptional. So there's gonna be no more fighting. It'll be a knockout. All right, I like that. Don't hit me.
You sure it's undone by that?
Okay, thank you. If you can get it all cleared back and drop that ceiling,
That's what I want to do today.
I'd be a happy man.
Okay.
I had to take everything down, move structure, because just the layout was not going to work for me at all. What I wanted to see was an open kitchen design that made a big statement. Kitchen workspaces on the left, island in the center, and a breakfast table for George and Joanne to enjoy the new space. Everyone together? 1, 2, 3. Nice and easy. Nice and not now yet. Don't go up yet. Okay, now starts in the jack post. Okay, go, Mickey, go. I ordered a Paralam beam and spanned it from one side of the house to the other just to support the ceiling and the roof structure. Once that was secured, all the trades came in to get the house ready for spray foam.
Oh, you're good.
I love pros. We brought in this guy that had this laser system that he could set up in the middle of the kitchen and actually mark the layout for the countertop. Perfect fit. I think some people would say, do you really need this? Well, how many kitchens did we see that the walls do this, that they're not square, right?
Correct.
And what this is going to do is going to show you.
Exactly.
See, it's already laying it out here, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's laid out right all there.
Awesome. A few days later, in came the countertop, installed, looks beautiful. I like that.
Oh, my.
Two choices. I like choices. You know what? That's good. Perfect. See that? Got the match. Awesome. It was a big job, but one where everything worked out great. Oh, I'm gonna let you walk in first, so go ahead.
After you, madame. Okay, back on.
It's just one of those
Whoa.
right in front of you things.
Oh my God.
Joanne, this is different.
Take your shoes off.
I know, eh?
Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel.
Oh my
You
God.
might want to walk on it. It looks good, yes?
Oh, the color scheme is unbelievable. The whole, like, it just, everything fits.
I love
it's
it.
Beautiful.
Love
it's
it.
truly beautiful. Look at the countertops. Nice. Everything's so balanced here. I mean, when you look at it, it looks so sane to me. It looks so sane. It looks so proper. It looks so right. I couldn't imagine a nicer, to me, what you had to start with. You couldn't make it a nicer. You couldn't. It's impossible.
I'm speechless. When I walked in, I couldn't believe I was in my house. This is perfect.
It's a knockout. Your shoelaces are untied. Homeowners Tony and Susan had no idea that a botched tile job would lead to an entire kitchen rental. You know what? I've had actually pulled up carpet that was harder to pull up than this. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing kitchen renovations and the horror stories that happen when good people hire bad contractors. A kitchen reno is complex. It needs carpentry, tiling, plumbing, electric, venting. There's so many aspects and they all need to be right. That's why they're called skilled trades. Unfortunately for Tony and Susan, one thing done wrong in their kitchen renovation paralyzed their ability to get it finished and to move on. Susan and Tony bought the house, and the idea was, like normal, you come in, you buy a place, you get it ready for what you want to move into.
The house needed a lot of work, it needed a lot of updating, and our realtor recommended a contractor to us.
The contractor was kind enough to really bring them around to look at different homes, give them ideas of what he could do for them. Come highly recommended.
He was very helpful,
Very personable.
and we were delighted to have found a contractor so easily, someone that would help us.
Tony. Mike, hi. The idea was to lay tile in the foyer, dining room, kitchen, and the powder room before the new kitchen could be installed. Everything started out fine, but the contractor started to cut corners, literally. And eventually, he just stopped showing up.
You're stuck, you're absolutely frozen, and you can't move on. You can't do anything because you're looking at this every single day, wondering, how am I going to fix this? How am I going to fix this?
What's up with the kitchen?
We started to install that ourselves. When we hired him, he was initially going to work with us on doing this, but as the relationship broke down, we decided we would go ahead and do it ourselves.
Basically, we couldn't finish any of the cabinets until we had the floor finished. There's still tiles that were pulled out and grout that's not finished at the end, and it's not finished into the corners.
This is not how to hold up a temporary sink. I'm pleased to see that we have a temporary sink here. The problem being with it is that he's anchored it into the windows. You're gonna put dishes in there, you're gonna fill it with water, and you're going to automatically lean against the counter.
Yeah.
I can't believe it hasn't snapped and come off. 4-inch line on your hood is incorrect. You need a 6-inch line on a microwave hood.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I didn't.
Despite a gazillion things wrong with that kitchen, venting, plumbing, and way too many pot lights on one circuit, we couldn't move forward until we redid the floor. It is a total shame that we have to pull all this tile up because it looks pretty good, but unfortunately, it's not going to work. It's never going to stay, and we're going to redo it. Right now, the first piece came up, obviously, because it was not well bonded. It did not stick to the bottom. It was a dry mix. This is barely stapled down. It did not bond to the OSB. It has not bonded to the tile. He's obviously used a non-modified thin set, so I have a feeling we're in for a lucky day.
Good.
See that? My biggest fear was to pull up the thin set. I knew the tile was gonna come up fairly easy. I thought half and half. It's all coming up in full pieces. Once all the tile was out, we resheeted the floor and then installed a new membrane that flexes with the floor to prevent the type of cracking we saw here. Good. And you did that without a level. Perfect. Installing the cabinets. Little things you do that make a huge difference for look. Independent lighting, so we have lighting under the cabinets, plumbing, electrical, the glass door in the corner, which breaks that cabinet look. It's really nice. Tile backsplash. This is such a gorgeous tile. Again, porcelain. Countdown begins. Tony and Susan had been living in limbo for so many months. It was nice to bring them back to see the kitchen they'd only dreamt about until now. You ready?
We're ready.
Come on home.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna give your house back.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Quite a difference.
Oh, it's quite a difference. It's unbelievable to go from what we lived with for so long to something that is so polished.
In all intents, we've been able just to relax or think about, settling in a house.
Doing something different instead of thinking about the mess and how we were going to get out of it. It's stunning. It really is stunning. It really is beautiful.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you so much.
welcome.
Oh, I can't believe it.
By the end of it, all's good. Again, reminds me why I keep doing what I do.
To have Mike's crew come in was just amazing. They were professional. They came every day and they worked their butts off, and we have to thank them. It's amazing.
And if you think reno disasters only happen when people try to get a bargain, think again.
I didn't try to skimp here. I wasn't trying to get shortcuts done. I wanted it done right. That's why I planned it for 2 years. That's why I saved up and then bought the appliances that I wanted from a high-end perspective. So I want it done right. That's what I'm looking for.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're featuring all kitchens because 1, it's the most used room in the house. 2, it's the most common renovation. And 3, in my line of work, it's the reno most often done wrong. Jeremy did everything right and knew what had to be done, but the so-called kitchen experts didn't want to listen, even when they had a client willing to pay for the best job he could get. Go figure.
I didn't choose the cheapest. I chose the ones that were offering me a warranty and that I thought was a well-known company. It's a company you're hearing on the radio and they're on the TV. So I thought, they'd do a decent job.
Jeremy.
Mike,
How are you? Jeremy got several quotes and finally chose a company that specialized in kitchens and told them what he wanted. The one thing he didn't want was any corners cut.
And I asked everybody to do a gut, what I called a gut, which to me is going down to the bare bones.
Did they?
And start over. No, they did not.
They did.
They did the least they could.
All Jeremy wanted and was willing to pay for was a kitchen renovation done right. Plumbing, wiring, everything. For $32,000 in a house that size, he should have had a great kitchen with the best workmanship. No excuses.
One of the walls has a plywood along the entire base of the wall. And I told them I wanted that ripped out and drywalled. Even though it's behind cabinets, I still wanted it done right. And I was a little also concerned with some of the electrical work that was in that piece of plywood. They kept telling me, yeah, we'll remove it. In fact, I did a change order where I specifically said, remove it. They left it in.
Did I not see a window on this side of the house?
That's right. So there was a window above the sink, an old window that was rather
Right here?
poorly placed. I asked them to remove that completely. I told them I would take care of the vinyl siding in the summertime myself, and they left that in, just drywalled over it, basically. It's what's underneath that worries me. Like, it's easy to make it look good on the outside, but, you know, am I going to have to rip it out in 2 years to fix everything that's wrong underneath?
That's why it should have been ripped out in the first place. I'm gonna bring in everyone we know, and hopefully this isn't too much, but I got bad feelings here. This is an older home that's been manipulated over the years. It's 1920. How many renovations has happened here? Look at this. It brings the electrical through where the drywall is. Totally unacceptable. What if you put a screw through that? Buggers. Oh my, let's put paper in there too. That's not paper, it's a plastic bag. Very good job, Mr. Holmes. Thank you. And this is where the window was, right here. Probably to about here, and they plastered, so they drywalled this, they plastered, didn't do a bad plastering job. We're free! When you hire a company with a big reputation to do a new kitchen, you think they do it right. When we took it apart, it was nothing but patch jobs, and dangerous ones at that. Knob and tube in the ceiling, didn't even pull it out. The wiring, pinched by ductwork, just hammered shut. Live lines hidden in the walls. Live lines that were plastered over. Hidden junction boxes. We even found old cardboard in the walls, which is a major fire and mold hazard. All of these problems could have been fixed easily if the contractor had gutted the room just like he was asked to do.
25 cents a pack.
Get out of here.
Well, that's what it looks like to me. No wonder everyone smoked back then. It was cheap.
Everyone smoked. That kitchen area was too small to try and save the window. It would have meant a lot less covered space. In the end, we did it properly, meaning we needed a new plan to bring light into the room. I put in 2 new sun tunnel skylights. Instead of a window, they're tubes that direct sunlight in right from the roof. Love those. I'm getting a tan. This is great for UV rays. It reflects off the inside and it does the whole. Yeah, it gets the inside of my ears. We had to rebuild, not rebuild the cabinets, but rebuild the base of the cabinets. So we took some 3/4 inch plywood, ripped it down 4 inches, went underneath. You're gonna see it just really, here's from behind the cabinet here. You can see that we've done all new bases all the way underneath, all the way around. And the idea is because anything they've cut, they manipulated the floor was out 2 inches, it was up and down, so they cut the base of the cabinet to fit the floor, which is normal. But usually we fix the floor first so we don't have to fix the cabinets. Countertops are going in, they're nice and chocolatey. I like the colors.
This is a machine that helps us to give alignment and also to make the joints really tight. So what there is a compressor down there that will cause a vacuum into the 4 pods here. So they end up getting a perfect joint by having this very strong vacuum and an ability to adjust the counter, that fine tuning to give you a perfect joint on those.
Well, you know what? For the money that Jeremy really knew he was putting out, this is how the kitchen should have looked. You got your island.
Yes, nice.
That's the way it should have been done. We took out the wall that was in there. It's not a load-bearing wall, even though we restructured the top. It's not a load-bearing, and gave you that island top. So now you can put in those
Couple stools.
couple of stools right here. Exactly what you were looking for. This is quartz. Okay, and it's a quartz stone. It's man-made. It is stone. This is 100% non-porous. It will not absorb ever. I love the sun tunnels.
Yes.
I really do. It really made a difference. I have to agree with you. The window did have to go. We took care of that and brought in Rob and his guys and did the siding fix on the outside.
Right now it's nighttime. When the sun comes in here, it is going to be gorgeous. One of the reasons why I bought this house was I bought it on a sunny day with view all the way from the front of the house straight all the way back to the pool. And it's going to be gorgeous in the daylight.
You need anything? You call me.
Excellent.
And I mean
Thank
anything.
you so much.
My pleasure. You,
This
my
has been
friend,
great.
deserve this.
Thanks.
You do. We'll see you
It's been
again.
great. Thanks.
Take it easy. Kathleen had special needs that should have and could have been addressed in her renovated kitchen. You have burnt your arms
Yes, several times.
reaching over the stove.
And reaching into the oven.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes, the kitchen renovation episode. You wouldn't normally see us doing work in apartments or condos because of the restrictions of what you can and cannot do. But in this case, we made an exception. Kathleen had lived in the area for about 25 years and wanted to make some changes to her condo. Hello, Kathleen.
Hi, Mike.
How are you today? Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Kathleen was looking for a simple bathroom that was wheelchair friendly. So no tub, a sink she can fit under, and a toilet that's easy to access. Sounds simple, yet 2 contractors had already tried and failed to make her bathroom more accessible. In fact, the second installer even went as far as to come in and tear out all of his work.
They took it, I would say, a step farther than what I had anticipated, because not only did they come get their things, but they also took out the light switches, the switch for the vent fan, and absolutely stripped it. They told me that they'd done me a favor and left me walls. And I said, well, that's nice, because I had walls before you ever came.
The only favor they did you was leaving. Well, thanks to them ripping out everything, we didn't have to demolish anything, and it should be an easy fix. But I quickly realized that it was the kitchen that was even more of a concern for Kathleen's safety. She loved baking, and it was often she burned her arms trying to reach the cupboards over the stove. So nothing really severe, but it's enough, isn't it? Any burn is enough.
That one was pretty bad. It took a couple of weeks to heal.
I saw the scars on her arms. That was from reaching over the stove. I saw a lot of dings, and that's from her trying to maneuver and hitting the doors. And if I walked in and I see that you're trying to maneuver around in a chair that you need right now, and you're hitting doors with your hands, and you're burning your arms with the elements of the stove, that would drive me insane. I'm gonna give her a new kitchen. Something that makes it easier also for her. When I'm done, you should come back, smile. You probably do cartwheels around your apartment and enjoy everything we've done.
I'll practice them while I'm at the hotel.
Where do you want the hot tub? Just kidding.
Anywhere.
Just kidding. Let's get you. We sent Kathleen to stay in a hotel until the renovations were done. Kind of smart. Once we started prepping for the reno, we realized that she had stuff everywhere. I don't want to say that she's a pack rat, but she's a pack rat. That gives you an idea what the closets were like. You know, it's funny to see people that are pack rats.
Yes.
You know, that's not that she's a very kind person, very nice person, but my God. Again. Okay. Like there's 3 measuring cups, right? Plus, actually 4, plus all these. If you and Katie can actually do your wonderful magic thing and go through this kitchen and figure out what you would like to keep, make sure she's got cookie pans and everything she needs and not 1,000 of each,
One of
okay?
everything?
But just pick a set of nice glasses, coffee mugs, one set of dishes. We need to label as much as possible because just taking a look at that door tells you how organized this lady is, okay?
Oh yeah, that's gonna take a while.
You gotta love her, man. You really do. Look at samples of a paint color. She doesn't identify which one, but right by the switch. She likes blue in the kitchen. That's quite obvious. Kathleen's disability meant a specialized kitchen design to accommodate the wheelchair. Upper cabinets needed to be accessible, the chair needed to fit underneath that sink, and I wanted to solve the problem of her getting burned over the stove. Looking good. I am impressed. Do you need anything from me, or just stay the hell out of your way? No. Just stay out of your way, right? Happy days? Of course. That is a tight fit. That's what I call a perfect fit. Awesome.
Joe, can you turn on the switch?
In the end, we gave Kathleen a wheelchair-friendly bathroom, but more importantly, a kitchen where she can enjoy doing what she loves.
Oh, that's so nice.
We had a designer come in and design a most incredible kitchen for you. You see, I didn't like the burns on your arms.
I'm not gonna burn myself.
I know that, but I didn't like it, so I always wanted to make it just a little bit easier so you
I
have a...
love to bake.
You do?
I can't
You see
wait
this?
to bake in here.
We have a brand new oven here, and it's at your level, so you can see it completely.
It's a convection oven.
It is,
too.
and that's great for what?
That's baking.
You got it. We gave you quartz specialty countertops and dropped down the center so it was more comfortable for you to almost wheel under.
It'll be good.
In each one of these cupboards, there happens to be, if you reach up and pull this down, you can put in all your plates. What we're gonna do is lock it in place. We load it all up with everything you want, okay? And it's counterbalanced by the weight that's up there. You let it go and it just puts everything back in the cupboard again. This is what we call a glass cooktop. And this is a total safety cooking unit for you.
I'm overwhelmed by everything. It's just all very beautiful, and that is where I like to sit in the morning and write.
Is it?
Every morning.
By your new freezer.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm gonna get so much in it. There's more space.
And makes it easier for you to get in and out of. That's the idea. She's been there for 26 years. She didn't want to move. And I think we succeeded simply because we gave her her independence. And that's what she wanted. That's what she needed. She doesn't want to be taken care of. She doesn't want to be anywhere else but in her home.
It's going to be so amazing because it's going to make it easier for me to manage. It's not just like pretty bathroom, pretty kitchen. Yes, pretty bathroom and pretty kitchen, but I can manage on my own.
You know how people say, if I didn't laugh, I'd be crying? Well, Woody and Nancy chose humor to face the kitchen reno they got stuck with because the work was horrific. No joke. What's that on your shirt? That's me.
And what do you say to Mike Holmes?
Make it right, Mike.
Make it right, Mike. That's cute. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're focusing all on kitchens, specifically when kitchen renos go bad. A kitchen renovation is one of the toughest to live through. The only thing worse is being stuck with a botched kitchen reno and no sink. You're out of money and you still don't have the kitchen you want. It always comes down to being an educated consumer and shopping around, not trying to pinch pennies. I know it's exhausting. I know the easy solution is to take someone at their word and have faith, but believe me, it doesn't work. It never works. And yet Woody and Nancy had to learn this the hard way. Despite that, when they started this process, it all seemed to be straightforward.
Well, I'm a sign language interpreter, and I work with deaf people, and I have deaf friends. And we wanted to make sure that it was open because sign language is a visual language, obviously. And I wanted to be able to communicate with my friends and socialize with them without having to peek my head around a corner. Hello! You're back. Thank you so much for coming back.
My pleasure. Nice to see you again. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Woody.
Mike, good to see you again.
Nancy tried to hire electricians, plumbers, but time after time, the people she called didn't show up.
By the 5th time that we had a contractor not show up or not call us back, we did have one person show up. I finally had friends who said, look, you know what? Let's see what we can do to try and help you.
My number one rule, hire professionals who know what they're doing. As soon as I walked in the door, I could see the work was not done by pros. I don't like the stove being so tight to the corner. This is not the way we do this at all.
We had the wine glasses in the cabinet here, and they had come and installed the range hood, and we tried to open the door to get the wine glasses out, and the door wouldn't open.
It's jammed against the range hood.
And the range hood isn't hooked up. There's no way that they could hook it up to the electricity that was already existing, so this is just a decoration.
The countertop was installed broken. It's still broken. And the countertop was supposed to be flat, not glossy. So we've had some issues. The company that did the cabinets in the kitchen for us was actually a company that was starting to go into kitchens, and so I found out we were one of the first kitchens they ever did.
Before they started.
Closets.
Closets. Rule number 2, hire professionals who know what they're doing. You wouldn't hire an electrician to build you a deck. So if you're doing a new kitchen, don't hire a company that does closets.
From closets to kitchens.
They came out of the closets.
I see.
And went into the kitchen. The pain is necessary in the learning process. It's the misery part that's optional. So we're trying to keep a sense of humor about this, but we, at the same time, have learned a lot about what not to do and what we need to do.
What I needed to do was to take apart the kitchen to see what was behind it all. Right away, I see 2 vents on the bottom of this. We were able to move it with no problem. So obviously, they just closed off whatever was in the floor and put in 2 vents. So if we lean this back, Katie? Oh, don't like that. That's live. And we have a hidden junction. This is why we take things down. I hate this. You know, I say it all the time. If you can see the problems in front of your face are wrong, imagine what's behind it. We found problems with electrical, HVAC, tile work, not to mention the plumbing for the second floor bathroom. That, by the way, was also done by friends. So we gutted the kitchen and we started from scratch. Since it was a townhouse, I wanted to reduce noise from the neighbors by using a sound-deadening drywall. Six-foot span, that's out almost an inch. If that's out an inch and that's down to 0 because the wall's out, the most we can be at a square is 1 inch.
Right.
We cut the drywall, that's ½ inch. We shaved the back of the cabinet.
Yeah.
We have to displace the difference, right? A little here,
Right.
a little there. Spit shine.
Nice.
Is that it? That's it.
That's it. All right, come on in.
Wow.
I think you've been out here long enough.
Oh.
Honestly, I think a lot of people will bring in their friends and family, and you know, they don't have a lot of money. I understand that. They needed to move in the house. I understand why they brought them all in, but you need to understand when you bring in people that don't know what they're doing, you're going to have problems.
Shut up. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
A breath of fresh air here.
Oh, man. Oh, man. This is way beyond anything that I would have dreamed of.
It's beautiful, thank you.
Wow, you're welcome. It is beautiful. I love it. Structurally, because after fixing up the electrical, I moved this wall back so that I could have this recessed back.
Gorgeous.
Oh, you got a new fridge and
Oh my God, I can't, it's just overwhelming to try and take it all in. It is stunning.
By taking this wall out, if you remember, your fridge was here, your stove was here.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and this way, by looking here, we have just a beautiful display, is what the way it should have been.
We're not gonna hit each other anymore now when we're walking through the kitchen.
Oh no, really?
Out of my way. Let me see.
Oh. This is just...
That's awesome.
I don't think we can express ourselves.
Mike, did you see her overalls?
I did. This is make it right. What does that say?
Make it right.
Make it right. Did we make it right? We sure did. At last, I meet a homeowner who's ready to talk tough with me. Too bad she didn't talk this way to the contractor who botched her kitchen floor.
If you don't do a good job, then we'll contact somebody and have you.
I like it. I like it. I'll accept that challenge.
Okay.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at kitchen renos and all the problems that can go wrong with them. Nothing is ever simple in any renovation, and even cosmetic repairs, like replacing flooring, can go wrong if it's not done well. Janet and Audrey have been living in the house now for many years, dealing with the same contractor that they've grown to trust.
We were very pleased with the work they had done. In fact, we had them come back and do more work at the back. So we didn't hesitate when we wanted the floor done to call them in and have them do it.
There are many problems with the floor. They paid for a small tile job and the tiles were now failing. Personally, I think they were charged way too much for 100 square feet of flooring. It's not like they're gold tiles, but either way, this is pretty straightforward.
We had them do a new floor and didn't get what we asked for.
Normally, we're used to seeing the grout crack, but in this case, we're seeing the tiles crack. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, how you doing?
Nice to see you
Good,
again.
Good. Oh, your hands are cold.
Well, it's a little damp outside, but your hands are warm.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You don't mind if I hold them for a while, do you?
We noticed the first couple of cracks. Then we contacted the company and the floor continued to crack over the 9 months we had been dealing with them.
The way these tiles have cracked tells me right away what the problem is. Usually you see cracking along the grout lines. When tiles crack, it means there's movement in the floor.
This is what we don't want to see.
Well,
See how
there's
it's cracked?
See, this is cracked there. There is. See, that's not even. See the grutting? It gets wider as it goes back.
And meanwhile, I can tell they have a saw because I can see the cut, so they have a wet
I know.
saw.
I wasn't really happy with the quality.
For me, you know what? I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna show why it broke, why it's not working, how it should have been done in the first place, and what we're gonna do to fix it. Cabinets are designed to go from finished floor. So if you tile up to your cabinets, you'll never be able to put in a dishwasher underneath the countertop. It won't fit. It's designed to go from finished floor height to the bottom of the countertop. So when it comes down to it, new cabinets, new floor, inexpensive kitchen. There you go. See, again, it's the proper stuff. The 1/4-inch hardy board, which is a good product. There's nothing wrong with it. But they've laid it over 2 layers of linoleum, and the old 1/4-inch looks like mahogany, which was designed to put your linoleum on top. This will probably come up rather easy. So this is a hardy board. It's actually a great product. Problem being, it's only screwed down with drywall screws, which is an absolute no. Nothing adhered underneath it. That's exactly where our cracks were, right across. We can see that. And I said it would be the joint. It's precisely what it is. We are going to run this way. We're going to stagger our sheets so we can get going with hammering all the nails down. We're going to make sure, I want to add just a little bit more. So we'll add some PL Premium right across every board. Just a nice little bead, right? Put down the plywood, screw it, make sure we leave that 1/8 of an inch gap in between our tongue and groove. You picked up tongue and groove?
Yep.
It's gonna be tight, I know that. Down here, but...
Oh, it's good.
are happy.
Use your strength.
Oh my God. Okay, it's getting easier at least.
It's not just tile on every home. It doesn't work that way. What type of thin set to use? What type of flooring to use? In other words, a subfloor. Do I have to build up the structure? Should I double sheet it? Is the Dieter good enough? You really need to know these things. The end gable is really the clean area for the fridge to go. It allows the upper cabinet to exceed past the wall cabinets, which are approximately here. You want your cabinet above the fridge to be deeper. This way you don't have to dig way back over the fridge as the fridge is in place, the cabinet's in front of you. So by tying the gable into the side gable of the cabinet and then the cabinet to the wall secures everything nice and tight right at this point. No matter what size the kitchen is, it must be done right. A broken floor is a broken floor. No one wants to walk on that. And Audrey's reaction could not have been better.
Holy crow! Oh my goodness! Oh gee! Oh, I got a new stuff. I got a new fridge. Oh.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Wow! Is this ever something? Oh, he took that crappy lamp down, right down to the fan. Look at this.
You have a dishwasher.
What?
There you go.
Oh, Mike. Thank you, guys.
You like it?
Oh, do I ever?
Every once in a while, I do a job that pays off so well for me in the end.
I'm telling you. Oh, gosh, I can hardly wait to start. Want to stay for dinner?
She was so amazed of the little things that we did that I thought were little, to her were huge.
Look at that. Oh, Mike. Oh, my gosh. Peekaboo. Oh, isn't that nice? That's a good liquor cabinet. Is that a gorgeous? Oh, I'm just all shivery.
What makes me happy is the look on her face. The little things that we did made such a difference in her life.
Oh, I just can't tell you how pleased I am.
Well, I think you just did. You know what? I feel really good, and I got goosebumps.
That's where I smile. That's where my day is worth putting in everything I do. Such a small job to such a huge ending.
So have I passed? You're not...
Oh, yeah, you passed.
I passed?
You passed.
It wasn't a lot of work. It was really easy. But to see that smile at the end. Large, small, or in between, kitchens are the heart of a home. People naturally congregate in a kitchen, so you want it to be comfortable, attractive, and functional. So when it's time to renovate the kitchen, learn from these stories and do it right.
I'm cold.
Like it?
Oh, you like it?
Oh, geez,
That's awesome.
Oh, you're crying.
I wish you could come every day. They tell me I gotta work for another 10 years, so I don't know why I can't work for Mike Holmes. That's right.
You can work for me any day.
That's a deal.
Our first story starts with something we see just way too often. Nice people need a basement renovation, and in good faith, they hire a fairly big-name company claiming to specialize in basements. When the finishing work begins, the homeowner's faith begins to crumble, much like the workmanship they got. See what we find when we're called to step in. If this was a trial, I guess you'd have to say we got ourselves a confession. There's a ton of reasons to renovate a basement. Rebecca and Tom had a baby on the way. They needed more room. They hired a company that claimed basements were their specialty. When the contractor arrived, he seemed professional enough. So Rebecca and Tom didn't even ask for references in order to see his work.
This contractor we ended up choosing stood out for us because he seemed quite professional. He put it in writing.
His quote was very detailed, and he gave us a guarantee.
And he returned our calls, and he seemed to have no problem answering questions. So he really seemed to stand out as the most professional.
They didn't pay a huge amount of money to the contractor, surprisingly. And this should have been their first clue that it wasn't a bargain. Tom.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Rebecca.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Come on in.
Come on
I
in.
hear we have some basement problems.
We do. The only time we saw him was in the morning. He would come and he had the access code for the house, so he would let himself in and he would let these 3 workers in.
What is wrong with this picture? Contractor comes in, as kind as can be, sells the job, starts the work, brings in other people. He's barely there, and all these other people look like students.
So this is supposed to be finished.
I hate this right away.
And we didn't really know there was major problems because they put the drywall up and everything looked okay. It's only when they started doing the finish, when they started doing the plaster of the wall, that we could see what a horrible job the finish was.
There's not even a doubt in my mind that I've got to gut the basement. Just everything that was shown visually right in front of my eyes was wrong.
The doorknobs are actually bent in, so
These are the ones we upgraded to pay for.
Well, it swings in.
It swings both ways, actually.
One day we heard a vacuum running and we thought, oh, that's good. They must be tidying up down there. A few days later, we realized it was our vacuum, our home vacuum, that they'd gone into our second floor, into our closet, got our vacuum, and was using our vacuum to vacuum up cement and drywall. So they burned the motor out of the vacuum.
This is the bathroom.
This is the bathroom. And that tap doesn't go right to the wall over there, but he said that's how it's supposed to be.
Oh my God, this is poor.
I was home sick and they didn't know I was home, and I heard music in the basement, so I just came down to see how things were going. Came down and they were standing on our couch with music blasting, playing the air guitar.
Oh my.
Credit card was activated from our home, which was not activated by either of us.
Somebody activated that card and it wasn't the homeowners. Somebody went out and bought a computer and it wasn't the homeowners. Somebody slipped that card back.
What we also noticed from the filing cabinet is that all the paperwork related to the renovation has gone missing.
How did they just go missing? They just disappeared? And why did they just disappear?
If I had to guess, I'd say someone was trying to get rid of any paper trail that they were here and that they were responsible for the renovation.
Little does this contractor know, the homeowners have the original documents. These were just photocopies. I have to completely gut this basement. You do know that.
We're hoping that's what you're going to say.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. Surprise? No, it's not a surprise. You see it wrong in front of you? It's definitely wrong underneath it.
This is how you want to do a wall.
This is a heat line that was tied into upstairs that was removed. There's a duct that leads upstairs somewhere that no longer has heat going to there, and this was closed in. Number 2, we have a totally illegal junction, not only close, not even close to being done right. All loose wires, we can see, I just hit that, and it actually just shut off the light in there. This was hidden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's here. You're only allowed 12 per circuit. We had to tear down the walls right to the studs. Then we found the gotcha, a written confession. Someone's name, I won't mention the name, as a matter of fact, I'll cover it out. Built first basement ever. With no permits and no inspections, they were certain these 2x4s would never be seen. So they decided to sign the wood that states this is their first job ever. Tom and Rebecca were embarrassed by how badly they've been conned. First basement ever. So they decided to sign the lumber and put down it was their first basement ever.
Every possible worst scenario I've imagined. I've just been so scared about what a horrible job was done down here. So when I came down here and saw that it had been gutted and it was gone, I felt such relief to know that we could start from scratch and it would be safe.
It looks 100% better right now.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
When a contractor left Candace and John with a botched window installation, he probably never thought that his work would end up on TV. Holy cow. Okay. Where's he?
Underneath right now.
He's underneath it. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're highlighting the contractor gotcha moments, the times we see the proof with our own eyes that these contractors didn't know what they were doing. When companies are in a habit of ripping people off, they often put money into looking professional. That way, they get the job, even though they don't have the skills to do the job right. When Candace and John bought their first house, it needed a bit of work, but they thought they could fix it up over time.
Eventually, we wanted to put a new window, but we had other things we had to do first. But we woke up one cold February morning and found it cracked from side to side and top to bottom.
They hired a contractor to put in a bay window, basically a bay window that's curved and should be cantilevered from the house. One look, and I knew it hadn't been installed correctly. Not even close.
It's a lousy day, but let's take a look at your window before I go inside. I already see something I don't like.
This contractor claims to be in business for 16 years. Came well recommended. I would imagine you're a little cold on the inside right now.
Yes, there's a lot of draft coming in.
Well, you have no insulation whatsoever. As a matter of fact, well, they do. Look at, they've caulked right across the bottom of the window, and then you use the bad insulation just stuffed across that zone. It's got to be cold coming in there. That's not how we support it. They should have taken bricks down and come right up and beautifully concaved around that window. And then the top. So all you're doing is losing heat across the top as well. The window was not installed correctly. But here's the funny thing. We caught the company right in the act. The neighbor across the street had a surveillance camera right in the front window and recorded the whole installation.
They have surveillance cameras all around their house, and it just so happens that our neighbor was watching it while he was at work, and everything that goes through the camera ends up on his hard drive.
You seen them ripping it out? I think I might have to put a camera in my window.
They had hoisted the window up, put it in, the window sort of situated it. One of them held the window on the outside, standing on a ladder, and the other one ran inside to put a screw in.
We're putting the window in.
Next thing you know, you see the kid, and then he's falling backwards, and the window's on top of him.
Holy cow. Okay. Where's he?
Underneath right now.
He's underneath it. If you take out a flat window and replace it with a bay window, the best way to support it would be to cantilever it from the house. You also have to make sure that the window is insulated properly, bottom and top, preferably with spray foam. You need to make sure that it's caulked properly. None of that had been done, but that's exactly what we did. Well, the real challenge is actually just bringing this down, getting the structure out, and then putting it back the way it should be. Just tap it upwards, tap it upwards. He's gonna come up real easy.
This is coming up.
In order to cantilever out from the bay window, we had to remove the brick and the cinder block behind it to expose the end plate of the floor joists.
Those?
Yeah. Here's our floor joists. So we can see the floor joists on the inside of the house there, which is great, are right on top of this row of the 4-inch cinder block. We'll just continue that right out, build it around, cantilever in, structure the window. Cantilevering allowed us to support this window without any external bracing. We sistered new joists to the existing floor joists, glued them, screwed them, and bolted them together. The rule is, for every 1 foot out, we go 2 feet in. It's a great structure. Obviously, it's going to hold this window well because it's cantilevered off the floor. You know, if this was a small window, it'd be real easy to put in a small bolt. It's not heavy. When you got a 500-pound window plus, you got a structure for it. The window that fell on the installer was damaged. I'm surprised he wasn't. So we installed a new, higher quality one to replace it.
This way, Dave. Right there.
I like it. Looks clean. Looks good. focal point. It's all about the window. Now that looks bold, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks a lot bigger because we've created that effect all the way around the window, and we use all the right people. Structuring in, cantilevering in the floor joist. Some people say I do too much, but I don't think so. This is what I would do at my house. Even though your house is not insulated, everything's new at this point. Whatever you do down the road, you don't have to worry about the window.
It's great to have the window done properly insulated. It looks so much better from the outside. It'd be nice to sit inside and actually be able to enjoy it.
First, they installed a bay window as if it was a casement window with no support underneath. Second, using only 2 guys who didn't know what they were doing, they damaged the window in the process by dropping it. Most of the time, we don't get to see their incompetence. This time, it was caught on camera. Gotcha. Take a look at how bad the work was left on this tiling job before another professional stepped up and gave his own gotcha by showing the contractor who bailed how it's really done. Perfect, Ron. I mean, perfect. Good. And you did that without a level. Perfect. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. This is a classic gotcha story. A couple hires a contractor that left plain as day evidence that he's not, 1, a licensed contractor, and 2, definitely not a professional tiler. The good news, twist on the gotcha theme, is that the homeowners got the last laugh. Susan and Tony just emigrated from the UK. They bought a house, unlike so many other houses on the market, it needed some work.
The house needed a lot of work, it needed a lot of updating, and our realtor recommended a contractor to us. Shows up, he's full of energy, yeah, had great ideas. What's not to like? Very polite, educated, could hold a sentence together. What's not to trust?
I could tell as soon as I saw it, it was not done by a pro. The tiles were uneven, the door jambs were cut poorly. The grout was cracked and missing everywhere. Well, this is one whole lot of tile. This is right from the front door right through into the dining room. We don't have grout. I can also see right off that we've had grout repairs.
The issues really started when the tiling started.
The problems with him showing up started around that time also. I think the job was too much for him. And I think by that point, it was also all about the money.
The contractor just stopped showing up, but the story was far from over.
One day, Tony happened to be home and there was a big knock at the door and we were really devastated. It was the tile company. They were looking for the contractor because he had bounced the check for the tile.
He bounced the check with the tile guy?
Yes.
Yeah, with the tile company.
With the tile company.
The
And he had written our street name on the memo part of the check.
The good tile guys, they're no fools. They found the street, looked for a bin, peeked inside the bin, saw their cut-off tiles, and knew they'd found their house.
We invited the tile guys in, and they took a look at the job, and it was at that point that they started to show things to us that were not correct. And they were great. They were so helpful. They were, wonderful with us, telling us if we ever needed any help to contact them. So in a moment of madness, I called the tile company. I broke down crying on the phone with them. And we started talking about things we could do to fix the tile. And they were laughing, saying it was a job for you. And little did we know, they contacted the Homes on Homes show on our behalf.
The supplier really stepped up to the plate. He offered to donate all of the product that we needed to fix this place. There was absolutely no way of repairing this. Not a chance in hell of repairing this because the grout would continue to crack on a monthly basis. The tiles would eventually loosen and snap up everywhere. They're coming up without even breaking. You can see all the characters from his trowel. It's as if he troweled the floor, grabbed the tile, and just placed them down, placed them down, placed them down. He created a nice level surface with the thin set and just tile after tile. By the time he got to a certain area, it was dry. There was no pushing it in. There's no buttering effect. It makes it easier for me, but I shouldn't have to be doing this. It's all coming up in full pieces. If this was placed right, we wouldn't even be out of the kitchen yet. Unbelievable. Talk about a contractor gotcha. If this was laid by a pro, there's no way it would have come up this easy. In the end, we got about 90% of the tile come up without even a scratch. And here's a sweet piece of justice. Susan and Tony still owed the contractor $3,000 for the work that had been done. They gave it to the supplier instead. The next step was to prep the floor for new tile. That meant using new products that work for today's building codes. These are products that allow for the movement in the floor without cracking the tile or the grout. We meet a lot of good contractors and suppliers that are true professionals, and this guy was all class. He not only supplied all the tile to redo the job, but he even loaned us his installers to do it. You gotta love it. So you're the man, you're Ton. You're the one that saves people, eh? Another one out there. I really love to hear that. I think that's very admirable that you do this. You stand up to the plate and say, hey, we're gonna help this family.
Yeah, the customer was unhappy, so it's not good for our industry, I think. So we should help. So we did.
Okay, come over here and just tag that down, please. What did you just spray over that?
It's the aerosol hairspray.
Hairspray.
Non-scented.
Non-scented. Obviously, that's to keep the line there.
Yeah. Porcelain definitely has to be dried because otherwise you get what's called a water bond. And the tile will just pop loose. You can have perfect coverage, but there'll be water separating it, and that's not good. See the patterns start to form.
Oh, I love it.
Each small tile surrounded by 4 big tiles, and vice versa.
I love it.
Big tile surrounded by
4 small tiles. Once the tiling was all done, we laid down the hardwood at the front of the house and gave them the kitchen they were looking for when they started this renovation. You ready?
We're ready.
Come on home.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna give your house back.
That is awesome.
You like it?
I love it.
That's totally cool.
It is really cool. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
This has all been reinforced to take this load. We've put in all the right products. You're never gonna see this break. You're never gonna see it crack again.
I think the layout of the tile has just enhanced the beauty of the tile. It's stunning. It really is stunning.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you so much.
welcome.
Oh, I can't believe it.
By the end of it, all's good. Again, reminds me why I keep doing what I do.
We never ask for anything. We are very independent people. And the amount of generosity that people have shown is just astonishing to us. It's just beautiful.
It makes me proud that this tile company came to the rescue when they too had been ripped off. Homeowners Jeff and Lori were not as lucky. They had trouble finding anyone who cared that their new house was crumbling beneath them. Who needs a drill? I can actually go through this wall. If I kept going, imagine this being a prison. Man, you'd be out in what, 2 days? Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're featuring contractor gotcha stories, where we find proof that a contractor simply is not competent, despite his claims to the contrary. In this next story, when the finishing work begins, the homeowner's faith begins to crumble, much like the workmanship they got. Jeff and Lori purchased a brand new home. Everything seemed to be fine. At the beginning, it's always fine until there's a leak or something happens. And then Jeff and Lori noticed that the foundation was starting to crumble.
Every spring, we would end up going out on the deck, and there'd just be like stone dust and crumbling on the side of the...
And on the side of the house where the garden is, every time I'd put plants in, there was crumbling cement.
So we have a bit of a foundation issue. Look at it falling apart there, eh? Look at that. Oh, my God. You can pull it around apart with your fingers, you know it's not good. So they called in the builder. The builder comes in with a hammer. He's an engineer. He's got a hammer. And he said it's fine?
Yeah, it sounds okay.
It sounds okay. Meanwhile, look at it. It's called spalling. Concrete is flaking off everywhere, so either it was badly mixed or not properly cured. It really doesn't matter. Spalling is not good.
I called an engineer, and they came in and did core samples.
The engineers needed to do a comprehensive strength test on the concrete. So they take a core sample, compress it until it crumbles or breaks. At this point, they have a value known as MPa or PSI. We were down to the area of 7 MPa, if I'm right?
5.
5.
Yeah.
Now, minimum code requirement's 15.
Right. We took those results, and we sent them to the new home warranty program. And they came back and told us that they can't be that bad.
Okay, well, the outside looks pretty rough. Let's go see the inside.
Okay.
Okay.
When they said they wanted to come in and do another test, and they wanted to look at it, I said, fine, what do you want to do? And they said, well, we're going to bring somebody in, and they're going to bring in a device that's called the Schmidt hammer, and they're going to do a rebound test on the wall.
Why do we have tuck tape?
That's where they did the test holes.
That's where they did the test
Yeah,
holes.
there's some down there. They did them on different levels, down the bottom, in the middle, up
Upper
at the
and
top.
lower.
When they use the hammer test, they're supposed to calibrate it to a known strength. So when he was bouncing it off the floor, he was calibrating it off the floor because it's supposed to be 25 MPa.
That's up there.
And when he did that, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm calibrating it to know what the strength is. And I said, well, how do you know what the strength of the floor is? He said, well, it has to be a minimum of 25 MPa. I said, yeah, but the wall has to be a minimum of 15. We already know that's not 15.
Isn't that great? We put up insulation to stop moisture issues, and what do we get? That is soaking wet. The new home warranty test came back in, and they said the hammer test showed the concrete wasn't as bad as Jeff's test showed.
And I said, well, the compressive strength tests are the definitive test. They tell you what the strength is, according to all the experts.
New home warranty said, okay, we're going to drill our own core samples and have our engineers test the concrete. Big mistake.
When they came back, their tests were worse than ours.
At that point, Jeff had 2 separate engineering reports that stated the strength of the concrete was way below minimum code. But the new home warranty and the builder washed their hands of the problem, stating that it was not a structural defect. Are you kidding me?
Do they think we're idiots? After we've had all these tests done, and because you say everything is fine?
We're talking about a foundation wall. The whole house is built on a foundation wall. It's 1/3 of code, and it's not a major structural defect.
After all was said and done, no one wanted to admit there was a serious failure and take responsibility. So I came in. We couldn't jack up the house because it was a semi-detached, and there's a common wall with the neighbors. So we built a foundation within a foundation, and that ended up being a huge job. This contractor got caught in a massive contractor gotcha when he tried to claim the work was okay. The fact is, numbers don't lie. Well, I guess you can tell that we have actually cut off the power to your house, moved the hot water heater, moved all your ductwork that was in the way, the plumbing that was in the way, cut the floor.
I'm just amazed what they've done in this short period of time.
Such a short time. I can't believe it.
Hammering open this floor, carrying all that stuff out by hand, just
And carrying all this brick down by hand.
probably on the hottest day of the summer so far. I couldn't believe it.
We've poured in new footings, we've pinned into your existing footings so we don't have a variance difference within the floor like this. Started the cinder block. We brought in what I want to call a 100% thermal break, the wall tight, and sprayed in behind after 2 rows and up into the floor joists so we no longer need vapor barrier. We're still addressing the outside as we're digging down to inspect to see how much it's spalling. At this point, we're only seeing a very small amount because the ground was actually protecting the wall. Even though it was keeping it moist, it was protecting the wall. So unfortunately, we want that breathable surface at the top, but we're gonna close it off to protect it. We don't have a choice. We must protect the foundation.
Thanks very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
You're welcome.
It's great.
Give me my pay.
Okay.
The kicker is, they could have done this, they could have tested that concrete for $50. I guarantee you go to any new home buyer who's paying $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 for a house, and if you said to them, look, for $50, we can guarantee you the concrete's gonna be sound, they'd pay it.
Unfortunately, we never seem to run out of examples of contractors taking advantage of nice people. Jen and Al won some contracting services through a church auction. When the gotcha moment came, he was caught in the act trying to get paid twice for a job that still wasn't done.
Not only did we not get what we wanted, but we also had to deal with this individual who was, playing a game with us.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. A contractor gotcha moment happens when a contractor is caught trying to appear competent, when what we see is that the work he has done proves otherwise. These last two stories are whoppers, and the lesson is the same one I keep saying over and over. Never, ever substitute a referral or third-party involvement for doing your own background checks, because ultimately, it's your house put at risk and your bank account that will be emptied. Watch and learn. Al and Jen bought a nice house on a nice street. House is about 20 years old. They want a new bathroom.
We had actually gotten a couple of quotes on bathroom renovation, so we got a good idea of what we were looking at, what we were gonna have done.
A nice winter day. Their church was having an auction, and one of the items up for bid was contracting services. The idea is that the church gets money raised, and the contractor supplies his time based on the highest bid.
We ended up purchasing some services from a contractor who donated $11,500 worth of his services.
Al?
Mike.
Jen? Nice to see you again.
Nice to
Nice to
see
see you.
It's a brisk winter day, eh?
On contract, on paper, was a $30,000 job. On the signing of the contract, he required a check for $10,400. And it was put to us simply that, he hadn't received any money, that he was donating his services to the church, and he needed money for supplies and for paying his laborers and everything. So we figured it was okay.
Draining, I see they poured a concrete pad. Looks fairly good here. Do not know by looking at it whether or not they've done a proper membrane, and even then, the membrane is how we used to do it. We don't use it that way anymore. We actually use much better products.
On the day of demolition, when they started their work, we were required by the contract to give another $5,000.
As for your toilet, that's not very wide, is it?
No.
This is 36 inches wide. You open the door, you go in. As soon as you get in, here's the toilet. You've actually got to really almost straddle the toilet to close the door. So very, very wrong.
It was a day of work done, and we were already out $15,400 plus the $11,500 to the church. So, $26,900 out, and they're just starting the demolition. We're off track right from the beginning.
What's wrong with that picture? A $30,000 job and they'd almost paid for it up front? Not the way to do things.
The second day of demolition, he came in and told us that some of the work that we wanted to have done that we had already discussed with him was add-on. And it was gonna cost us $1,500 for this, $2,000 for that.
This is where Al should have put a stop to the project and sorted it out.
Hindsight's always 20/20, and looking back now, it seems obvious to us, but on the onset, because we knew he had done a donation to the church, because it was goodwill on his part, because it was through our church, we wanted to be a good testimony, we went along with it.
One day I came in and Al said, go take a look in the family room. I thought, what's going on in the family room? We're having our bathroom done. Here's the damage. They took our tub out and it leaked.
It leaked so bad into the room downstairs, in a fairly new house, by the way, that it damaged all the ceiling.
And he explained to me that day the gentleman who was working on our bathroom fell through.
9 months later, it goes on and on. He comes back in, I want more money, we're not gonna do work. It's the same crap, different pile.
I can't describe the feeling. It's the loss of the money, the just knowing what's up there. We don't have anything basically for all the money that we've spent, and it was horrible.
Al and Jen, not knowing where to turn, contacted the church looking for help. The church asked the contractor to show proof of his expenses so far.
He didn't end up doing that. He ended up sending us another bill to complete the bathroom, which was ridiculous. It was like $17,000.
Talk about a contractor gotcha. This two-timer probably got a tax receipt for donating his time to the church, then took the money from Al and Jen, yet never gave them the reno they paid for, no matter. We went in and gave Al and Jen the bathroom that they should have gotten in the first place. And that meant starting from scratch. Now it's easy, right? Reach in, pull. Pull that drywall, everything to do with inside here. Pull this drywall.
I love tearing this stuff apart.
Since this family has spent so much money on this,
Yep.
almost 40 grand, let's give them a $40,000 bathroom. Oh, you guys are good. So you're just gonna pull it back? You're just doing a test fit?
Yes, exactly. We're going to cut now the second piece.
Yep.
And put together. Is everything, of course, going to be okay?
So you don't install until you've checked everything?
Exactly.
I like you more.
Okay, thank you.
There's all kinds of excuses given to the homeowner as to why he wasn't done and what he needs and more money. He didn't finish it, he ran, and I had to come in and help them. But I made sure I made a bathroom that he did have his own throne room, that it was so beautiful to have that shower stall and that soaking tub that she wanted.
Wow, wow, wow. This is gorgeous. Wow.
Is this our
Oh my
bathroom?
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's smart.
Wow.
Look at that shower.
I
gorgeous.
know. I can't. Let's
Oh, Jen,
let's
get
go
in
take a
there.
look.
Wow.
Look at this.
It looks seamless.
This is gorgeous. Wow. I love this. This is so beautiful.
Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous.
This is gorgeous. It was horrible for us when it was going on, and horrible, I'm sure, for other people when they get into situations like that. But to have this complete and finished and gorgeous is, I don't know, more than we can ever ask for. It's amazing.
Contractors who are incompetent always defend their work. That is, if they're still around. What they should never do, though, is to expect an engineer to back them up. Keep your helmets on, guys. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing the classic contractor gotcha moments when we find proof that a contractor isn't competent, despite his claims to the contrary. In this case, homeowners Christina and Joe hired a contractor, husband of a friend, first mistake, for a big job, a really big job. When his work was declared a disaster, he brought in his own engineers to try to back him up. Gotcha. Christine and Joe lived in a small house with Christine's mom, but when baby Julie arrived, it was time to make more room. Hired a contractor, worked with them on the home, actually friend of the family.
So I thought, you know, I trust him, and then I especially trusted my girlfriend. I thought, you know what, there's no way that she's gonna let her husband screw us up.
He agreed to build him a 2,000 square foot addition at the cost of around $200,000. The trouble is, he's never done an addition that big before. As far as I'm concerned, he's never done one before.
And initially, I thought things were going pretty good. He digging out the garage, and then he had a crew in to do the foundation.
Things really start going upside down after the bank puts a stop. $150,000 out, no more, because they did come in and take a look to see how much is being done.
They can't be holding your money. It's my money. They're holding us hostage. I said, no, it's their money.
It's taking longer. He's not making money. He's needing more money. They don't have more money.
I am going to take you to court, but I'm going to finish this house with my own money, and then I'm going to take you to court. And I said, if you're going to take me to court, you might as well take me to court now.
So he did. He slapped a $543,000 lien on the house, less the $200,000 they initially paid.
I wasn't sleeping much, and so I thought, you know, I'm gonna write to Holmes on Homes.
Yeah. It was easy to see what was wrong with this job, practically everything. But for starters, the foundation was incomplete. No footings whatsoever. There were no footings underneath the front porch, no footings underneath the garage, and the foundation wall wasn't deep enough. There were also no footings under the back door, never mind the back wall. I don't know how they got away with this, because this was passed. That upsets me. The foundations were wrong, the brickwork was wrong, the windows were wrong. It was all wrong.
There was no staircase. There were ladders to go up to the second floor. Climbed up the ladder, went to my future bedroom, and there's a bedroom window there, and I thought, oh, this is great. This window's so cool. And I went to open it, and it went crashing down on my fingers, and the two of the nails went like cut halfway. They bent back, and blood's gushing out of my hand, and I'm like...
This is a side slider. It slides left to right, or right to left. This is not a vertical window. This is from a door. Probably one of the upside down doors that are in the garage. There were so many things wrong with this house, I knew it had to come down. But because of the lien and the lawyers, we had to hire an engineering firm to come in and document all the problems before we could do any work. The footings we want to see twice the width of the wall. That way we have an equal displacement on each side of it, helping bury the load of this wall. Mega problems in this one room.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what they've done with this bench because I almost need x-ray eyes to see what they've done.
Look at the stairs. Obviously, these are all different heights and not the proper set of stairs.
It actually supported the plate and not the beam. That should really be looked at.
Same as we saw in the kitchen. We have a steel I-beam with a plate for the brick.
Yeah.
What do we see? Now the column's on the steel I-beam and nothing on the brick. Is this on footings? What is it sitting on? Nothing. They dug that down just enough to put a little concrete on the bottom and the blocks on top to carry all that weight load all the way up.
Yeah.
We do one thorough examination. He comes back, he wants it opened up.
We gotta see the finishes off. That's the easiest way to tell what's going on because we can't see through walls.
Okay, we open it up. I'm really bothered by this. Now they got to come up with more money to pay an engineer to put together a package which is probably in the area of $20,000 between lawyers one time, between lawyers and engineer to put this together. Not to mention all us guys in here to come in and open it up and show things that are wrong. Okay, fine. Well, I bring in my whole crew. We're going to take down all the freaking drywall in the house. We're going to do a thorough inspection, a cost report on what it's going to take to fix this. Dollar after dollar after dollar continues to come out of their pocket, and they're nowhere ahead yet. Where do I see screws? Do you see any screws? Any screws whatsoever in that drywall? Any screws? One screw. Come on. Whoever the electrician was puts out a box on the outside wall and puts up vapor barrier. What don't we see? Vapor barrier. Do you see any insulation?
These are 8-footers.
Do you see any vapor barriers? So.
Look, you finally found the vapor barrier.
Yeah, I was on this side of the house. How much money in drywall is coming down? How much money in structures is it going to take to fix this? How much money should the homeowners put out of their pocket? I'm just stunned that this is allowed.
Right now, yeah, we've got this block, which is kind of making up the difference so you can bring your brick up above the gable, and you're supposed to always support it on steel. So these guys they brought a steel lintel in here. It looks like it's undersized, and usually you like to have it bearing on masonry if it's not too long, if the masonry can handle the load, or else you want to pick it up with steel. A 1/2-inch piece of OSB, like oriented strand board plywood, that's what's supporting the angle.
You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, it's not holding anything. No. You got a lot of weight load on that, too. We can see daylight.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we don't have stains here on the drywall.
Lucky for now, I think. Is there, what's out over there, though? There might be something just covering it?
All right. You like what you see so far?
No. No. Not at all.
The engineer's list of problems were endless, and I thought it would be enough to prove it wasn't safe, but no. We had to bring in a cost consultant to determine what would be cheaper, to repair what was wrong or to tear it down and start over.
We kind of call this project intervention, where we come in when there's a problem with the project. And in this case, the contractor has done so much work and he's now walked off the site or been kicked off the site. So now there's a lien on the property. So we have to come in and assess the money spent to build what's here now, the amount of all the deficiencies that need to be corrected, and as well the cost to complete the project.
Well, judging on what the structural engineer's report, he's highlighted some serious problems in different areas which will require major rip out. So you've got the cost of ripping out and then the cost of rebuilding at premium because you're working with partially built structure and finishes and so forth. It's highly likely it's going to cost more. It always does cost more to do fix-up than to build it right in the first place.
Did you want to buy the house?
No, thank you.
No? You sure?
Not in a million years.
Give you a bargain. Consultant's report basically confirmed exactly what I said. Take the house down and start over. We were just about to start, but the contractor didn't believe us and decided he wanted to bring in his own engineers. We knew there was no footings under this at all. What I love is the engineers dug down just to prove it. No, there's no footings. What we see here is a 2x8, vertically like this. Now, structurally, we want to see it as a beam, so at least we want to see at least 3 in there. Well, what they have is a 2x4 piled this way on top of each other and then a faceplate to put the bricks over. You call this a footing? These guys were so thorough, they dug completely right under it just to see what was there. All he did was pour a small concrete pad here. Unacceptable. What they did was cut out the 2x8 to inspect how these were in place. 1, wood is touching concrete. 2, there's not enough in there, right? We don't see anything in there. It's sitting just on a little bit, and I could move the floor. That's not a good sign. This guy was in total belief that all his work was fine. As a matter of fact, he was so confident of it, he brought in his own engineers. What a mistake. Well, we got the okay to take the house down.
Say bye to this house, Juliana. Bye, house. Bye, house.
Turns out the contractor's engineer found even more problems wrong with the house than my engineers did. Start to finish, the project took 2.5 years to complete, and it was 6 months after that before the lien was finally pulled. All of these stories are truly unbelievable, yet so many problems the homeowners had could have been prevented. You deserve to get what you pay for. So if you want a good reno done on your home, I can't stress this enough. Do your research and educate yourself. Go see their work. See what these companies claim they can do. Don't get taken. Get it done right the first time.
Go for that hammer. Ladies first, go ahead, Matt.
That's funny. Think he liked that one. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers. Another job well done.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
What else is on?
It's the best of Homes on Homes, and we're showing what we have to do with homes that have become hazardous to our health. Believe it or not, Lisa's story is not uncommon. She bought a house and rented it out to cover the mortgage. She did background checks, and she felt secure she was renting to good people. Then the police called.
I got a phone call from my son, and he said they were using the house for a marijuana grow-up.
Mike, hi.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
How you doing?
It was like something so surreal. I thought, marijuana grow-up? What does that mean? So I turned to my daughter, I said, well, I guess they probably have a few plants in the house, and what's the big deal?
An interesting point is that approximately half a liter of water per day is put into the air per marijuana plant. So that obviously causes huge structural issues and mold issues because it's an excellent growing environment for mold. And in this particular case, there was over 500 plants involved here, times half a liter. There was a lot of water in the air.
I guess they left some behind, eh?
Yes.
Wow. I was basically looking at a greenhouse. Plants, watering systems, hot lights, and no ventilation. All to make those little plants grow a little faster. What else grows fast in those conditions? Mold, everywhere and on everything. The health ramifications were mind-boggling.
This is the master bedroom.
Oh, this is a little sample of what it was like downstairs.
Oh, downstairs was what you see here, but multiply it by about 5-6 times.
Well, look at the mold on the plastic. You see the mold on the plastic?
Oh, I hadn't noticed it.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, look at that.
Holy cow. Garden hose in the bathroom. Oh, my God. Oh. I think we've got a lot to fix here. They went up through the attic. I guess they wanted to vent. Oh, I do see some mold. Uh-oh. They were blowing hot, moist air directly into the attic. So the first thing I had to check was how much mold was up there. Oh, my God.
What's wrong?
It's full of mold.
Bad?
Yep. There's a ton of mold on the underside of the sheeting where the shingles are nailed to. Especially around the lower perimeter, like about 6 feet up, right down, right across this way. I have mold spores on the wall behind the baseboard. That's just the surface. We'll be Gotta get rid of that. There was a lot of mold in all the rooms. So at that point, we brought in the abatement pros to give us a true assessment of what had to be done.
We do a full assessment of the whole house. Air sampling we do at the beginning before we disturb any materials within the home, just to see what the air quality is like. And then we proceed to do an intrusive investigation where we cut a number of holes in the wall cavities and ceilings to determine the extent of mold growth within the house. I take it back to the laboratory and they will analyze it under the microscope, and they will generate a report, and then we can interpret the findings.
The test results showed that there was a lot of mold spores in the air. What I didn't expect was the asbestos they found in the drywall compound. Well, what does that mean? They gotta close the house up for 2 weeks, come in with suits, clear it out, so now we can come in safely and continue to work. Once the remediation team was finished removing the mold and asbestos, we moved to the attic to get rid of the mold there. For that, we used dry ice.
The technology's been around for quite a long time. I had a client who said that they used dry ice blasting to clean the wing mold on the Avro Arrow. But in its current incarnation, it took shape down at Lockheed when they needed a way of cleaning out the tank of the space shuttle because they were going to reuse it. Basically, it's like sandblasting. You propel a granule at high pressure air against a surface to clean it. When we're working with wood, we will be taking a small amount of wood off the surface, but that's desirable for mold because the mold is grown into the wood. We can do in 1 hour, one man working with a dry ice machine can do in 1 hour what a man would normally do by hand in 5 or 6 hours. And all that you will see when you're finished is just a light sprinkling of sawdust on the floor, which then the Alliance group will then come and HEPA-vac and remove that from the premises.
So 5/8 on all 24-inch center, 1/2 inch on 16-inch center, right?
Okay.
So we're using 5/8. 2 screws in each spot. We're 24-inch on center. We're 5/8 drywall. Instead of 1 screw for 8 inches, we want 2 screws. Make it stronger. First estimate, the job, I figured a month, max 6 weeks. And then we sort of opened up a massive can of worms, which is like a lot of the jobs that I work on. By doing that, I have 2 choices. Fix it or walk away. I'm not gonna walk away. We gotta fix it. Each and every day I fix a job, make a homeowner happy, and I learn something new. You know, think about how many bathrooms, kitchens, additions, houses I've actually built. I honestly forget. But it reminds me when I step into something that's different. And that's what I stepped into, something that was different. I think I've been keeping her long enough. 9:30, what do you think? Mold, asbestos, the teams, the environmental, not to mention construction. Sorry, it takes what it takes. Nice to see you again.
So nice to see you.
Want to see your finished house?
I'm dying to see it.
The house of all houses right now? Come on in. In the end, it's beautiful. We did everything, and we did what we were supposed to do. It's a scary thought that when you buy a house as an investment to rent it out, you're looking to make some money. It's a smart move. Real estate you can't lose, right? Or can you?
I love the flooring, and I love the color on the wall.
It is an exotic wood. I really, really like it. It's an engineered wood, so we got some of the best guys installing it. All new electrical, new panel, fixing the plumbing, pulling out rotten studs, pulling out all the mold that was involved with this.
I love it. I love what you've done, and I'm just going to love living here. I was just so fortunate to be able to get a hold of Mike, and his compassion is something that I'll never forget.
Am I blushing? Let me tell you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much.
In Italian, there's an expression that God closes a door and opens a window, and I think in my case, he opened 2 or 3 windows.
Ihor and Chris did the right thing when hiring a home inspector before they purchased their home. The home inspector, on the other hand, missed making the right call.
Oh my God! It's carpenter ants.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing examples of the hidden dangers in the home that can be real health concerns. Mold is one of the most common reasons for abatement, and its removal is essential. We've done a lot of jobs where problems aren't visible until we start opening things up, but in this case, the mistakes were right in plain view.
All right, you've been here 6 months. Any issues you've noticed? Anything that is standing out that makes you concerned?
Well, after about a minute of showering, you're standing in an ankle deep in water.
The sewer gases that we smell down there are scary, disgusting.
It stinks. There's something wrong. The shower doesn't drain. Well, there's things wrong with it. It's not even close to right. It's against code. Chris and Ihor insisted on a home inspection before they purchased their home. Somehow, the inspector missed and gave it the all clear.
No signs of venting. Carried off, toilet running through, clean out. Total improper venting. Not to mention, we don't want to see the plumbing like this. It should be actually cut through the floor. This is not how we tie things in.
There was nothing in the report about the plumbing. The inspector said it was interesting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 junction points right here. You were told right out that everything was fine. Electrical was fine, plumbing was fine, not an issue, that it wouldn't cost money to fix. Let me guess.
Absolutely, that's exactly what was told to us.
Electrical's fine, plumbing's fine. You gotta be kidding me. I was there 5 minutes and I could see obvious problems. And I've always said, if you can see it right in front of your eyes, imagine what's behind it.
You got some mold, eh? Nice. Look at that.
Smells just getting worse. Is that mold for sure, Dave?
Yeah, that's mold.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that smell is. Okay, this is a surface mold. It's not a huge deal. However, it stinks. I did not honestly expect to see mold underneath the vinyl, but it all makes sense to me now that I see it leaking from the washing machine, leaking from the corner that just slipped out. So obviously that slowly dripped. The floor is running this way. It got it.
Figuring out if you need to bring in a mold remediation company depends on the size of the area that contains the mold. In this case, the room was small enough that we could do the cleanup ourselves, but we still wanted the homeowners out of the house.
I have a lot of mold that I have to clean up, and I would bring it down to show it, but I'm concerned for your kids. So is there a place you can go for the night?
Yes, we certainly can.
Because I'm going to be doing not only a major cleanup, but I'm going to be doing a spray over top of it to kill the contaminants. Okay. And reading the directions, it says you shouldn't use it around children until it's dry. Okay. So if I could actually get you to pack up and leave.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Not a problem.
Not a problem.
You're just using soap and water, right?
Yeah, just soap and water.
If you have a small area of mold, you only want to use soap and water to clean it. Never use bleach, please. The chemicals in bleach are more harmful to you than the mold itself.
We're going to pull up the plastic and we're going to put on our mold spray down on the floor, which is why I wanted the kids more than the reason that anything gone between the spray and the mold.
Right.
Once it dries overnight, we're set.
Okay.
Okay?
Once we had cleaned up the floors and walls, now it was time to get back down to tearing out that basement. We had just started when we made our next discovery.
Yeah. See that, bud? Oh, yeah. Ants. Ooh, my.
A lot. And they're eating right into the wood.
Look at the nest. They got a nest of them.
And behind the paper?
In behind the paper.
Whoa. Look at that.
Wow, they're just gonna love the moisture in that wood.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at the nest in there. Just take that right outside. All right. As quick as you can.
Okay.
Can you fathom the thought that we come in really just to put in a new bathroom?
Look at that.
Yeah, it's carpenter ants. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. It looks like they're not going to be home for a few days because we're going to have to make a look at the holes.
Wow.
Now, how far have they gone is the question. Hopefully, they just love to stay in this one neighborhood, but they started to work their way up, and that's not a good sign. Oh, they're everywhere. Look at them. Oh, my God. Ah. Carpenter ants don't eat wood like termites do, but they like to nest in wet or damp wood. But the damage they cause can still be quite extensive. We had to bring in the pros to get rid of them. We found a mother nest right here yesterday. It was phenomenal. Had to be 1,000, at least 1,000. They came in through the holes like crazy. We got it down quickly, tried to get as much of the ants as we could, and then we sprayed like hell. Once we thought there was none left, sure enough, they jumped out of the hole and committed suicide. Sure. Concern. You know, we have the deck right there. That's what I'm thinking. If they started here, will they get into the deck? And sure enough, we started to gut the other side. And we're now starting to find the ants on the other side. Now, I got a question for you. Carpenter ants normally will stay in an area that's moist with the wood because they have to feed off it, right?
Absolutely. They actually don't feed on the wood. They live in the wood. When you get wet or damaged wood, it's a lot easier for them to nest in, to tunnel, to make damage, as opposed to new studs.
So what they did was they made a home here.
Absolutely.
Okay, unlike termites where they actually will feed through the wood. Is that correct?
Yeah, termites will feed on the wood. Carpenter ants will nest in the wood.
Okay, so far so good. We think we've got this. We know we have more issues over here. Does that possibly mean another nest?
It's very possible. This could be the mother nest here. You may get sometimes in different situations satellite nests where they may move a little further down depending on the situation. Sometimes they outgrow the area and they have to move a little further down. They may go up. Towards the end of the day when you're all done, we'll do a good residual spray. We'll probably, if you found a lot coming out of here and there's already holes here, they may be in the brick as well. So what we'll do is we'll drill some holes and what we'll inject is to kind of help flush them out. If they are in there, more will come out and then we'll know.
Which means the possibility is they could be living right within the whole void.
It's possible, but if you found the nest on this side of the wood, they prefer to be there rather than in the brick because the brick is going to be colder.
Makes sense. Let's have a warm home. The guys sprayed the entire basement to kill the remaining ants, and we fixed the areas where moisture could get in. On top of the electrical and plumbing issues we found, when I told Chris and Eeyore about the mold and ants, they were blown away. When we pulled up the vinyl floor, we found your major smell. We had so much mold, this whole floor was nothing but mold. Wow. We found a mega nest of carpenter ants.
Wow.
And I mean a mega nest.
I'm just freaked out. Who would have known? You know, you walk into this house and you look at it and it looked great. And it didn't take Mike long to find all these problems that should have been caught, or at least some of them.
A lot of people simply don't know what's lurking in their basements. I've got a perfect example of how an innocent kitchen reno could have led to a very serious environmental hazard for a guy considered a hero by a lot of people.
Yeah, just take a look around here, like it became a horror show.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We've collected highlights from episodes featuring hidden dangers that need to be removed by what are called abatement specialists, the folks who can handle these potentially toxic situations safely. In this case, it took a main floor kitchen reno to lead us to a problem in the basement. Joanne and George have been living in the area for about 10 years. You know George, he's a boxer. He fought Muhammad Ali twice. He went the whole distance. This is George Chavello's house. He dedicates his life after boxing to help those that are addicted to drugs, that are down and out, and he wants to make a difference. Joanne.
How are you?
George.
Hey, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. Nice to see you again. George Chavello is a boxing hero, and he's a guy who gives back helping kids. And what happens? He gets ripped off by a contractor who really didn't know what he was doing. Electrical box right on the counter, built up, live. All the other electrical hanging out, pot lights in the attic that are not properly covered in insulation, all wrong. There's an upper cabinet mounted so high that nobody could even reach it. Cabinet work that doesn't go to the floor like it's supposed to. We're gonna pull it all out, unfortunately. You may have to eat at the restaurant for a couple of days, but...
We've been doing that anyway.
You've been doing that anyway?
Doing that for 4 months.
Sure.
By pulling it all out, I meant pulling it all out and starting from scratch. The idea was a totally open concept design incorporating the working kitchen with a center island and a small eating area to the right. To create that open concept, we brought in Paralam beams to span the width of the kitchen. While the crew placed those heavy beams, I checked out the basement and I found another problem. What in? When I first came in here, I came down to look at the plumbing, the electrical, and I go, oh, they have an oil tank. And I can see that's almost 3/4 full.
Yeah, on the gauge. See the corrosion starting down here on the end already?
Especially on this
I think
side.
that over there.
Yeah, right there. If the tank has been changed over to a natural gas, it must be at least emptied, and then you'll have a year to remove it or reuse it for something else.
Recommission, that's correct.
And if your tank is still being used and it's at least 20 years old, you should think about replacing it due to insurance reasons.
The insurance companies are asking the age of tanks now, and to get insurance on your house, they're pushing the issue that we want the tank upgraded to a new tank.
Because of the possible environmental disaster it can cause.
That's correct.
And you know what? That makes total sense to me. So what's the big deal, right? The basement floor is concrete. If it leaks, you just clean it up. Wrong. First, there's the smell. Once the oil gets into the concrete, it's almost impossible to get it out. So then you're breaking up the floor and hauling it to the landfill and then repouring a new floor. Okay, that's just time and money. But what if the oil leaks through the floor or gets underneath the floor and actually gets to the water table? We have to remove the oil tank, no question. In this case, we were lucky it hadn't leaked anywhere already.
What we'll do, where the fill and vent came in the top of the tank, we'll cut those with a reciprocating saw.
Okay.
Spin the pipe out. We've got a vacuum truck out front, and we'll bring a hose in and literally drain that tank dry. Then we'll cut the side of it out, because there'll be sludges and stuff in the bottom of that tank you really don't want to know about. And we'll vacuum it totally clean, and then we'll quarter it and take it out.
Cut it in pieces.
Cut it in pieces. What we do like to do, though, and always do, is where the fill and vent go out through the wall, remove them. Because every year, somebody gets a tank or basement full of oil.
Get the hell out. You're telling me a truck that doesn't know any better
They get the
comes in
wrong
and sticks-
address
Oh my God.
by computer or whatever, and they come over and they fill, and it just goes right in the basement.
Oh my God.
So every year there's one or two of them, so we always remove the fill and vent from the building, so that can't happen.
Can you imagine being in your basement and all of a sudden you see a stream of oil pouring in from the outside? That's a definitely good reason to get rid of that oil tank and the filler tube.
This a nightmare turns into a beautiful dream. It's kind of that way. We dreamt about a beautiful dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. But in the long run, it ends up a beautiful dream again, and a beautiful reality. That's what it's going to be. Beautiful reality. It will be nice.
That's not good. Not when I can take my finger and do that. I see condensation on the glass, surface mold. It could have all been prevented with a bit of maintenance. Now it's going to take a lot more. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Abatement means getting rid of something. Could be animals, asbestos, mold, even oil from an old tank. All of that mold we find is the result of two things: moisture and organic products. Val and Dave, they bought this house around 10 years ago. Really nice. Bungalow. I love bungalows.
After the deal went through, we started seeing the brick kind of flaking.
And it's falling apart, literally. Like, you're vertical everywhere here.
Every winter since then, I guess because of the snow against it, water being absorbed by these poor bricks, more flakes off until you see the holes.
That's not good. Not when I can take my finger and do that. I've seen this before where bricks have fallen apart due to weather, and mainly because moisture's getting in the brick. We are cold here in the winter. It freezes, boom. What happens when it freezes? It expands.
We thought we were doing right. We repaired the brick in the front bay windows with the brick we found in the garage. But of course, that was the brick the house was built with in the first place.
They wanted to get new windows in the front, but they can't do that because of the brick. So they put spray foam everywhere, trying to seal to stop any moisture from coming in. But, looking at it, there's other problems. I see condensation on the glass, surface mold. Now, it's pretty obvious that water was getting through the brick sills, then making its way down through the wall into the cavity and giving the mold a place to grow. But that didn't explain the moisture that was all over the inside of the windows. Right away, I was thinking of heating issues or lack of air movement. Question was, why?
here we are.
Here we are, guys.
As soon as I walked in the house, I knew exactly why. There was stuff piled everywhere. Boxes, bags, clothes, books. Every room of the house was filled with stuff. Here's the problem. There was so much stuff that it covered most of the heat registers and the cold air returns. So there was very little air movement inside that house.
We do see the surface mold has come into your curtains as well. Do you ever open these curtains?
No, I do not.
As soon as I pulled back the drapes, it was mold city. It was even growing on the glass. That's what I call surface mold. Soap and water could clean up the mold on the window, but we needed to eliminate the moisture. There's no point cleaning up the mold until the bigger problems are addressed.
Let's drop the brick on both bays right to the bottom. And anywhere else that we have brick repairs, we'll repair that. And anywhere the windows are, I'd like to pull it out and do precast. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Yeah.
There is some dampness here. See it? We got a hole here at the bottom of the wood that goes right through.
I expected way worse than this.
Actually, we got lucky. Like 6 months, a year from now, I think we would have been in bad shape here.
The plastic's there, but because of that one hole right there, the water went in like crazy, penetrated, hit the corner all the way down, and then come Mother Nature with carpenter ants, mice. Better than I expected. That's a good sign. But it is moldy, and we gotta lose it.
It turns out the bay window at the other side of the house had the same problem, but the rotting was worse.
All the signs show it that it's gotten in and just rotted it all. So much mice, that, and not just mice, look at ants galore were in here. So carpenter ants, like everything's lived in here because it's had all the food groups. Oh my God. Oh, now you're gonna find, look at, oh, eggs galore in that. Probably the carpenter ant eggs.
So they would have came back every year.
You can see it's just turned to dust, eh? Powder,
Yeah.
That's just from them just chewing through it, and they'll use that probably as insulation. You know why I want that insulation out? We want to check to make sure that all the floor joists are fine, and also the critters that are living in it, let's get rid of them. The bugs, everything.
The drip is here for underneath, so when the water travels, it drips right off, completely off the brickwork. It doesn't touch the brickwork underneath the window. It has to be leveled across and sloped down this way, as close as possible to 15 degrees.
Fixing the sills and brick would prevent water from coming in from outside, but we still had to solve the moisture problem from inside. We spent days sorting through their stuff just to haul it away, 17 bins in total, just so the house could breathe again. Now with proper airflow, we can get to the job at hand, replace the windows.
Wood windows. I love wood windows, I really do, but they need maintenance. That means keep the paint up, watch the caulking. What happened? We had a big hole in the window outside. We knew we had to restructure the hole outside. We knew we had surface mold on the inside of the window. So we removed the trim, and what do I see? A hell of a lot more than I want to. Here, look at this. The vapor barrier has actually stopped most of the penetration of the water coming in. We can see that the drywall's not too bad here, a little bit in the corner, but the wood is the problem. I have Brent here to install the windows. So as he pulls out the window, I'll wait for him on that one, pull this out, quickly pull this apart, put in a new top plate, if that's all we have to do, because that one stud appears to be fine. I may just have to put in a new top plate. But it's not just the top plate, is it? It's the drywall, it's the vapor barrier. Put it all back again, put the window in, retrim it, plaster it, prime it, paint it. From a simple window replacement to a lot more work due to not enough maintenance on your windows. Bad sign, people. Remember, this is paper, organic. Mold loves paper. It's the steak. It's the food they need. The two food groups, moisture, inside and out, paper.
With the brick repaired, the air circulation problems fixed, and the rotting frames replaced, we stopped all the sources of moisture. And with that, we fixed the mold issues. The sad part is that all of this could have been avoided with some simple home maintenance. Repairing work after a serious house fire sparked a whole new mess of problems for these homeowners. You see the footprints, paw prints?
Paw prints here and there.
Did anybody touch this?
No.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at all kinds of stories where we had to bring in abatement specialists. People to get rid of hidden dangers, whether it's mold, ants, asbestos, you name it. After almost 100 shows, there's a couple of stories that stand out. Like this one, a small house with big problems. Frank and her family had been living in the house for 18 years. Her daughter Daniela was home alone one night when the unthinkable happened.
I heard a noise, went upstairs, and I saw flames coming from underneath the door and got out.
The insurance company gave them a name of a contractor that could repair all the damage.
We were told that if we went with an insurance-approved contractor, that, they would back us up 100%, that, they would be the ones looking after the progress of the house and making sure that things were done in a timely fashion.
By the time I got there, the homeowners had been out of their house for 8 months. The house was nowhere near finished. The contractors, their work was full of problems. We took over the project and dealt with the insurance company directly. The first problem, raccoons had moved in. We've been looking around. There used to be a hole on the side of the end gable here. Also looking up at the plastic. We can also see that they've dropped through, because the last time I was here, this was not down. I don't know if there's 1, 10, 20.
Take a look and see what's inside. And if there is something in there, we'll try and get it out. And then it's up to you guys, I'm assuming at this point, to make sure that they won't be able to get back in.
Oh, well, let me see the footprints, paw prints.
Paw prints here and there.
Yeah, there's a footprint right there, too. Yeah.
They could be anywhere. There's no way to know exactly where they're going to be.
I think we would have heard them moving. What do you think?
Not necessarily. You'd be surprised how quiet they can be.
Yeah?
You're going to be looking for a lot of footprints. Where the majority of the footprints are, raccoons all have what they call a communal toilet for the most part. Raccoons will go to the bathroom in the same spot. They've had free run of the place for 8 months, so they know it better than you and I do at this point. Well, there's a pile of droppings here, too.
There was only one job I was on before where we had one raccoon, and we were able to do it ourselves. We just scared him out of the attic, closed off the entrance, but this house here being vacant for so long, we thought we'd call these guys in because there could be 10 of them in here. We don't know. Is that their pee?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the guys to start cleaning up. You want to do a thorough? Work your way down? I'm gonna pull down the stuff. Don't sweat, they can live in there easy. All kinds of signs here. I don't know if that's raccoons chewing on that or squirrels. What they've done is they've ripped it apart, squirrels or raccoons, one or the other. So we definitely don't want this. We'll only keep the full pieces. But this just shows they're tearing it apart, trying to make a bed or whatever they're doing with it.
We're not sure why they come and go the way they do, but we've inspected it. It's not home.
Our sense of smell told us there was a little more abatement to be done, but not from the raccoons. Removing the insulation from the second floor, that's when we could smell the smoke from the fire.
See, it's funny, now that we dig everything down, we can smell the smoke, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
So what are you gonna do?
Well, right now we're masking off all the items we know we're gonna be keeping and want to keep in good shape. And just make sure there's no obstacles or...
Do you have to spray the brick or you're just mainly concentrating on?
We're gonna spray the entire top floor here, yeah,
okay.
Including floor.
You don't want to start the repair if you or the homeowner still smell smoke. And you have to be careful that it's a reality and not a perception, because some people walk into their house, they see the damage, which is a shock, they smell smoke and they have this association with smoke and damage. They go back into the house after everything's ready in preparation for repair, and they still have this sense of smoke. It's a psychological factor, and we have to deal with it. Sense of smell is telling me I would continue to seal more here. You've gone this far and you're making this dramatic renovation, plus you've got the other additional element with the raccoon. So that will also help the situation.
We had barely finished sealing the smell on the second floor when we found a serious problem in the basement. I think this is asbestos. Did anybody touch this?
No.
We're gonna pull all this down, but I don't even want to touch this until we find out if that's asbestos coating.
I think it is.
So do I. We're gonna have to call in our asbestos team. For such a little house, the problems were one after the other, each one bigger and worse than the last. As our abatement team began the massive job of setting up to remove the asbestos, little did we know that wasn't the last thing we'd find wrong. This could escalate into multi-thousands of dollars here. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Abatement teams are the guys you bring in to remove anything toxic, dangerous, or even furry. In this case, we came in to finish a reno after a house fire and had to get out the raccoons, the smoke damage, and remove asbestos. In general, asbestos isn't dangerous unless it's disturbed and the fibers become airborne. In Frank and Daniela's house, no question, it was coming out. It's a war zone. Is this the walkout structure?
Yeah.
So we're in the dirty room, we go through the shower. Once you're through the shower, you're in the clean area.
Yeah.
This is not a small
This is the biggest
job.
part of this job is setup. The removal is only going to take us about an hour, so they'll be done.
Wow, you guys don't mess around. When I came in here and we took everything down, believe me, this place was a mess. We pulled 2 bins out of the basement alone. And the first thing I saw was this, and I knew it was asbestos. That's why I called you in. Is type 3 the worst?
Type 3 is worse. Basically, what we're doing right now.
This is type 3.
Because this is over so many square feet, right? After so many square feet, you got to set up a type 3.
Okay, so now that we're at type 3, obviously this is too much, must be totally wrapped.
Right.
Now you're gonna put in the air unit, which I see right here, the negative air,
Yeah.
right? And what that's gonna do is pull out all contaminants, throw it outside, and then keep the inside clean.
Yeah.
As you take it down, you'll bag it, make it airtight, right?
Yeah.
That way it can go out.
We soak down asbestos when we do a type 3.
Okay.
We soak it down.
With water?
Yeah, with water, yeah. Water, dilute water.
What that does is help keep everything from flowing through the air. Okay, that makes total sense. And the idea is to tent this right off, that we work our way upstairs into the shower unit, which you clean yourself off and get rid of all contaminants.
Yeah.
All right, so not recommended for your average homeowner.
No.
As long as you don't touch asbestos, it's not a danger. But as soon as you play with it, move it, break it, it now releases fibers into the air that are extremely dangerous for you to breathe. What these guys are doing is using a mixture of water and glue, and the idea is to knock down the fibers onto the floor, the fibers, the particles. We don't want it floating through the air, so this grabs it, holds it, easier to clean up. Hey, Marky.
Hey, Mike.
We got a sample. We're ready to test this out.
Got a sample. I'm gonna set it up, look at it through the microscope.
This is absolutely regular. Each and every time you have a crew come in to do a test, we'll have an outside crew, someone totally independent, to test to make sure it's safe.
Yeah. Testing the air quality within the site. Make sure it's matches what you guys are breathing out here. And then it would be safe for everyone to go inside. Used to be 360 liters to clear of air I'd have to collect to analyze. As of November 1st, it's become 2,400 liters.
So that's 7-8 times the difference, isn't it?
Yeah. The other new thing is forced air. So I take a leaf blower, blow
And
all the
purposely
surfaces.
move it.
Yeah, move all. If there's any fibers that are loose, it becomes airborne. Because of the size of the Type 3 enclosure, I had to take 3 samples, all of which have to pass. We'll find hair fibers, skin sometimes. It sucks up whatever's in the air. I've just taken a quarter of this, so if something happens while I'm mounting it, I've got another 3/4 to work with.
Very good.
I can't see through the filter, so I've got to blast it with vaporized acetone. The filter will go clear.
look at that.
I'll count every fiber that I see in 100 fields. I've got to look at 100 different fields and count the fibers in there. And not necessarily are they asbestos, but we are on the side of caution. So now I'm just looking for fibers. I move the slide itself around. And I think you're good.
What have you marked?
I've got 2 fibers. 2 fibers in 2,400 liters.
Can I see through this?
Sure.
Just to take a look, just out of curiosity. Oh, that is wild. If you can believe it, we finished the asbestos abatement and discovered another problem. There was an oil tank buried in the backyard. Surprise. We have got a world of hell today. We've got the TSSA in to help oversee removal of this oil tank, which now we have the company coming in. They're going to test to see what is in here, if the ground is contaminated, and I'm just finding out all kinds of stuff on contamination and what they have to do it. The problem with oil tanks buried in the ground is we don't know where they are. We don't know if they're rusted out. We don't even know if they've leaked and possibly into the water table. 1 liter of oil can contaminate 100,000 liters of water, and this can be extremely expensive to remediate. Let's just say it has contaminated the property. How can we determine a cost on the cleanup?
Well, the level of cleanup required now comes under the environmental guys that are involved. They come and determine how far it has leached into the ground, how far down it's gone into the ground, and what's involved with the terrain around it.
This could escalate into multi-thousands of dollars here. Can you tell anything just by looking at it? Like, what am I seeing there in the slight beige brown there? What is that?
That's water.
That's water.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign?
It could have come in from the fill pipe.
Okay.
And over time, it's just the venting of the tank. You get warm air moving in and out, and cold air, and it condenses, and moisture forms.
It'll condensate inside.
Yeah, drips down, sits on the bottom.
A small hole in the bottom.
Well, it's a hole that's failed in the tank. So it's really led to the release of a lot of this product here. And it's gotten into the soil. You can see the stained soil down there.
This is not a good sign. We can see this appears to be oil, am I right?
Yep.
This is a worry for me that how far has it gone? What is it contaminated? Has it gotten into the water? Has it gotten into the neighbors? Do we have to remove that deck? Do we have to dig up the driveway? How far has it gone this way? That makes me worry. Most definitely. To find out, we had to take core samples of the earth, drilling down at various locations and depths in the backyard.
So we're going to be doing one in the driveway, one farther down, one on that side, but we'll also one through the center of where the tank was.
Okay.
Because that's going to be the point of highest concentration. We want to run down one at the depth. So we're going to put a well in there as well.
We're going to put a well in?
Yeah.
Meaning?
To monitor for groundwater, see if it's gone down into the groundwater.
Okay.
All right. This is the gray material that we were running across earlier.
Okay, right at the bottom?
Yeah. You can smell the odors in that.
Definitely.
Yeah. We'll be selecting samples out of these for analysis. So we can get the chemistry on it, know what the numbers are, and that'll help us to determine what how large a scope we're dealing with here.
It took about a week before the environmental guys finally showed up with the test results.
The previous results indicate that we clean here and against the house and the other samples that we'd taken earlier. And the sample that we took at 12 feet, there was a bit of detectable petroleum, but it was within the allowable limits.
Okay.
So we know we're clean at that level.
So since we know it's only in this area, and I'm really happy about that, we only have to dig out and get rid of the contaminated soil.
That's right.
That last story was an unbelievable example of how dangers can lurk without you even knowing. It's a reminder that some problems can get bigger, whether it's moisture, a few ants, or poor maintenance. If your house isn't healthy, you might not be healthy.
Who would he be? Bud, the pot-smoking pig. Pinky will love this.
She likes pink.
I know, but
That's it. She doesn't like stinky pinky. To the Holmes team. The internet has become a great resource for finding anything you want or need. So if you want to have your basement finished, why not find a reputable contractor online? That's what Bruce and Diane thought they did. Diane.
Hi, Mike.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you
It's
again.
cold out there.
Yeah.
Bruce,
Hey, Mike.
nice to see you.
See you too.
Bruce and Diane had a basement they wanted to finish and use. The idea was to design it around the entertainment system. They could enjoy the movies with the kids, and Bruce could have his buddies over to watch the ball game. Bruce was confident he'd found the contractor for the job, but went online to be reassured.
The website showed fantastic photographs of like 15 years of service.
Claims to be the best basement finisher. That's what his business is, finishing basements. However, he doesn't do the work anymore. His idea is to charge contractors across the country a monthly fee to be part of the system that when they get hired by this well-known company, supposedly, they've got business.
And I made a call, and sure enough, within 48 hours, I had a guy here.
What he's done is he's created a web base right across the country of hiring subcontractors that he doesn't know. And they said to the contractor, we want a basement like Mike Holmes does. Contractor says, don't worry, we work for him. I don't know this guy. I don't know any one of them. I have a list of guys that I use. They're not on it. This is finger joint strapping is what this is. This is actually very dangerous to be under. I can see you're holding it up with two pieces of wood.
Yeah, the whole thing has fallen off.
It's already fallen.
If I remove this post here, you can see how the whole thing was just supported by a couple of screws up there.
Let's just take this down, okay?
I came down to talk to the guys that were mudding and taping. They were the ones that told us that this bulkhead had fallen on them. And he knew about the kids, and that's when he said to me, could you imagine if this had fallen on your kids?
This is totally unsafe. $25,000 worth of crap.
The two guys that came to mud and tape said, you know, they started looking around and said, this is the second job that they had worked with the general contractor on, and the work was shoddy. And they walked me around before my husband even came home and started saying, here's all the problems.
So they moved the steel post from here to here.
And you can actually see here, they just cut it off on the floor.
It's right at the point of the tie-in. So they
Right.
moved it over here to help pick up the load, square channel to help displace the load.
What they ended up doing is they just actually recycled the post.
You know, it scares me, the things that these contractors do. They take a steel post that has been set in concrete. It is required location determined by the structural engineers. It's a new house, by the way. And what do? They cut it. I mean, they cut it. And they move it 2 feet over to where they want it. No footings, no problem. Just stand it there to support a steel beam.
I came in and I said, well, what are you doing? You know, are you not going to structurally support it anymore? And they said, oh, we jumped up and down on it. And yeah, we performed the jump test. And there was no movement whatsoever downstairs.
After checking all this out, I brought in my level and I checked the whole basement, and you are dropped 1/2 an inch at this point. And that steel I-beam, when it was put in, is perfectly true. So what they did was weaken the load, and this bent this and dropped 1/2 inch. So I have two jobs now. First, I have to undo all the stupid stuff the contractor did. Second, I have to give them what they've already paid for, but still don't have: a finished basement. That's cute.
Aww.
The kids left me a note. You gotta love it. That's a milk bag.
Got milk?
That's how they close off the return air there. How much?
Under 10.
Under 10. Over 25,000.
What?
That's what they charge. For what? For what? That's what I said.
A little bad reception in this house.
Yeah.
Just a screw through it.
And you know what's cute about that is that's the new cable line that runs to the TV, like it's gonna work.
the TV?
Oh, the TV doesn't work.
How were they were going to move the steel beam? Those are the engineering drawings.
We had to put the support post back to where it was originally. You just can't move a support post without having an engineer come in and make sure the main structure of the house is supported properly. It's a cutoff, so they just cemented around it to hold it in.
Is that right?
Yeah, you'll soon loosen that. Okay. Well, we're free. Like that was holding a lot. Now she's back to normal. Imagine that, all that work just to put it back the way it was. That basement was a prime example of why you have to check out your contractor. Find out who is doing the work, get the references, and go look at the other rentals he's done. This was about a $25,000 basement that's probably gonna cost $40,000 to fix.
That wires.
We're gonna have the TV on the wall right here. If you notice, we continued our bulkhead, and a very strong bulkhead, may I say. We continued that bulkhead right across here to covering all the ductwork pipes, allow me to run wires, possibly in the future, if necessary, up through the bulkhead. I'm coming with a case of beer tomorrow. The homeowners did hire someone off the internet, and what happened? It's all wrong, it's ridiculous, and we had to come in and fix it.
Oh my God.
This is not our house. Unbelievable.
Now, I know you see what's at the end there, but we're gonna have to try and ignore that for a minute.
Oh, yeah,
okay? We'll do a little bit talking about what
Sorry, are you talking to me? I trusted the guy, and and then when it all went to hell in a handbasket, you realize, I don't have any leverage anymore. He's got money, and I can't fire him now because then I've lost all that money, and that's what ultimately happened in the end. And I should have stopped it long before.
That's the biggest TV I think I've seen.
That's a 50-inch.
Holy crap.
What I'm gonna do is give you just a little bit of taste of this.
I can feel my circle of friends growing as I stand here.
I've made this area your office. You really made it clear to me that you wanted to be able to see the kids, so I thought if they're down here playing with the TV.
Yeah, not to do with the rest of it any injustice, but I'm just trying to take in the space. It's just unreal.
For a second-story addition, you work your way up from the basement. Homeowners Alex and Marie learned this the hard way after hiring someone they knew. We're gonna have major structure fixing across the center of this house. We're gonna be raising your floor in the basement.
It's just mind-boggling how somebody could be so bad and not realize it.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're featuring basement rental stories. In this next story, the basement had to be addressed as a support system for the entire house. Alex and Marie wanted a second-story addition to the back of their house. The budget was just about $100,000, a fair price for a job this size. That number ballooned to $170,000, and what should have been a 12-week project turned into a year-and-a-half nightmare.
We were very excited about this place. It was supposed to be our dream house. As the renovations went on, we were happy, but we started to have a few concerns at how long it was taking. But every time we'd call the contractor, there was always an excuse and always an explanation.
Beautiful day.
When we finally moved in, we frankly couldn't unpack because there wasn't a single room in the house that was finished where we can actually put our furniture into.
And we do feel trapped, like we can't do anything.
I see we have an addition.
Yes.
A friend of the family is a contractor. He's done work within the family. So I guess he's a trusted person by the family. So we're seeing that the kitchen is slightly finished. This cabinet is right on level, very high on the right-hand side. Wow. Based on what I saw in the kitchen, I went downstairs right away and I looked at the structure. Well, you can see the dip on this beam, and that is heavy. And this is where it humps. Well, this will show you why, because it's just pushed right up at this point. Most older homes sag right in the middle of the house. This contractor should have jacked up the support beam to true up the floor before any of the finishing was done. But that turned out to be only the beginning of the problem in the basement. Well, the plumbing looks like a spaghetti factory. Right from the beginning, I see that this line is lower here. The idea is this should be up higher. to race the water down that way. I put my money in. If I cut this pipe right now, we're gonna find a whole bunch of things we don't want to see in there. One issue, two issue immediately. The floor has been compromised by cutting this out and running the new plumbing line. I see over there, and I only want to go over there. But let's take a look. This is not how we put a door in. We do not bring it up to the floor joist. We actually bring it down to the base. This should have been filled with concrete or some sort of concrete curb. Is this supposed to be temporary?
No, this is going to be the basement door.
It's supposed to be the door. Okay. I took a look outside, and there was a big hole where the basement steps were supposed to be. These should have been done when they did the foundation. Besides all the issues upstairs, the basement was quite a mess. The first thing we had to tackle was the plumbing. Once that was done, we could move on to the structure. You do what you have to do with this plumbing, and we're gonna raise this floor.
All new plumbing in the basement, right up through the kitchen, all new plumbing in the kitchen, all new plumbing in the bathrooms. It has to be done. If I was an inspector, I would not pass that. It doesn't pass. That's all raw sewage. See the water flowing already? It's all flowing down this way. I'm just very upset at this guy right now. Good.
Okay, let's go, guys. Get the gravel in. Let's go.
Got two guys shoveling, two guys moving, 3 guys downstairs pulling. We'll put it in the buckets, slide it down. Assembly line, we'll have that stone moved in probably 20 minutes.
I never want to see rocks get in my life.
Now that's what I call a footing. This was a temporary support to get the beam in so we could do the footing. This is now gonna carry the load. I've already made it tight, which made this one nice and loose. So now I'll pull that one. Gotta go up more. Okay, Mike, your turn. That's it. We have leveled it. Yeah. Now, who said this was going to be easy? We got to bring in a police officer to block off the street and control traffic, turn this truck around. This is no small job. The basement work was almost done, but we still had to deal with the exterior door and the non-existent stairs outside. Johnny.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
You too.
Look at this. This is just a little depressing.
I can imagine.
I don't know why they didn't form the stairs in the first place. There's no type S. You can tell they just sprayed the liquid foundation coating over it.
What we have to do is get right down to floor level on the inside so that we can reset all this weeping tile and bring it all over to here. Gravel on it, patch the wall, drainage board, backfill. Yeah, no paraching. It's so not necessary these days, you know. The industry has really stepped up with product development. People want to use the basements. It's part of the house these days.
This job was only in a small part fixing stuff the contractor did wrong. Mostly, it was a lot of things the contractor failed to do. The worst part is that Marie and Alex had to live through that whole nightmare. But finally, it was all done and they could move back home. I actually chose to start in the backyard for a very valid reason.
I'll shoot it.
From the outside, we had to dig up the whole foundation, completely do a proper waterproofing. And Joe Umbrello, a wonderful man, he came in and he did the concrete here and also inside. We rose this whole floor 4 inches higher than the existing pad over there. We had to pour 3 new footings, one in this place, this location, that location. We had to go down 2 feet in the ground at this point. Because you remember how bad this was, didn't you?
That was just all...
We had 4 different levels of flooring in this basement.
You have a proper floor drain, you have 100% new plumbing. You must check out your contractor. You must. You must make sure they're licensed, insured, and know what they're doing and have been in the business for years. You must make sure you follow through with everything that's supposed to be done.
Seeing people actually enjoy what they're doing And what they did in a month, I feel sorry that the team had to do so much work for the faults of one man.
Wow, unbelievable. So we know that getting several quotes from a variety of contractors is the first step toward a successful renovation. But taking the lowest bidder, that is not the next step. But if you need proof, I'll show you what a bargain basement renovation looks like.
We just knew from what we saw on the outside that looked absolutely horrible that what was going to be underneath was probably going to be worse.
You see it wrong in front of you, it's definitely wrong underneath it. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're featuring basement renovations which too often become wrecked because too many people think it's the place to spend less. No renovation should be done on the cheap. It's dangerous. Tom and Rebecca had a baby on the way, and they wanted to get the basement finished so there'd be more room when their child arrived. They got about 5 to 6 quotes and settled on a contractor that put everything in writing. He also gave them a 1-year guarantee. The cost was about $15,000. Bargain, right? Wrong. Everything I saw in that basement was done wrong.
This contractor we ended up choosing stood out for us because he seemed quite professional. He put it in writing.
His quote was very detailed, and he gave us a guarantee.
And he returned our calls, and he seemed to have no problem answering questions. So he really seemed to stand out as the most professional.
I understand it, but they've got to check them out. If they don't check them out, they're just pulling at straws. That's a fine door installed over there.
Half of the doors here are used, and you can notice here that the doorknobs are actually bent in. So
These are the ones we upgraded to pay for.
Well, it swings in.
It swings both ways, actually.
With the price being so low, it doesn't surprise me to see used doors, used door handles, and totally installed incorrectly. They're never going to work. They're going to fall off. They're jams. But they're paying for a new basement with used products. I let the door go, and it moves on its own. That means the door's hung on level. Visually, I'm used to going into seeing jobs that are not that bad. This one here, right from the beginning, I can tell that we're taking it all down and doing it again.
Very nice.
So we see someone in here that's been in the business for years, but no new common sense. I love my axe. No new techniques. Whole lot of hiding things, though. Once the basement was gutted, we had a clean slate and we could finish it any way we wanted. Just because the plumbing was in one area doesn't mean we can't move it somewhere else. The trick is to think outside of the box. We now incorporate all this open concept as the room and the bathroom's at the end. We only have to come through the floor here, bring all our plumbing at the end back here. Right?
Okay, so you want the toilet over here.
Well, you have 2 choices. You come off this wall with the toilet, or you come off this wall with the toilet. Surprise me, either way.
All right. No toilet at all. They're not getting a toilet. Surprise!
The idea behind this is to show the best possible way of insulating a basement. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay 1-inch foam, not styrofoam, but foam, on the floor. We are gonna caulk every joint, we're gonna tuck tape every joint, we're gonna leave a 1/4-inch expansion around the room, and then we are gonna spray foam that expansion. When we spray foam that expansion, we're going to put up our wall, which is 2-inch foam. It is lap joints, so they overlap each other. So the whole idea is that the whole outside wall and the floor will have foam on it. So it stops anything to do with moisture buildup. We'll put the 300 dabs on the wall, stick up our piece, make sure we have that little bit in the corner. Later, we'll spray foam it. Okay. We definitely want to spray foam this area now, because we're going to come right up to the floor joists. Just to give you an example of how we get moisture in our walls, based on a theory of using a batt insulation with a 6mm vapor barrier, if you have 1 pinhole in that plastic, that pinhole can fill a cup of water in a season. If you're going to make it airtight, you better make it airtight. Now we're going to use a house wrap tape on every single joint including the inside corners. Even though we have a spray sealant, even though we have caulking, it's a double protection. We must think about, like the outside of our foundation wall, a single layer of foundation coating is not enough. A secondary membrane is always better. We're going to put down 5/8 tongue and groove plywood, and we're gonna tap onto the floor. We have a thermal break on the floor, which really helps insulation, okay? So in other words, it'll stop the cool from coming through. It's probably a third more in insulation cost, but when you look at the long run and what you get out of it, you're gonna get your money back plus in the next 10 years. Don't think about money. Think about spending money the right way. Drywall is honestly paperless. It's a different type of product on the outside and on the inside. And because there's nothing in this type of drywall that mold will feed off of, this is why we want to use it, especially in a basement. We should always think ahead. How many times do I go into a basement, we have mold galore? Because mold will feed off of paper, any live product.
Thank you.
Don't skimp on basements. Hire the contractor you know can do a good job because you've seen his other work. Pay the money that it takes to get the renovation you deserve.
Oh my God, I'm stunned.
Wow, this is great.
So we're no longer cramped in this area with 4 doors.
This
This is what opens it up, and it's the way it should be when you come down the stairs.
This looks great. Oh.
What's behind door number 1?
My God.
Wow. Oh, this looks amazing.
This is your office. Looks pretty good.
This actually looks so much bigger than it did before.
Yeah, this looks huge.
Yeah.
Everything here was wrong. And the worst part was, it was right in front of your eyes on the finishing. It was that bad. Ready?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to open it.
After you.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Wow. Oh, this is awesome.
Wow.
This is awesome.
This is the nicest bathroom in our house. If the other guy's job had looked a quarter as nice as this, I would have been happy. This is amazing. Just amazing.
We were expecting something great, and it was
This-
even better than we could have thought, really.
I can't even believe it. I've never seen a basement like this. It's perfect. It's just, you look around, everything is perfection.
Thank you very much.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you so much.
My absolute
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Oh, I think, yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Thanks very much.
Ihor and Chris bought a house with a finished basement, or so it seemed at first glance. The problem was, whoever did the work in the basement didn't have a clue on how to do it properly. In one room, we have plumbing problems, which led to electrical problems. 18 junction points in electrical. All the plumbing's wrong. And we just started.
Basements are scary places.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes, the basement episode. Basements are a great way to have extra space in the house. TV room, bathroom, office, guest room. Good contractors make the best use of space when they renovate. Bad contractors, well, they usually just do about everything wrong and make more work for the rest of us. I've seen a lot of really bad basement jobs over the past 30 years, but this story is hands down still the worst I've ever seen. It's something I always say to people. If you're gonna buy a home, I don't care if it's brand new, used, get a home inspector. Have it inspected. Make sure that there's no problems with the home. Chris and Ihor did just that.
The house looked good. Inspector didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
We thought, wow, the guy really, you know, this is a great house. Nothing was really wrong with it, right?
Okay, we've had some people in your house playing around. In the furnace room, right in the ceiling, there were 7 junction boxes. In the closet, there was a light wired with a lamp cord. Whoever did the drywall didn't even tape the seams. You know, if the inspector had done his job, he would have spotted these problems because it was right in front of his eyes. No tape in the corners, okay? We see that, it's right there, there's no tape. Somebody threw up the drywall over top, plastered the hell out of it, painted it, and called it a finished basement. My next thought is, what's behind the walls? What other shortcuts have been taken? How's the wiring, the plumbing? I knew right then, that's when we were taking this basement apart piece by piece. I got a bad feeling we're gonna get this whole basement. We found plumbing in the wall that I'm surprised there was no screws put through. Even the telephone line had a nail through it. Lovely day.
You want to tell me the bad news now? Are we going all the way with this?
Yeah. We're gonna have to get rid of the TV, the couch, all the stuff, get it out of here. We got the whole thing. Homes like this are a perfect way for my crew to learn. They see what is wrong, but they also see how to do it right. It's great because it gave me the chance to let Damon design his very first basement. In 1 hour, I want you to design this basement on paper for me.
You're kidding me.
Nope. Bathroom.
Yeah?
Total. Laundry room. Rec room. Usable space. Show me what you can do.
Done. This is a very nerve-wracking thing to do. For him to actually let me do this was very nerve-wracking to begin with, and I just hope he likes it.
Giving him the opportunity to design this himself helps me teach him on how to think ahead. That's the whole point in this business, is I have to think 10 steps ahead.
Come out of here, boys. Good luck.
59 minutes. It's helping him understand how I see things. And it really, in the long run, it teaches him. 58 minutes.
Now, this was a little bit tough because of where the stair layout is according to these pillars, so I had to really sort of think about this.
Okay, we have 2 pillars.
Right.
I don't want the pillars to stand out, so we should incorporate them into a wall space. I agree with your closet.
Right.
No access on this side, strictly here. So what you're trying to do is create open concept,
Exactly.
right? So why not put the bathroom over here?
Okay.
If that wall goes across here,
Yeah.
and our laundry room is there, and our bathroom is here. We're away from the panel. We feed 2 purposes, bathroom, laundry room, so drainage comes right in across here and ties in. So I need you to redraw this. I want you to bring the wall across here and hiding this column within the wall, bringing it down, give me a door to the furnace room and the laundry room.
Just big open space right in here.
You got it, man.
Nice.
We dug up the old clay tiles that were underneath the concrete floor because they were clogged with tree roots. All right, I'm coming. And believe me, the last thing you want to do is finish the basement and then fix the plumbing underneath. That basement was a ton of work. New electrical, new plumbing, and of course, properly taped drywall. The home inspector should have seen the signs. And if he had, Chris and Eeyore would not have bought this house thinking they had a finished basement. We know we need and want a home inspection on all the homes we buy because we're looking for a professional opinion to state, is the home good enough to buy? Is there any problems with it? The whole point to it or idea is that you have something to negotiate with for buying power.
Is this the same basement?
No.
No, my goodness.
This is incredible.
This is the bathroom.
Yeah,
This was your bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to me, we totally changed the design. We did over $100,000 worth of work. That could have been negotiating power to the homeowner.
Wonderful.
The tub, awesome.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Great. Very nice.
Very nice.
Now I don't think you're going to smell anything like bad fumes or anything like that. And you know what? It actually drains.
Yay.
We've given you everything we could give you that we should give you if it was my home without taking it down and building a new one.
Incredible.
We're never moving.
No.
Unless Mike starts building homes.
Yeah, and then we'll buy one of those.
Then we'll buy one of his.
Your home should always be the one place you feel safe and on solid ground. So you can imagine how shaky Allison and Jim felt when I told them the foundation of their century home had been seriously compromised. because he dug this trench, this earth can fall in, your foundation walls can come in, and your house can come down. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at all the problems we found in basements. As the anchor of the house, it's essential any renovations touching the basement be done right the first time. Jim and Allison bought an old farmhouse built in the late 1800s. Not long after they moved in, Allison gave birth to triplets, one of them, Annie. She was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. By the time she was 8, her parents decided to put an addition on the house so that Annie could live on the main floor.
I was really happy with how things were going. Very happy, very excited that we were finally going to get the house for Annie that we wanted.
Good morning.
How are you?
How you doing today?
Good.
How you doing?
Good to
Nice to see you, Jim. Allison. Things started out well. Work on the addition continued at a steady pace. But when they moved inside to tie the new work into the old, that's where everything ground to a halt.
They weren't coming out very much, and when they did come out, it just didn't seem like there was a lot of work being done.
Eventually, the contractor stopped even showing up, and the job remained unfinished. When I got there, I found a whole lot of problems in the old basement. Whoa.
Yeah, that's the old crawl space.
You already have some earth falling down there. To do this addition, the contractor had to take off one end of the house, including the stone foundation wall, and then tie in with the new addition. What he didn't do was fix underneath. He drove in with a tractor, creating that path, and actually didn't hold it back. So over time, that dirt will all crumble, and the foundation wall from behind it will become very weak, and eventually it'll collapse in. I brought in my foundation guy, and we discovered even more problems.
You know what? This looks awful curious because I don't think they're allowed to do this. This house was built right on Earth. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, give me a break. You tell me, Inspector, seen this?
Yeah, it looks like they've cut out a big portion of that wall there.
Oh, this is not good.
This whole corner structure of this house has been undermined. Here, this would have been the original level of the stone rubble foundation right the way around. And what happens, like I was saying, what happens, it just keeps drying out. And it becomes more or it just becomes finer and finer and finer.
We've got a major issue here. Everything just sitting on one stone. This is making me sick. Oh my God, this is a total trouble, and a whole lot of it.
So they put up two 2x8s, laminated as a beam across this area, and held it up with vertical 4x4s. Yeah, just put a piece of plastic around it so it's not touching concrete. It's not even anchored. You gotta love this. The foundation was just a disaster waiting to happen. When I explained the situation to Jim and Allison, they were floored. You see this here?
Yeah.
This is your old foundation. So as they came in, this is the new guy, as he came in and dug this trench, he's now compromised the structure here. Not to mention here, the whole thing.
I'm shocked by actually seeing what was in that hole. Because actually, when you look at it, you can see that the house isn't supported very well.
You see the outside foundation there?
Oh, yeah.
This will continue to fall. We have to pour and support all this so it doesn't fall in. This is extremely dangerous, right here. Let's go in here.
I'm shocked by how many people, like I said to Mike, have been through the house and have never said anything to us. Like, not one mention that perhaps you should fix this.
Right now, these floor joists are being held by nothing. This is, again, your major weight load. The only thing that is holding this side of the house is the small 4x4 that runs across as your top plate of the foundation wall.
Nobody said anything. I find that mind-boggling.
Can we take our cinder block right up to this point? Or even up maybe one more?
Yep.
And then pour concrete on top of this?
Yep.
Drive it in? Bring it over to that wall?
Yep. Actually, that would make it very, very strong. Have two 90-degree corners there, Mike. This outside corner and that inside corner. I think we get all of this lowered down to about here, Mike. Like I said, about 30 inches from the bottom of this joist.
So we should get an assembly line and just start digging?
That's what we'll do, yep.
Approximately 2,500 pails of dirt later, the blocks were laid and the benching system looked great.
This is perfect. Just kind of excited about it myself. They're going to have some nice space down here that you can use.
I'm really impressed.
Beautiful.
Take one thing off our plates is fantastic. I'm telling you, it's fantastic not to have to, worry at night, how are we going to get all this stuff done that needs to be done? And why wasn't it done in the first place? Thanks, Mike.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you.
I just hope you feel better. You don't worry about anything anymore, okay? And if you need anything, call me. Imagine, a year after Lisa and Simon's basement reno began, it wasn't even close to done. They had already paid the contractor over $25,000, and to add to the stress, now there was a baby on the way.
1 year to build, an hour to take down. We want to be able to get on with our lives and live normally.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes and the best of the worst basement renos. Everyone's got a wish list for the basement, a pool table, a sauna, a better design, but the most common reason is to add a room for a growing family. Simon and Lisa planned way ahead. We're gonna have the baby down the road. Let's finish the basement. Have everything done when the baby comes. It's a real windy day today.
We were at the home show, we came across this company, they seemed to have all the right credentials, they were very good at talking the job up and what they'd done, and they'd been in the business a long time.
The local home show is where a lot of people go to shop for a contractor. And it's really hard not to resist a big company who makes big promises and says what every homeowner wants to hear. Hello, Simon.
Come
Lisa,
on in.
a pleasure to meet you.
They said 4 to 6 weeks was what it was going to take to do the project, and that they would start approximately mid-May.
A year later, from starting the job, what do we have done? We have rough-in, carpentry, studded walls. We have electrical, rough-in. We have plumbing, rough-in. No finished basement, baby on the way. Okay, let's take a walk around. How much have you paid this contractor so far?
$27,000 plus.
Here they are, a year. A year, imagine that. Hiring someone, giving them $28,000, and all you've got is crap that's not finished. Let's take a real good look at this. Here's the bathroom. We don't do this. This is our ventilation. They've cut into the stud like this. At least they put up a plate, but I hate that because it's not the proper plate. And that's so nobody can pierce that with a screw. Although a drywall screw will pierce it. It's supposed to let you know there's something there, right? But because they cut the studding like that, there's not a lot within that to be strong. Everything needs to be nailing edges, right? So it's all structures tied in. We wonder why all our corners crack. It's because of slop work just like this. We're venting, we now go up, we go over, and we come back down. You can't do that. What the hell is this? We have bulkheads, let's run it through the bulkhead, let's bring it back in, let's tie it down in low. It's all the things I see. Why are my pipes banging? They're not secured, right? They're not properly secured at all. Electrical, look at this, I just saw this. We have a junction point here. They were gonna hide this, because you're gonna drywall this, right? The framing is completely driving me nuts. See the corner there? We're gonna fix that with corner bead? Drywall screws. This is not at all good enough to hold your drywall. I didn't even pull hard on that. Bit by bit, we're gonna see problem after problem arising here. There's one really good point here. They didn't go any further.
And we're worried about the future in terms of our baby and the safety. We want to make sure that the house is ready to be lived in, and then it's okay for her.
For me, it's simple. I'm gonna take it all down, I'm gonna investigate, I'm gonna put it back together, I'm gonna make it right. Clean it up, pull the studs down. We're not gonna wreck the place. Let's cut them out, drill them out, do whatever we do, see if we can reuse them.
No nails at all in this one.
These are the things that drive me nuts. We got a nice wire hanging from the box. It's live. Where does that go? Let's look up in here. Be very careful because everything is live. It's right there. Shut the breaker off. Safety. See this? Copper does not touch steel. Why? Copper and steel do not get along. It's also grounding the house, which now grounds that beam. Everything they did was either wrong, poorly done, or just downright dangerous. And if you open up a wall like the contractor to put in a steel beam, you need to have it approved. Since there's no way I'm trusting any of this guy's work, I called in an engineer to check it out. We did a test hole at this location to determine what type of footing is under this post. He did not like it. So he said, it's got to be done again. So surprised, but it's not a surprise. Did we find anything right in here? No. Did we find lots wrong? Yes. Start studying here. I want you to be at least 1.5 inches, okay? So get your bottom plate in, get your top plate in, stand in your studs, and don't tag them in until you're level. While we were working on that footing, it started to rain, and we discovered a leak in the foundation. There's no way we were going to finish that basement without confirming where the water was coming from. Where do you think the water's? Well, we see a crack right here. That could be one little minor source, not major.
There's another little crack that we found right in this area here as well.
Oh, okay. Starting here. Yeah. Works its way down. It's obvious because this is where the old pipes came in the wall. Through the mortar, continues, because once it starts cracking on the foundation wall, it usually doesn't stop. We can see it running down, right down to the bottom.
We're gonna pull them both right out of the wall anyways and repair the hole that they put through the wall with these.
If you have a foundation leak or a crack, the only way to fix it properly, honestly, is from the outside. Just think about the work and the cost to tear apart a new, renovated basement because the foundation started to leak again. This is a big company that claims to be professional, that took a year to the point where she's almost having the baby. That's why we're here. That's why we're working day and night to get it done, cleaned up before the baby comes in. After you.
Oh wow.
As you can tell, we fixed up here and painted the walls.
Wow. This looks amazing.
Wow, you just started. I feel good.
Wow.
This is brilliant.
This is stunning.
Let's start over here. You know, last time I brought you in, we saw a lot of problems. Okay, we did a few things like moving, broke a whole lot of concrete in the floor, rerouted all your drainage.
You expect, to be honest and have someone tell you what's expected and to have that follow through. And then when that doesn't happen, it kind of destroys any kind of trust you have in others. Even though they're well-intentioned, you look at things a lot differently.
After you.
Oh, wow. This is great.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
I thought it was important to turn your bathroom where the window is. Right. It just kind of makes sense to me. So we frosted your windows. You see that? Which means now you can go in there and have a shower.
We would be in a real mess, and I don't know if we could get out of the hole we were in without Mike. It was chaotic, and we're very lucky, very happy.
Yeah. Basements can seem like a place where you can get a lot by spending a little. That couldn't be further from the truth. I've always said, if you want to make it right, spend your money right. You'll end up in a much better place financially and emotionally. And hey, you'll have a nice basement. Did a great job.
You too. Thanks.
Right. Great job.
Thanks, buddy.
Great job. Did you cut your hand?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a team, you know that? It's the team. Welcome to the best of Homes on Homes. Chris and Ehor followed the advice I'm always giving. Before you buy a house, get it inspected. Have someone inspect the electrical, plumbing, the HVAC, and give you an idea of past problems and potential future concerns. How did Chris and Ehor know that when the inspector gave the house a passing grade, they shouldn't have trusted it?
It was clean. It was a nice area. The house looked good. Inspector didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Inspection reports are based on what an inspector can see in plain sight. I mean, it's obvious they can't take down the drywall, but when they miss stuff right in front of their eyes, in this case, there was electrical work right in plain view that was wrong. Okay, we've had some people in your house playing around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 junction points right here. You were told right out that everything was fine. Electrical was fine, plumbing was fine, not an issue, that it wouldn't cost money to fix. Let me guess.
Absolutely, that's exactly what was told to us.
What's the sense of bringing in a home inspector if they don't give you the right information? What the inspector should have said was, those junction boxes are accessible, but there are 7 of them in this small area. So you have to wonder, 1, what's behind the walls? 2, was the electrical work done by a licensed electrician? How about 3, did they have a permit?
Can we show you the lights before you leave?
What lights?
The pot lights, the problems with the pot lights.
Sure.
Electricity pops out a lot, right?
Yeah, we get breakers.
I don't know how to explain that, but you know what I mean? You're up here, no, we have to go down there and flip the electricity. The pot lights come on and off mysteriously, and there's a one pot light that burns out bulbs all the time, regardless of wattage. So, and that's that one right there. Plus, under the stairs, there's a halogen light that, it's where the kids play, and it falls out and hangs and...
We have a receptacle box, punched a hole into the ceiling, a cord plugged in. Okay, I wouldn't like the kids playing with this. Look at this, we even have an on-off here.
The problem is, you don't know who the inspector is. I mean, he might be someone who took a 6-week training course.
Was any of this talked about, like this box hanging down like this when the extension cord plugged in?
No. They might not be qualified to be doing that kind of job.
I doubt whoever did the wiring was qualified or that there was even a permit pulled. For Chris and Ehor's safety, why fix the lighting without even knowing what other electrical problems were behind the walls? The basement had to be torn out.
One, 2, 3, 5 more over here. 5 more over here? 8. We have 8 junction boxes in this one little, what is this? Roughly 8 by 10 room.
That is totally unacceptable. Totally.
What they filled it with plastic. Is that a plate on there? It is a plate, eh? It's live. It's live?
I've never in my life seen so many junctions in one room. Oh, did you find another junction?
Yep. You're right. Didn't even see it yet. And another one here.
Like, look at the spaghetti factory.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
How did they even figure out how to tie you in? I swear to God, somebody's come in, wired it, and went, let's see if it works. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers.
Well, look at this. They even took the side off because they couldn't fit any more in through the actual holes they give you.
Side.
And they came in the side just to add more to it. That's unreal.
How would a home inspector not imagine this? You see it, we're in front of your eyes. What's where you can't see it? Look around. Look around. Look at the way things are done. Odds are there's electrical hidden in here, and I'd put my money on it, is what I'd say. It was a good thing I tore the walls out because we found so many junction points that were hidden, not allowed. Lamp cords wiring lights. All kinds of wires had nails and screws through them. I'm surprised the house didn't light on fire.
Use your head. What's the matter with this guy? It's inexcusable. I can't even fix it. I think that if an electrical inspector was to walk through, he'd take one walk down, start looking. The minute he'd see all these junction boxes with all the wrong connectors being used, he'd walk right back out. I have never seen this many junction boxes in a basement till this day. I'm just overwhelmed with all the other stuff. I'm allowed to say stuff. I can't say what I want to say. Hey, look, there's already a fire that's broke out in there. You can see all the corroded lines in there. I'm inspecting a home fire just waiting to happen. Can I retire after this one?
Can I get you a beer? Can we go for a beer?
Please? Two.
Let's go for a beer.
Something strong?
Let's go watch the line then.
Strong.
Let's go for a beer. Frank eventually calmed down, but we both knew this house needed a full rewire.
Oh, looky here. I guess this is where they put all the scrap drywall.
The junction boxes were a big hint that there were more serious problems behind the wall. Obviously expensive and extensive. On the bright side, the problems were discovered before any disaster occurred. We've given you everything we could give you that we should give you if it was my home, without taking it down and building a new one.
Incredible. But it looked so good, Mike, remember? It didn't look bad, you're right. But upon further inspection, like, because a person like me would look around and say, it looks normal. right? That's why you pay somebody to tell you if it's good or bad.
Well, welcome to my world of illusions.
Yeah.
What looks good doesn't mean it is.
Mike went all the way. He doesn't stop, right? He takes care of everything, and that's what's wonderful about it. And it's safe. It's safe and comfortable, like a home should be.
Some people think a basement renovation is a good place to save money, but you're about to see proof that usually you get what you pay for. We had hidden junction points in the ceiling, probably 7 junction points electrically that you are not allowed to do. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes, featuring renovations with the most unbelievably bad electrical jobs I've ever seen. We're calling this episode Shockingly Bad. I've always said doing a renovation takes work. Check your contractors out. Ask them, are they licensed? Are they insured? Get references. And oh yeah, go see their work. Make sure you get permits. Permits mean inspections. Inspections mean accountability. If you're still not convinced, maybe Tom and Rebecca's story will help. Tom and Rebecca wanted to finish the basement because they got a baby on the way. They get a bunch of quotes, all around $15,000, which is not really a lot of money to do a basement, but they still choose the lowest price. Tom.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Rebecca.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Come on in.
Come on
I
in.
hear we have some basement problems. They hired a contractor based on claims that his company specialized in basements. He gave them a detailed quote in writing and a 1-year guarantee. Nice. Sounded good to them, so they didn't even bother to check them out. As soon as the job started, there were red flags everywhere.
The only time we saw him was in the morning. He would come and he had the access code for the house, so he would let himself in and he would let these 3 workers in. And interestingly, when we looked at the invoice of where our money had gone, we were able to figure out that the 3 workers were making less than minimum wage.
It's a variation of the old bait and switch. Slick contractors impress the clients and gets the job. Then the workers come in to do the reno and they look like students. At that point, Tom and Rebecca should have put a stop to all the work.
And we didn't really know there was major problems because they put the drywall up and everything looked okay. It's only when they started doing the finish, when they started doing the plaster of the wall, that we could see what a horrible job the finish was.
If the finish is horrible, and it was, what about the work behind the walls? Who did the wiring? A licensed electrician? I doubt it. We can tell that the electrical was not done to code. That's got to be clipped. It should have been drilled up higher here and clipped near the box, meaning just a staple holding the wire. Stationary, not like this. Well, we see an awful lot of receptacles.
Yes.
I think people complain they don't get enough.
Yeah.
Look at this. Every single one of them are poorly done. Is there any problems in this room?
We're trying not to use the washer and dryer because we have some concerns because in other rooms in the house, when we plug things in, it sparks and sometimes the power cuts out. We are expecting a baby, and with the outlets sparking and that kind of thing, I got really worried that the house isn't safe. We actually didn't want the laundry room here. We wanted this to be an office or a guest room, but the contractor said we had to have it here because this is where it already existed.
I guess you didn't want to get a permit.
No.
Did you have a permit?
No, we didn't have a permit.
No permits means the job is usually not done right and it would never pass an inspection. Permits protect the homeowner. They help ensure that the jobs are done to code and that the house is safe. Outlets that spark? Come on.
My main hope is just to know that it's safe and that we're going to be able to enjoy the basement knowing that it's not a fire hazard and that we don't need to be worried about our safety or the baby.
I have to completely gut this basement. You do know that.
We're hoping that's what you're going to say.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. We have a totally illegal junction, not only close, not even close to being done right. All loose wires, we can see, I just hit that and it actually just shut off the light in there. This was hidden. On all the electrical, do you see any staples anywhere? Do you see any staples at all? Mark, have you found any?
No, I haven't found one.
And this is code. As a matter of fact, it is code B. What is it?
12 inches.
That's what I thought.
Away from the box, yeah.
Why? Because in case somebody pulls this by accident, it doesn't create a short.
That's a disaster.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's here. You're only allowed 12 per circuit. We got to see this. An extension cord buried in the wall. There's all kinds of cables up there. What the hell's up there?
Well, Mark thinks that might be the stove.
It is no, it's the fireplace.
It is, yeah.
There's the fireplace right there. So we have an extension cord. At least you can get to it from the fireplace. That's still not the way we do things. When I was talking to a homeowner, they were turning on switches upstairs and lights were flickering everywhere, so they've really tampered with the electrical here. We're gonna have to determine what they've done. It'll be a lot easier when we get everything down. But why do you think that would happen? Why would lights flicker?
Loose neutral. Well, we've seen it in the washroom.
Right.
How the connection was loose. Could be the same thing. And a switch, they probably tapped off of the
An
basement.
upstairs line.
Yes. In terms of their breaker tripping, they double fed the circuit somewhere. So while the switch is on, once they turn on that other switch, it blows the circuit, which is also popping their main. So it's a pretty big dead short.
So we have an illegal junction point over the doorway. We have another illegal junction point here, another point here. Too many visible junction boxes are often a clue that there's an electrical problem. It can mean that someone, probably not a licensed electrician, tapped into existing wiring and possibly overloaded the circuit. Overloaded circuits, they're a fire hazard.
In the contract, he specified that he wouldn't tap into any old electrical lines. He would create all new lines. And he specified he wouldn't hire any subcontractors. He put things such as he would put a special GFI outlet in the bathroom, just numerous things that he put in writing but didn't fulfill.
And you're gonna have to break open upstairs to get to the line to run a new line where? Direct?
Yeah.
Problem being is the two junction points here were the lines upstairs in the wall, the receptacles. So in order to eliminate this so we can drywall it, we don't have to have an access panel to get to it, we've got to now go upstairs, break the wall, pull out the line, run a whole new line to the panel, or at least to an area that is accessible, such as the furnace room. Okay, do what you gotta do. Try not to do too much damage.
All right.
We'll fix it. Two pot lights, receptacles. More than likely, this will be a TV wall, I'm going to assume, so we'll set up for that later with cable. I'll run a cable line through just in case for the future.
I can do that for you, too.
We are going to have the laundry room in this location here, so we're going to need everything to do with the laundry setup and go over with Dan how we're going to do this. I believe the dryer's right here. The washing machine's there. That way we can vent directly up and out.
And the other thing I'll do is I'll keep the lighting on one circuit. It plugs on another circuit.
I like that. If you blow the receptacle, you have light.
Exactly.
This is a big mistake when they tie the lights in the receptacles. You blow the light and you're in the dark.
Yeah. Plus, also, if you plug something in that's drawing a lot, your lights aren't going to dim.
Right. You know he's going to insulate. He's got his shirt buttoned right up to his neck. He's got his sleeves taped to his arm. I don't want insulation under my shirt. I love it. Whenever there's insulation, special pot lights are needed. The lamps are set in the metal box with a thermal switch inside, so if they overheat, they shut off automatically. Perfect. You know, you stand here and you look down and they're on the money. Describe the line, be precise on it as much as possible. The cleaner we are to it, the better. And let's also take a measurement of these areas and do not hit it. Always keep visual of what's there, plumbing, electrical, where you can't put a screw. Whenever you're renovating, including a basement, fight the urge to get a deal, please. It scares me seeing basement jobs like these, knowing the house could easily have burned down. Don't take the lowest bid. Don't trust your contractor's quote. See his work for yourself. Insist on the permits and pay what it takes to get a professional job done. If it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. When a bad tenant with a green thumb wants to hide how much power he's using, the electrical work is not only creative, it's potentially lethal. We got some real champions here to know exactly what they're doing. I've never before seen a cord hole. Look how they tied into that. They just tapped right into the line. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We've collected highlights of some of the worst electrical jobs we've seen in more than 100 episodes. Usually when people rent a house as an income property, they can expect some minor repairs when tenants move out. But what if the police haul them out and you discover your house was housing plants and not people? That's what happened to Lisa, who was devastated to learn her rental property had become a marijuana grow-op. Normally, I'm used to doing a lot of fixing from bad contractors, guys that don't care, leave the homeowner high and dry. In this case, Lisa actually rented out her home to someone that she thought was good people.
They just seemed like a very hardworking family, and I signed the lease, and I kind of just relaxed.
Sounded good, they looked good. They were living here for a couple of years, but they turned the house into a grow house. They were growing more than just flowers.
I got a phone call from my son, and he said they were using the house for a marijuana grow-up.
Mike, hi.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
How you doing?
So I turned to my daughter, I said, well, I guess they probably have a few plants in the house, and what's the big deal?
Lisa was about to learn how grow-ops avoid discovery. They cut holes in the garage walls to get in and out of the house to be unseen. They cut holes in the floors to run ductwork throughout the house and send exhausts up the chimney. They drill holes everywhere to run wiring for the lights and even to steal electricity from the grid. To top it off, the house had to be quarantined until all this could be fixed. What is this?
Well,
Coming in. What do I see? 5 orders on the door from the government. Oh, they were fast, weren't they? Can't go in the house or stay in the house or sleep in the house due to structural issues. Can't go in the house, sleep in the house, stay in the house, no hydro. I guess they left some behind, eh?
Yes.
Wow. Can't go in the house, stay in the house, sleep in the house because the furnace is not hooked up properly, mean off gases. Everything needs to be fixed. Chips, wine, crackers.
Yeah, they were celebrating.
They were celebrating? Either that or they had the munchies. The grow-up had also left some other damage. A single marijuana plant puts out about 1/2 liter of moisture into the air every day. The house had 500 plants, so it was like a sauna in there. No doubt we were gonna find mold. But for the stolen electricity, ironically, the wiring job done here was top-notch, as good as any electrician I know. Look how neat this is. All on timers, everything's scheduled to go on and off when they want it to. More lines run. Look at this. Oh, they have a sub-panel there. Okay. Here's where they tapped in. Look at this. They cored an 8-inch hole. Missed on the first one, came back up, hit the second one. And how did they tap? Oh, they tapped in right there. Are you kidding me? Okay, so they can't have anyone see how much electricity they're actually using. It's a dead giveaway to the power company, who then calls the cops, and boom, the jig is up. So the bad guys have to bypass the house meter, which means they have to get to the main power line. That's serious power, serious live power, and very dangerous work. Stories I've heard, they take a jackhammer and break this whole wall, which is why the building inspectors say, they're worried about the integrity of structure. These guys cored a hole and worked on that. I don't believe that. That's just pure raw power. I'm surprised they didn't get killed. Okay, a house full of holes, mold, structural problems, and now our electrician Frank tells me there could be an even bigger problem for the homeowner.
The main lines here that are coming in and they're tapped from the hydro outside, that will be fixed from the local utility. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that depending how the bills were set up on this home, if the bills were set up under the homeowner's name, their charge may end up being between $30,000 to $40,000.
What?
For what? I kid you not. For the stolen power.
You're kidding? It's like a fine?
Yep. It all depends, because someone's gonna have to pay for the power that's been stolen.
So the problem list now includes electrical, structural, and we've just added financial if Lisa's going to face fines from the electrical company. There's mold in every bedroom, and to top it all off, we find asbestos in the drywall compound. Our abatement team had to come in and remove all the ceilings and the bottom half of the drywall. Then they used dry ice to remove the mold that was up in the attic. And then Frank had more bad news for me. A mix of aluminum and copper wire in the electrical work. Do we really got to rewire the whole house? I did see some copper in here, so we have half and half, don't we?
Yes, there is a mixture in here. But we have enough open. It doesn't make sense not to rewire it at this point. We can run the arc faults and do this properly and get rid of the aluminum. We're here.
Okay, rewire it.
Okay. All the outside walls, there's no poly. So we're gonna have a poly on all the boxes. Give me a few 1104s, because on some of the walls, they don't have plugs where they should. So I'll spread them. You guys start putting them up. We're gonna end up getting all the aluminum out, and we're gonna replace all with copper lines throughout the home. Adding receptacles where they should be. On the outside walls, there wasn't any. We're adding vapor barrier. For some reason, there wasn't any vapor barrier around the outside boxes. So we're gonna make sure that the vapor barrier is there and get it all done properly.
Hydro's losing a ton of money due to grow-ops.
A lot, and we have no real way of knowing exactly how much, because there's so many out there that we don't know. Because of this situation that we've got right here, there's no way to detect it.
In this case, we saw 7 60-amp breakers on a 200-amp panel. That would be a lot of power they'd be using, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they could be using anywhere from 100 kilowatt hours a day to 700 kilowatt hours a day in a place like this. Normal home uses 45 in this area.
Wow, I had no idea it was this bad. No idea at all. What Lisa didn't think was a big deal added up to about $100,000 worth of work. Asbestos and mold abatement, new drywall, attic insulation, new hardwood floors and carpeting, trim and paint, and of course, a complete new electrical job. Definitely a big deal. One of the most terrifying thoughts any homeowner can imagine is knowing they have live wires unprotected behind their finished walls.
The Berry Junction is live.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. This episode is all about electrical work, and after more than 100 episodes, I'm still surprised by these stories. Here's a homeowner who saved up in order to put good money into a reno done right. Jeremy buys a beautiful little bungalow. Nice area, quiet, we hear the birds going, springtime, I love it. You know, pool in the backyard, great little tiny home. Jeremy.
Mike.
How are you, man?
Good.
It's a nice little old house, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy wanted a new kitchen. He got 4 to 5 estimates and chose a well-known contractor who quoted $35,000.
And I asked everybody to do a gut, you know, what I called a gut, which to me is going down to the bare bones.
Did they?
And start over. No, they did not. One of the walls has a plywood along the entire base of the wall. And I told them I wanted that ripped out and drywalled. Even though it's behind cabinets, I still wanted it done right. And I was a little also concerned with some of the electrical work that was in that piece of plywood. They kept telling me, yeah, we'll remove it. In fact, I did a change order where I specifically said, remove it.
They did the exact opposite. They tiled right over the old floor, despite promising to remove it. They drywalled over an existing window, even though Jeremy had insisted they remove it. Finally, Jeremy had enough.
I really lost it. I sent email to the owner. I told them that I didn't want them coming back to the house, that I was going to turn my alarm on if they came in, you know, using my key, that I'd have the police show up. I was just really upset. It's what's underneath that worries me. Yeah. Like, it's easy to make it look good on the outside, but, you know, am I going to have to rip it out in 2 years to fix everything that's wrong underneath?
That's why it should have been ripped out in the first place. Look at this. It brings the electrical through where the drywall is. Totally unacceptable. What if you put a screw through that? These are actually designed for homeowners, do it yourself, that they put these against the bottom and then you plug it in a receptacle. But what they did was they cut the plug line and attached an electrical line to it. Not very smart, not acceptable, not allowed. Why didn't they just plug it in? That's live. Mine picked it up. Mine picked it up. Your battery might be dead. See?
Nice.
Buggers. It's a plastic bag. A small plastic when it burns. Amazing how stories tell, eh, when you open things up. Why do we open them up? Well, one, to take a look. So as I open it up, and this is the reason that I keep preaching to the world, open it up, and it's what you wanted. You know, you said, I'm paying for this, I want it opened up, and they believed that they didn't have to. Let me show you a few reasons why I want it opened up.
Sure.
They close off the ductwork, nothing but cold air comes in there, cold meets hot, what happens? Condensation.
That's right to the outside too, right?
That's right to the outside. So they didn't even put insulation in there. We now see old electrical. We're pinched off. They actually pinched the old electrical with the ductwork by trying to fold it back in. You can see how tight it is against that electrical line. And you can see, even from years ago, that the old knob and tube actually did burn some of the wood. So it is a scare when it's not used properly. It's usually because people overload those lines. We will pull the knob and tube. We open it up, what do we find? Many things wrong, not just from this contractor, but from the years behind it. That's why you got it. I am so sick of seeing this. How many times do I look around and I see junction points hidden in the floor everywhere? But you now have the ability to go after contractors, homeowners, doesn't matter who they are, if they don't get a permit and the job is done wrong, right?
That's correct.
So we have a new force here.
We have a new force here. We're actually enforcing the Electricity Act, and we can actually go after contractors who've done work illegally. Also, people who've not taken out permits with the Electrical Safety Authority. We're going after them, and we're actually getting our convictions, and it's been very effective.
What's the fine? 5,000, 10,000? Like we're saying
up to $50,000. We get our convictions. Of course, it depends on the severity of the situation. It'll vary, but it's up to $50,000 fines.
Now that is good news. I've always been saying we need more teeth to go after the contractors who leave behind messes like this. With wiring, it's not just about making life difficult for the homeowner and the next contractor who goes in to clean up. It's about dangerous fire hazards. Houses can burn down because of bad wiring. So with licensed electricians, permits, and the proper materials, we made it right, and Jeremy got the kitchen he should have had in the first place. Electricity bills are not the homeowner's best friend, especially as they seem to get higher every year. Technology, though, is improving to the point where it can reduce the power consumption of a house by up to 90%. So if we do this right, we don't use too much electricity during the day, it will feed back to the grid, and odds are you have a zero electrical cost at the end of the month.
I think you'll be real close to zero with this house.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes, the shockingly bad edition. We're showing highlights of renovations dealing with electrical work, but this case is unusual. Everyone needs power, whether you live on an island or even the mainland. We got to keep the lights on, and we have to learn to be creative about it, generating it and conserving it. When a natural disaster hits, electricity is usually the first utility to go. When we had the chance to be part of rebuilding a high-risk community, increasing independent power production was a high priority. New Orleans, Louisiana, world famous for Mardi Gras and being the birthplace of jazz music. But not so long ago, it made headlines for being underwater. Hurricane Katrina slammed into the Gulf Coast and a 15-foot storm surge made its way up the Industrial Canal, flooding New Orleans. Over 1,000 people died and over 250,000 homes were destroyed. The hardest hit area was the lower 9th Ward. 3 years later, not much had been repaired. The concrete porches and the wrought iron railings were the only reminders of homes that had been there for decades. And I knew we had to get involved and help make it right. 10 weeks after we arrived in New Orleans, we were finally putting the finishing touches on one of the first homes built in the lower 9th Ward. Most of this neighborhood is below sea level, so even though the storm walls are being rebuilt, I wanted to build a house that would never wash away, even if another Katrina hit and the water rushed in again. Building the house on 8-foot pillars would do just that. The second consideration was energy efficiency. New Orleans gets extreme weather, and we didn't want the homeowners facing big utility bills. We put in geothermal heating and cooling. It uses less energy, so it's less expensive. We backed that up by insulating with a closed-cell spray foam to keep the cool in and the heat out. But the biggest money saver would come from solar energy technology.
These are evergreen solar panels. Each one puts out 180 watts. We have a total of 20 panels in this system.
Will it feed back to the grid?
It will feed back to the grid.
So if we do this right and we don't use too much electricity during the day, it will feed back to the grid, and odds are you have a zero electrical cost at the end of the month.
I think you'll be real close to zero with this house.
Yeah, I like that. And I think Lori is going to love that.
With all of the energy efficiency measures and the building techniques and appliances in this home and the solar combined, this home is going to use 85 to 90% less energy than a modern code-built American home.
Wow, that is awesome. I love seeing solar power catching on to even small portable uses, from garden lights to smartphone chargers. And if you're not in the market for solar panels, then buy efficient appliances and light bulbs. Take the light bulb. 700 to 1,000 hours of light was standard for an incandescent traditional bulb. LEDs can last 10 times that, using over 90% less power. After that, we all have to be more creative. When you see where Anne spends her summers, you'll see why creative problem solving became a big part of this job.
I first came to this island when I was 8 years old. My son grew up here and my daughter, and they both love it. My grandchildren are loving it. My cottage is called a place of friends, so I have some wonderful, wonderful memories.
One not so pleasant memory for Anne was having her knee give out when she was in the shower. With no grab bar there, she fell, leaving her in terrible pain.
I couldn't move, I couldn't get up. The shower was so small and tiny. I'm sure it was 4 hours, like it seemed like forever anyways, but I know it was a long time.
After an operation to correct her knee problem, Anne knew that installing a safety bar was reason enough to redo her bathroom. She hired a friend's son to do the work, but he didn't know what he was doing, and Anne was left with an unfinished bathroom and still no safety bar. So he's made a custom shower. He hasn't finished, or is he finished?
No, he was let go.
He was let go. You fired his butt.
Yes.
Good for you. How much did he charge you, by the way?
But up until this point, it was $10,000.
There is no way that the contractor did $10,000 worth of work, but we were more than happy to rip out the mess and give Anne the bathroom she deserved. But as we spent time there and seeing Anne's walking was still shaky after the operation, I was seeing some definite safety hazards with the ramp from the dock. I decided to take advantage of us being there and bring it up to code and making it safer for Anne. I think the rail should be on this side. This is the dangerous side. Right. That side is like there's nothing to fall to, right? Here you can fall down, especially her can slip and fall right into the water.
Right.
Maybe we can do one here and one here, right? I wanted to put in some LED lights in the floor, 2 in each board as we go down, 10 on each side, 20 in total, because we can put 20 on one driver. But these are unique lights. They're very small. They're like a little puck light that goes down into the floor. So what it's going to do is whoever comes in here at nighttime can see the path they're going to take as they come up. Think of a plane landing. It's a landing strip. Why LED lights over traditional incandescent bulbs? Being compact, we can install them flush into the decking face. They use a lot less energy and they last longer, so money saved there. And lasting almost 10 times longer, we don't keep Anne running to the store buying light bulbs every month.
Nothing like laying down on the job. Get up. These are known as Scotch locks in the industry, and basically there's actual little connectors inside there that when we squeeze this, the little teeth grab a hold of the wire and it makes a very good connection. Plus they're silicone filled, so that nothing will be able to get in and interrupt that connection.
One thing I love about LED, not only are we environmentally friendly, thinking about using less energy, I think the major pro to this, Frank,
it lasts.
Mosquitoes don't see LED lights. Did you know that? Just perfect. When all the work was finished, we brought Anne home. She loved her new bathroom, but she was especially grateful for the new dock lighting.
Oh my gosh.
These are LED lights. They do not require a lot of power. And I just, right now it's on remote, and we can put it on with your timer of your other lights. I just wanted to surprise you with it.
Yeah, it's huge.
Does it look like a runway?
Oh, does it ever look like a runway?
That'll keep you on track, eh?
That's for sure. Do you know the difference that those lights will make instead of those other ones that fall over all the time and break? And oh my gosh, that is unbelievable.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but if you're dealing with a contractor who doesn't get permits, you've got someone who doesn't want to be accountable to anyone. He yelled at you.
All the time.
And you didn't kick his butt out of this house?
Because he threatened to lien.
He's threatened to lien. He's threatening a lien on a job he did not get permits on? Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at all the electrical problems left behind from contractors who didn't want to take time to do things right. In this case, as we've seen in others, when you allow a job to be done without permits or allow a contractor to talk you into not getting permits, you're automatically putting yourself at risk. Permits mean inspections and a pretty small price to pay for making sure the job is done right. Julie and Joe bought this house. It's a fairly new home, a few years ago. They need another room. So they call in a contractor, and contractor says, because they were looking at, can we put a room in the attic? Contractor says, absolutely yes.
Hello.
Julie, nice to see you again. Joe?
Nice to see you.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
We just wanted a room, a nice, structurally sound room, something that's not going to be the danger of anybody or fear of falling or, you know, that's going to ruin our house.
We want it done right.
Yeah.
Do we have permits?
No.
He said it would be an extra $5,000 to get a permit done. We will give you drawings, but no permits.
Permits cost a few $100s, not thousands. If a contractor doesn't want permits, it means he doesn't want to use professionals to do the work. As soon as I looked at this attic, it was clear this was not the work of pros. Holy crap. And look at all the electrical cut-ins.
He told us he was going to get us a certified electrician to come in and do all the electrical. The worker from the day before did the electrical. And I said, are you a certified electrician? And he said, no. He said, I just dabble in it every once in a while. I'm thinking, okay.
Julie and Joe knew they were facing trouble with this contractor, but felt they were already in too deep. Clearly, the work wasn't being done by professionals, which is so unbelievably dangerous when dealing with electricity.
So he hooked up all the electrical. It took them weeks to hook up the electrical. And it's a complete mess up there. There's those boxes everywhere, and it's just a mess. Nothing works.
The building code says each electrical circuit can have a total of 12 devices on one circuit. That's receptacles, lights, etc. Any more than this is considered an overload. Here, the contractor tapped into existing lines rather than running new ones. Soon as I saw that, I knew the circuits were overloaded and that it all had to come out. I decided to take it apart from the outside in. It didn't take long after removing the drywall to find even more wiring problems.
What do you see?
Did you cut that line?
Nope. Which one?
These two.
Nope, they were there. They were just pushed up into the insulation like that.
Well, how the hell were they going to tie into that later?
I have no idea. Oh my God.
Can you imagine bringing an electrician saying, the wires are run, but where is the junction to tie in? This one's completely hidden, and it's live. When we removed the floor, we found even more. Look at the electrical. Junction point, that's 2. Junction point, that's 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This side alone. We obviously see more over there. Every single existing line has been tapped into. Every single one of these will have to be traced down, put back the way it was. Frank's gonna have a herring. As soon as I get the roof cut and finished, I'm gonna start opening it up, and then we can coordinate with you, hopefully, to determine what they've tied into. You're gonna love the way they did the pot lights in the ceiling down here. We had some proper pot lights with housing, and then the other pot lights, no housing. There's only 2 with housing. So we had all the installation in with retrofits.
It clearly says it right on the retrofit pot light that within 3 inches of insulation, don't use it.
Well, that was
clearly says it.
Piled right over it.
Yeah, well, nice little fire hazard. They had receptacles coming off of the lighting circuit, which is 100% incorrect. They need to be arc fault protected since it's going to be used as a bedroom. So we're just going to be pulling out whatever we have and just rerunning it brand new.
Arc fault circuit breakers are relatively new to the building code. In bedrooms, quite often, there is an outlet behind the bed or the night table, usually for plugging in lamps and clock radios. If the bed is constantly pushing against that plug, there's a chance it could create an arc or a spark, and that could lead to a fire. The arc fault breaker shuts off the circuit before that can even happen. In the end, we did a complete rewire to the attic and to the new bedroom addition. We also had to rewire all the main floor lines that had been tapped into previously. We finished the addition and gave Julie and Joe the new bedroom they wanted. It would have been easier if they hired a contractor who insisted on permits. And for a few extra dollars it would cost, isn't it worth it?
Oh my God.
A little bigger, eh?
You could say it's a little bigger, yes.
It's huge. He saved us, he saved our house, and he saved our family. If it wasn't for him, we would have had to put all our money back into this house to get it even back to where it was before we did the renovation. And we wouldn't have never been able to afford to adopt. So because of Mike and Homes on Homes, we have a second child.
I'm done?
I think you're done. Unless you want, I can't thank you enough. I really can't thank you enough.
You're welcome, sir. And you're welcome. My goodness. For me, it's heartbreaking to see people get taken by contractors who take the shortcuts. Sure, your contractor can tell you he doesn't need permits, but where will he be when you need to call the fire department? Take electricity seriously. Hire people who think the same way and back it up by getting permits. It's worth it. Worth the money, worth the security. And when you can, learn about new ways to use less electricity in your home. It's an easy guarantee to paying smaller bills, and how many guarantees are there in life? Good job, guys. I'm buying. Let's go.
Dad, wait for me!
When I first met Jane, she was living in a house that was only 9 years old, but the plumbing was already a big problem.
Moved in on, I think, the hottest day of the year was the end of August, and noticed right away how hot it was upstairs. You know, chalked that up to being a day where the doors were open, everybody's moving furniture in and out, and didn't really pay much mind to it.
Room over the garage, master bedroom, ensuite. Extremely hot.
Then it got cold. We suffered through our first winter. It was so cold, and that master bedroom is so cold upstairs that it really became a problem.
Bit of a plumbing problem, I see.
Yeah, absolutely. I call it more of a disaster than a problem. The pipes froze in that bathroom upstairs off the ensuite.
When Jane bought this house, she still had a new home warning.
The suggestion at the time, as silly as it sounds, was a hot water bottle. To heat a hot water bottle and keep it on the cold tap.
Put on that hot water bottle on the taps. It'll keep it from freezing. Okay.
It has burst, and I've got damage on all 3 floors of the home. And my challenge at the moment is trying to figure out how we're going to prevent these pipes from doing the same thing.
The builder did use the spray foam underneath the bathroom, but it was an open cell foam which shrinks and cracks. And that lets the cold get to the pipes. And guess what? Causes them to freeze.
And this is the bathroom that caused all of the problem in the first place.
Problem is, I feel the floor, it's cold and it's not freezing outside.
That's right.
All of the plumbers that Jane talked to said it would be about $40,000 to fix. The bathroom didn't need to be gutted. The plumbing just needed to be properly moved and insulated. That's it. You see that the plumbing pipes come out of the wall here. This is more than likely the area they froze. I don't see any spray foam whatsoever in the end void there. That end void is completely open. It's just gonna bring in an outside cool draft, which freezes your pipes. They can take a lot of cold. They can't take the cold draft. I didn't design this house. I didn't build this house. But I'm fixing this house. Jane also told me the bedroom above the garage was freezing cold in the winter. My guess was the garage didn't have the proper insulation either. Or the spray foam. They tried to do it better. but I'll bet you the code's coming from the front wall.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, that's stupid.
I
How is
know.
that ever stupid? Go to all that extreme and you spray the front and they
miss
leave
this.
that void.
And one void.
You gotta be kidding me.
No.
Yeah, I got yours. Okay.
You do something half-ass and it doesn't work. There's problems. People like me gotta come in, pull it out, figure out what the hell's wrong, where do we have problems, so it's not just copper, it's cold. Nice, not nice enough. I have a question. Now, I know code, and code says we can't screw through timber strand or any type of beam, okay, to run our pipes, but I don't think we can run plumbing outside.
You can't.
See that corner there?
Yeah.
No spray foam in the corner. That's where the pipes are. The tub's right here. You see that void right there?
Yeah.
There's the tub.
Oh, man.
And it just had a skim coat over it. Can you imagine how cold that tub was?
What I'm going to do is actually probably I'm going to cut those pipes as high as I can. I don't feel confident leaving any of this existing piping in there.
Good.
So I'll just run my own copper. I have my own joints. I'll have my own connections. I'll make sure everything's done my way, and we'll fix it. We'll make
Then I'll
right.
do it my way.
And then you'll do it your way, yeah.
I'll close it in properly.
Close it in properly, yeah.
Even though it's wrong, we'll make it right.
Exactly.
Poly this floor, poly the walls in here, cocoon it, okay, and then spray it.
Instead of using the open cell foam the builder used, we use a 2-pound closed cell foam. It won't shrink, it won't crack, and it acts like a vapor barrier. Those pipes will never freeze again, and Jane's bathroom will stay warm.
You walking in?
Robbie and Steve put up new soffits, and Alex spray foamed the garage. We also replaced the drywall. So 20 inches by 4 feet, 32 inches by 4 feet, 93 inches by 19. No matter where you live, if water can freeze outside, it can freeze inside your home too. That's why we insulate the pipes, or better yet, keep them away from the outside walls. Well, this is not, it's not too often that I finish a place and it's not, oh my God.
This is awesome.
We brought in the wall tight. Alex did this, and we call it buttering. It just buttered right across everything. So what it does is seals it airtight. So there's two purposes here. One, definitely, we want to make your bedroom warm, okay? And two, it stops all car gases from getting in.
The front of the house has always been the coldest part. We've always avoided it. We've stayed away from it. We've not really utilized that bathroom upstairs as much as we probably could have, despite the fact that kids love the jacuzzi. But now we've got a warm house throughout, and I don't have to worry about those pipes freezing anymore. So I'm very, very happy.
This room will now be warm. Your bedroom will be warm. And you can actually give this back
Thank you.
and tell them thank you so much. I don't need this
I'll
anymore.
put it in the mail for the builder.
That's just
Welcome to have it.
ridiculous,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I can't believe I fell for it, but lessons learned. Educate yourself, and that's what I've done. I'm really glad the Homes on Homes crew came in and helped put some more wind in our sails and kept us moving forward. So we're very, very thankful.
Chris and Ehor bought their house because the home inspector gave it a passing grade. But after moving in, they wish they'd brought in a plumber to check it out instead.
This washroom is as good as a closet.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. You know, people hardly ever think about the plumbing in their home until it stops working. And by that time, it's usually a huge problem. Before buying their house, Chris and Ehor got a home inspection. That's smart. The inspector report came back and said it was all good. But as soon as they moved in, they discovered things weren't good at all.
Good morning. How are you?
Ehor, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Chris? For Chris or Christine?
Chris is good.
Chris is good. I like that.
Yeah.
After about a minute of showering, you're standing in an ankle deep in water.
Notice anything upstairs, or are we just talking downstairs at this point?
We're talking, downstairs.
Downstairs. Let's go take a look.
Great. The sewer gases that we smell down there are scary, disgusting.
The information in the inspection report wasn't helpful at all. It was pretty casual about how things were looked over, or should I say, overlooked. Did he tell you anything about plumbing, about the bathroom? What did he say about plumbing?
The only thing he said was that it was interesting, and I asked him if it was fine, and he said it's fine.
It's fine. Obviously, they raised the shower floor to do the plumbing from the bottom, brought it up, so it almost appears that it's almost high here, and that might be an issue right there. Brought along the back of the washer and dryer.
When you wash clothes, they don't rinse.
And the laundry sink beside the washer fills up with water.
And they tried to vent off of this line, which tells me there's no vent there. They've come up off of here, run it through a separate line for the washing machine.
And at first you think, oh, the washing machine is no good, even though it's supposed to be brand new. But it's not the washing machine. It's the plumbing around it.
This is the sink. No signs of venting. Carried off, toilet running through, clean out. Total improper venting. Not to mention, we don't want to see the plumbing like this. It should be actually cut through the floor. This is not how we tie things in. There was no way a licensed plumber did this work. There couldn't have been a permit because none of it even met code. How could the home inspector call this plumbing? Interesting. I know what I'd call it. Wrong. So, of course, what am I thinking? What other nightmares are behind the walls? Cut the drain. Get it all out of the way here so I can drop the walls.
Sure. No glue.
Wasn't connected on down there.
Uh-oh. Water's on this one. This stuff's just falling apart, even if it was all glued properly. Hard to talk. Everybody wants to throw up. But this is what happens when you don't vent your plumbing, you don't plumb and drain properly, you don't glue your joints, you don't... This is what happens when you have a handyman do the plumbing.
That's disgusting. That's not full. Tell me that's not full.
I could put my hammer in.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You could put. I'll put yours in then.
That's.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Going
through the trap now.
Going swimming.
Going swimming. Here we go. This is tree roots.
That's nice.
That's common with the clay drains. The tree roots will grow in between the cracks in the clay pipe where they're joined together. As a rule of thumb, we use that the root system is about 50% larger than the canopy of the tree.
So if the canopy of the tree is huge...
If the canopy is 50 feet in diameter, you can expect the roots to be 75 feet in diameter.
Bigger?
Bigger than the canopy of the tree, yes. And quite often in houses where the trees are close to the house, it's been trimmed back many times. So the canopy is artificially small. The root system can be even larger.
Okay, I saw that tree. It's overhanging half the house.
Correct.
Which means you're telling me the roots are going to come right through the floor here.
Absolutely. Probably anywhere you dig in this basement, you're going to find roots.
Our drain guys, they were right. There were tree roots everywhere, so we had to change all the drains from the original clay to PVC. That stinks. That should help prevent any future root problems.
What, same thing?
Lots of plumbing here, everything. I'm about half done. Not even. I'm not half done. Now I gotta bring all these vents and drains. I gotta bring them up. I gotta tie them all in. I gotta cut out all the water pipe, reroute all that, take out that kitchen sink drain that's running through the furnace. And then I gotta find a vent in the attic and drop it down, find a way to drop it down. Because that 1.5 inches over there by the kitchen that we found is not enough to pick up all these new fixtures. I'm getting upset.
I'm stuck. Pull me up. Nah, see? It's too wet.
How about your boot?
How you doing?
Pretty.
Excellent. Looking good. Dan's continuing the ventilation, air behind water, which is very important. He's gonna tie it in. We're gonna come up through the top plate here, shoot it right across on the back wall, and then we're gonna go up through that closet upstairs that we cut a hole, maneuver it, and get it out through the roof. Once Dan finished the vent stack, we could insulate and get that basement finished the right way.
Wonderful.
They put in the tub, awesome.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Great. Very nice.
Very nice.
Now I don't think you're gonna smell anything like bad fumes or anything like that. And you know what? It actually drains.
It's not worth it. Not a home inspection. I'd certainly call tradespeople in, like electricians and plumbers and a good general contractor to look at the house and give you their opinion, because the home inspector that we had didn't find any of these issues. And it's, you know, it's sad.
Thanks. Oh, and one from him.
Yeah, because I don't want to.
Yeah, no.
If you don't mind. If this contractor ran an ad, you'd know what it would probably say. Looking for pros? Call someone else. That plumbing is wonderful. Imagine having a shower in there and filling up the ground underneath it all the time. Wondering what that smell is. But we actually have to gut it to find out why. That's a great point right there, because the water's going in the ground and it's just going to come back up as a terrible odor. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at the worst plumbing jobs we made right. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Do your homework before you hire a contractor. And don't just look at the jobs they've done recently. Check the ones they did 5 years ago. These will tell you the real quality of their work. Plumbing and drain repair is not something you want to deal with after the renovation is done. Even a bad basement rental can be made to look good on the surface. But in Rebecca and Tom's case, this was such an in-your-face disaster, it was clear that nothing in this job was done properly. This is the bathroom.
This is the bathroom.
They have to crack the floor to move the shower and the toilet a small distance.
And that tap doesn't go right to the wall over there, but he said that's how it's supposed to be.
Oh my God, this is poor.
That basement rental shocked even me. I couldn't believe it. There wasn't a single ounce of skill in that job. The electrical outlets that sparked and the trim was so bad, it looked like kids put it up. Looking at this, I could only imagine how bad the plumbing was behind the walls. It took me 5 minutes once I walked in that basement, and I knew it was coming all out. This is called a clean out for your stack. What this does is if you ever have a blockage, you open this up, you run a snake down it. What didn't we see? Access to the clean out. They drywalled over it. So when a plumber comes in and he's got to find this clean out, where the hell is it? Sink is tied into the bathtub line?
Yeah, whenever the builder gives you a rough and three-piece, have a sink on one side,
yeah,
and then a bathtub on the other. So there's a trap in the ground now, and there's a trap above ground. So you have water in this trap, water in that trap, and air in between. So when you go to drain the sink now, you have a fluctuation of pressure in between the two traps, and the water will never drain properly. The water will come back up, drain down, come back up, drain down.
Here's a very, very good reason not to allow anybody in your house that does not know what they're doing. We have a shut-off tap that leads to outside that was concealed. Here's the worst part. Follow this over, and what do we find? Plumbing that used to be down and stapled to the floor joists. These floor joists are 2x8, 12-inch on center, which I like. Here's the problem. They took the plumbing so they could drywall the ceiling and notched all the floor joists all the way down. Do you know what this does? This now gives us a problem with structure, notched all the way down. Who cares, right? You're not gonna see it. We're gonna put up drywall. I'm surprised they didn't put a screw in one of these pipes because it's right there. Not to mention we have pipes just doing what? Banging every time you turn them on, but they cut structure to run them.
Very nice.
Shut it.
Oh, that wasn't even set.
Nice. That's really cute. We'll see where they broke the floor. When we get it cleaned up, we'll break the floor and follow the route and see what they did. What a waste. New material headed straight to the dump. Tom and Rebecca's money down the drain, literally, all because one contractor said he could do things he had no business doing.
Like Mike was saying, he was very curious about opening up this floor, see what these guys did on the plumbing. My first assumption was that they took it off the three-piece over here. What the guy actually did was tie into the main drain. This was the toilet. No vent on the toilet. Use some kind of coupling here. No glue. Nothing tight. Nope, not glued. He's got a union trap here, which goes underneath the kitchen sink. Okay? Everybody thinks they could do plumbing. You know, you just, whatever, you tie into this drain, tie into that drain, put some water pipe. But then there's always problems after like a year. You know, it's a big thing. That is gonna cost you a fortune to get a good plumber to come back in and fix things. Cover it up, concrete over, keep going with the styrofoam.
Make sure the plumbing's right before you close it in. What's the alternative? Hope for the best, get a reno, and then watch it get ripped out 2 or 3 years later? Not to mention the costs. We're talking about extensive plumbing work and another complete reno. Well, as you can see, we've laminated or sistered. You can say it 2 different ways. You sister the joist in or you laminate it. It's gone over the steel beam and we brought it out to strengthen this area that was cut out. By the time we finished, not only did we fix the plumbing, but we also fixed the electrical and the HVAC. We drywall, tiled, and laid new carpet and gave Tom and Rebecca the brand new bathroom they deserved. Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited to open it.
After you.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Oh, this is awesome.
Wow.
This is awesome.
This is the nicest bathroom in our house. This is stunning.
We chose to use the area properly. This gives you a big bathroom,
Yep.
toilets hidden behind the door, which is you want to see, right?
Right.
The tub, again, is designed for no mold. Okay, that's why I love using these. We have ceramic to give it a nice edge all the way around it.
That's very nice. We were expecting something great, and it was even better than we could have thought, really.
I was hoping for something that I would like, but I love it. It's just above and beyond.
I don't expect homeowners to know everything, but they have to, and you have to trust your instincts. Don't settle for bad work. Check out your contractor, do your homework, and do it right the first time. Your contractor cut through the floor joist to run his plumbing, and you're not supposed to. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're looking at plumbing disasters that still amaze me to this day. Perfect example, Anne wanted a simple bathroom renovation for her summer cottage. The goal was to make it safer. That's simple. But this contractor created more problems than he fixed. It was a beautiful island cottage, but there's no driveway. That meant everything going to the cottage got there by boat, including food, tools, materials, and even me.
Hello.
Hi, Ann. It's Mike Holmes. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm just over at the dock. Do you mind coming over to get me?
I don't mind coming to get you at all.
Now I've got to bring all the vehicles, all the trucks, all the crew come across. Try not to forget anything and help a wonderful lady by the name of Ann. Well, Ann, it's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Nice to
Look
meet
at the
you
tan
too,
on
Mike.
you. You've been up
Yeah,
here for a bit?
I have been.
Ann owned her island for about 40 years and started to do some work on it. Her most recent priority was definitely a bathroom rental. The idea was
to get a shower.
A bigger shower.
A bigger shower with a safety bar.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the idea. A friend of mine said that his son did renovations and knew how to do that, and he would bring him up and have him have a look at it. There it is. It's
Okay.
very small, but
So it's all new?
yes.
This contractor brought in 2 guys to help him. And these 2 guys were sitting down on the couch when she walked in watching a how-to video. So he's made a custom shower. He hasn't finished. Or is he finished?
No, he was let go.
He was let go. You fired his butt.
Yes.
Good for you. How much did he charge you, by the way?
But up until this point, it was $10,000.
Based on what I saw, I could have done it in 4 days, and $10,000 is an awful lot of money, but I guess you gotta justify being here a month. Hell, no. All right, I guess I get to get dirty. I'll be back. Oh, I love the big pillars. Look at how he's done the drain here for the shower, and he's cut in so he could get it all in place to trap it and bring it out, and he should have been a 2-inch anyways, but... And why is the hot water heater over there? See, we want to make sure we put the hot water heater under the water areas. The kitchen's right there, the bathroom's right beside it. The reason he's picked that area was for convenience on his end. And just shining my light on it, I can see the electrical. He should be smacked for that. He's got a prime line running into the drain, right off the toilet. There's the prime line. I knew it came up through the toilet feed. The prime line. Well, how foolish is that? This is not logical. Because this is now tied into the ABS and you have a new septic tank out back, what do you think that's doing?
I'm not sure.
Do you want to smell that?
Oh, no.
We call it methane gas. What I can say is that he's not a contractor, and everything he has touched, he has contaminated, so I can't wait to actually take your bathroom apart to really see what he's done. I think the hardest part about the whole job was forgetting something. Where's the tool that we need here? We gotta jump in the boat, go back to the truck, and it was a half-an-hour route just to go back to the truck. Having to go back to the store, that was minimum 3 hours. Once we got to the island, none of my guys were complaining. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was a holiday. I mean, look it. And I'm working. I like it.
Well, I think I found some mold.
Surprise. New shower moldy already. Ahoy there! Ahoy. Martin.
Hey, Mike.
Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. Martin came in to remove all the plumbing. Rule number 1, never cut through floor joists. Rule number 2, keep the hot water tank on the inside of the house, not the outside. In this case, the hot water tank was located underneath the cottage. That meant we had to bring it inside. If we're gonna do this, I'm gonna do it right.
I got it.
The plumbing on this job was basic. The problem was getting underneath the cottage to repair it all. It was cramped, dusty, dirty, and full of humongous spiders.
Hey, come on, I'm gonna show you what I want you to do. I think this was Armageddon or something. Come on.
I don't like spiders.
Get in here. Okay, so guys, what I want you to do, take all your measurements right away. I want you to measure from beam to beam, and I think you're gonna have to notch over it. Is that correct? Did you measure it already?
1/8 of an inch on that side. I haven't checked this side out.
Go cut them and just bring them in. 1, 2, 3. Mark them out, okay?
It pays to hire professionals. Anne's cottage wasn't even winterized. She had to drain the water pipes from underneath in all locations. So I had Martin redo all the plumbing and make sure that it drained from one point. Make it run downhill. Longer than we wanted, but that's what it takes. It's 7 o'clock now. We were hoping for 5:30. A little bit of TLC. Ann, are you ready? I'm gonna come get you. Most of the time in the reveals, and that's the end, you know, my guys, we gotta put them in a little hiding spot and be quiet, don't say too much. But for Ann on the island, they all stood right up on the deck, looking through the window, waiting to see how excited she'd be. And I don't know why. There was something special about this job, this place, this person. This is just a bathroom. It's not anything crazily different.
Oh my God, it's not. Oh, look at it. Oh,
okay, it is a little different.
It doesn't look like the same bathroom at all.
Well, actually, it's not really the same bathroom. We've gone to the extreme of completely gutting this, pulling out all the insulation, the vapor barrier, redoing it all, rerouting all the plumbing, make sure that within this wall that we've vented not only the bathroom, which means air behind water as it goes down the drain, we also vented your kitchen. All Ann wanted was just a bathroom renovation that was safe for her. I mean, she walked with a cane. She needed something to hold on to, that grab bar. And my guys were proud that they could do that for her. She loves it. She says it looks totally different. She loves it.
It's not only beautiful, it looks so safe. And that's what I'm really, really pleased about. I can't get over how sturdy these bars are. These are really really wonderful, which is what I wanted in the first place, but I didn't expect to get a bathroom like this. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm very happy. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
yeah.
The best place to lay plumbing, especially sewer lines, is underground. But what happens if the ground is so hard, it's like concrete? Pasadena, California had some of the hardest ground I've ever seen. Can you imagine? The guy was gonna finish this house? Yeah, right. But he was supposed to finish this house and tie into this plumbing, beautiful, all new floors and everything, and it's all gonna be ripped up again? Let's do it now. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing you why you need to pay attention to your home's plumbing. The good thing about traveling is that I get to see a lot of different building techniques in different places. The downside is that I see the same problems and mistakes from here to there.
We're in the foothills, they call it, of Pasadena, and we wanted to stay here, raise our son, and for not very much money, this little piece of property had such potential to become an amazing house that there would never be any reason to want to leave.
Jennifer and Abraham hired a contractor to do a renovation. He came highly recommended. No complaints against him, even had insurance.
They worked 3 solid months. I think we just wanted it to go well so badly, and it seemed to be going so well.
It's not done, obviously. I'm here. What happened here? How much money is he taking from you?
$206,000.
Gone. $206,000 later. And what am I looking at? I'm looking at a piece of crap. It looks like a bomb went off. And what do I have to do? Not only do I have to fix the structure, I got to try and finish the home.
We would just really like some walls and some doors and some windows.
I'm going to bring in everyone I know, including people here, and we'll make it right for you, okay?
We'd just really like to get our house back.
We didn't tear the house down, but I have to tell you, it might have been easier if I did. When we were getting rid of the old kitchen, it didn't take long to find the first plumbing issue, which of course exploded into a major problem. These are cheap cabinets. We can see that they had an issue before here. Why? We see new drywall. This is green drywall, water resistant. But it's not mold resistant, is it? You know why we had so much water back here and why they had to do this? This is the drain line. It's not connected. It has fallen right out. Matter of fact, it's completely deteriorated. Every time they were using the sink, all it was doing was coming out the back of the wall here. That's all it was doing.
Oh, the cleanup.
All right, we're gonna have to bring in a scope specialist. We're gonna have to because now the toilet's clogged, and I got a funny feeling that they've actually broke the main drain somewhere in the ground and then covered it back up again. There's the camera. I just took the cap out of the drain, and you gotta love the camera and the locator because he's got the arrow here. It's right here. You can see the red coming up. We have 24 feet of cable out, and I'm about 12 feet away from the clean out on the outside. At this point, we'll just start pulling the camera back, marking the floor to determine where the drainage line in the floor is, and then we'll start figuring out what the hell they did, what pieces are in the floor. This has opened a whole new can of worms. It's gone from the house not being done to massive plumbing issues. We just started. We've just lost our temporary bathroom. It appears that not only are all the connections incorrect at this point, we have blockages galore. So here's what we're gonna do. Get that bathroom, find the drain, and break the floor right to the front of the house. It was obvious we had to replace the sewer lines, and this was gonna be hard. We had to break open the concrete, bring it right through, and let me tell you, I can't believe how hard that ground was. So we came up with an even better idea to do the drains.
What we have here is high-density polyethylene pipe. The pressure rating on this is 165 PSI, so
huge.
It's huge, and it's used for gas and water. And this is overkill, but it's for sewer, so you're never gonna have a leak. You buy this in 20-foot lengths, so what you have to do first is fuse it together. So first thing I'm gonna do is grind it down and get all the rough stuff off. You can see how rough this cut is on this pipe.
Now, the easiest way to actually do this is to put on a cup link, right?
You don't even want couplings. where you connect to either the clay or the cast, because a coupling, again, is just a regular standard mission hub where roots can get in. Boom, that's good. So now what I do is I put the iron in. It's at 500 degrees.
You can smell the heat.
What you do, you just hold it ever so lightly. You want the surrounding material to heat up. So now what we're gonna do now is take this back, take that out, hold it together. Now you can see in here, now you time yourself 3 minutes.
And it'll fuse.
And this becomes the strongest point of the pipe.
Wow.
This is the bullet?
That's what we refer to it as.
Because it looks like a bullet.
Yeah, it's the pulling head that the chain will hook up in here with an eye bolt. It's got this little spine on it. This is what helps break the existing pipe in place as this head pulls through. The pipe will literally go in the interior of this.
And it pulls the pipe through.
And when you tighten that down, the harder you pull, the more pressure it actually puts on that pipe. It actually grips that pipe even harder the more you pull.
Are we ready to split pipe?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Come on.
See how fast it's moving? It's a hard spot.
Got some hard ground here in LA. Here it comes. From start to finish, that job took 6 months, but it was worth it. Jennifer and Abraham got the house they saved for and the home that they wanted. Through doing this job and meeting a bunch of wonderful people, the two family really showed who they were. Nice, average, beautiful people. Why not help them?
I didn't look yet.
We're not looking.
Can I look now?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my God.
You didn't look coming up the hill?
No, I didn't. I turned my eye.
You didn't look.
Good things happen. Bad thing is just a test. And the test will either make it or break you. And we made it.
Yeah.
Basements and plumbing problems and basements. The two just always seem to go together. It's over the ductwork. I'm telling you, there's no clamp. There's one clamp here. We have one clamp here. And beautiful, somebody put clamps in here. Wrong clamps. Remember what I said about steel touching copper? Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're showing you why water and bad contracting don't mix. It's all about bad plumbing. Fixing plumbing is messy and expensive because it's always hiding under floors, behind the walls. It's one of the reasons why I recommend getting your drain scope before even thinking of finishing your basement. And in older homes with clay tile drains, why not replace them and avoid problems down the road? Makes sense to me. With a baby on the way, Simon and Lisa decided to finish their basement. They hired a contractor they found at a home show.
Hello, Simon.
Come on
Lisa,
in.
a pleasure to meet you.
They said 4 to 6 weeks was what it was going to take to do the project.
A year later, the basement's nowhere near being done, and they've already spent $27,000 from a $40,000 contract. After one look, I saw all kinds of problems. We don't do this. This is our ventilation. They've cut into the stud like this. At least they put up a plate, but I hate that because it's not the proper plate. And that's so nobody can pierce that with a screw. Although a drywall screw will pierce it. It's supposed to let you know there's something there, right? But because they cut the studding like that, there's not a lot within that to be strong.
They showed up. They did some work.
We're venting. We now go up. We go over. And we come back down. You can't do that.
Several weeks after that, it was, oh, there's been a burst pipe at this other site and they can't come back to work on our project and for a little bit longer.
It's all the things I see. Why are my pipes banging? They're not secured, right? They're not properly secured at all.
All of our belongings that we've had here have gone upstairs to our dining room, and we haven't been able to have anyone over for dinner. We haven't been able to really use the space.
It's like living in a war zone.
Yeah, not being comfortable, not being able to relax fully because you've got all this clutter and it kind of just weighs on you.
There's one really good point here. They didn't go any further. I found a clean out. Interesting. So we know we have a clean out right here. Our clean outs are gonna be where the pipe runs out the wall. My guess is, look at this, there was a clean out right here, or somewhere in this neighborhood in this area. So that means we have an interior drain line as well as a sewage line. I can see the hole they bust open on the floor, and this is all we needed to run the shower, which they tied in to the main. So that means they removed the clean out without putting one back in. Now that's kind of fishy because that tells me, was this truly passed? So let's pull up this plywood. It did cement it. Let's break it. I want to see all the drains. I want to see how it's tied in. I want to see what they did with that clean out, okay?
Okay.
How do you ever scope these drains?
Not to mention, it looks like a leaky main line coming in.
Oh, it's dripping right now. I just saw the drip.
Yeah.
Okay, so we saw the wood we pulled up. It was saturated. So close that off so you can't get to
Right.
it. It's freaking brilliant, eh?
40 grand.
Waste of money. Well, you see one thing wrong, two, three, you know, there's how many things wrong in here?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna finish this basement until I know this is right. See that? When they do it wrong, it comes up easy. Honestly, I really felt for Simon and Lisa. It was a hopeless situation right from the beginning. Even if the contractor had finished the job, they would have been tearing it out a few years later. Drains do get plugged, people. Scope them first, then hire a pro to finish it. That one is the vent outside, right?
This should be the breather for this trap. You cannot attach the drain directly into the trap. You cannot do that. As the water is draining through this line, it picks up the momentum. All of a sudden, it ends up in a trap where all that momentum is being lost. Here, I'm gonna get all the solids, all the debris just sitting.
In the trap.
In the trap. The traps are no longer approved by code because of the amount of problems that they create.
We're gonna cut all this crap out.
Exactly.
And we're gonna redo it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But we want to scope to make sure everything else is fine.
Exactly, yeah. See, because we're dealing with clay pipe, and this is an original pipe that was installed with the house. See, what I'm looking for is any offsets, any misalignments, any cracks in the pipe that could give me an indication of aging.
I saw a Y there. I take it the neighbors also tied into that
yeah.
line?
Yeah.
Now you're out to the street. And there's no water, no blockage.
Perfectly clear.
All right, I'm feeling a little better. Let's get a chalk line and keep it in line with this area right here. We're gonna chalk a line right to the 1.5 inch, okay? And then we're gonna get a 45, a square, okay, a 90. And we're gonna come over here. I wanna see a drain approximately right here.
That looks pretty good. Okay.
So we're gonna have to cut that path, even if you keep it here. That way we got it right in here. We can put the trap in the floor. And we use it both for the hot water heater and the furnace.
Always the first step before anybody finishes the basement, run a video camera, scope the drain, find out what the condition of it is. It will give you an idea of the life expectancy of your drain, as well as it will give you an idea of where the drains are running, how deep they are, whether there are any tree roots, whether there are any issues that may cause you problems down the road. If you're gonna have a construction crew here, change the drains. Replace them with new PVC. That way, once you close the floor, you never get back to this issue.
We ended up doing a ridiculous amount of plumbing in that basement. I mean, all the drains, the laundry room, and a new bathroom, not to mention the rest of the work that we did. But it was totally worth it to help out this family. Last day, happy day, hard job. $40,000 contract. A little high on the price for the basement based on 600 square feet. $28,000 out of pocket. You saw what we had to do. After you.
Oh, wow.
As you can tell, we fixed up here and painted the walls.
Wow.
You know, last time I brought you in, we saw a lot of problems. Okay, we did a few things like moving, broke a whole lot of concrete in the floor, rerouted all your drainage, moved all the plumbing in the ceiling.
We knew he would do it.
the job right. And, you know, I had read his book, and a lot of the stuff that I was seeing in the book when I was reading it was setting off a lot of alarms with the contractor that we had, which is what eventually made me throw them out.
Oh, wow. This is great.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Oh,
I thought it
love
was
that.
important to turn your bathroom where the window is.
Right.
It just kind of makes sense to me. So we frosted your windows. You see that? Which means now you can go in there and have a shower.
The small amount of time, really, that it took for him to fix it all up made it a lot easier, because we would have been living in a real mess for a long time, that's for sure.
These stories show us there are no shortcuts when it comes to plumbing. Band-Aid solutions just lead to bigger problems down the road. Spend your money right the first time and spend it once. Make sure your pipes and drains are clear, intact, and up to code. And do not renovate until you're positive the plumbing works the right way.
What a spread of food here we got. A little bit of everything.
There's only one thing that you have to turn, and it drains perfectly. And there's heating underneath the floors. Oh, I know.
You guys did so great.
It's little things.
It's so amazing.
All we did was strengthen it.
I'm sorry. Hey, get out of here.
One of the best things about traveling around and helping people is that I get a chance to see how homes are built to work in different environments. One massive challenge was New Orleans, where temperatures can hit 100 degrees easy. And when it rains, it pours. We were in New Orleans helping with one of the first homes to be built in the lower 9th Ward. Gloria Guy had been waiting a long time in temporary housing.
I'm looking forward to moving into the house where I could have space to hang my clothes and do the things I wanted to. And I'd be happy.
The plan was to build Gloria a house, but build it smart. And smart is capturing the rainwater, because they get a lot of it down there, for things like flushing the toilet or watering the plants, your grass, etc. So we installed the cistern tank to collect it. The strange thing was the tank was a concrete burial box. Remember, New Orleans is below sea level. It's not common to bury people in the ground. They use these concrete boxes as graves. Okay, it was weird, but it worked. And it was a creative solution. We installed downspouts to collect the rainwater and a pump, and there you go. Water the garden, wash the car, using all that rainwater. Makes sense to me.
All right. We're going to be loading the scaffold onto the forklift and moving it out of the way. And then we'll be working the rest of the way through the day around the house as we go and we get areas freed up to be able to work on.
John Sater was one of the main guys there that's really a genius and a guy that I love to work with. He came up with the idea of using pervious concrete for the driveway. This allows water to go right through it. It totally made sense to me because I saw it rain there, and man, it pours big time, like nothing I've ever seen. It's like a dry pack.
It's a dry pack.
Awesome. And yet we can allow water to actually bleed right through it.
Water will go through it at 5 to 8 gallons a minute per square foot. 1 square foot of this equals 1 square foot of green.
Same as grass.
Same as grass.
I heard about this, so I brought a bottle of water.
There you go.
I just poured it on top.
Pour it on top.
Look at it, it's absorbing it.
If you look at the bottom, it's coming out in a lot more places.
Oh my God. That is ingenious. Back in Canada, we have freeze thaw. If there's water in it, which concrete will absorb the water, it freezes, it pushes, it breaks it. This is a big problem we have up north. How about using this?
Well, water expands when it freezes. You got voids in pervious concrete. And those voids, the water is going to seek the easiest route to go to.
So in other words, it's not going to break it.
It's not going to break it.
Because it allows expansion within
Allows
it.
expansion within itself.
Stormwater management. That makes sense. There was no end to the systems we developed just because of the climate. There is a bathtub in the front of my property.
This is a modular marsh. This is a flexible stormwater management system that a variety of collaborators through the Make It Right organization helped develop to encourage innovative stormwater management practices in the lower 9th Ward. Any runoff off the street then will fill this modular marsh up, and we'll have wetland plantings in here that can live in a wet climate or a dry climate. So in theory, these become miniature modular detention systems so that we don't overload the storm system that drains down there that needs to be pumped out.
Which appears to be overloaded over and over again.
Absolutely. We're going to fill it with large gravel. Then we're going to put filter fabric.
Okay.
And then top it with wetland plantings. So all you will see is just the rim or the definition of this system, and it'll be full of rain garden plants.
Brilliant. By the end, we really wanted to make this perfect for Gloria. So we put down sod, made flower beds, and planted some cactus, since she loved those so much. We also gave her enough room in the yard for a new vegetable garden to replace the one that Katrina had wiped out. I just wanted to show you the backyard for a minute.
All right.
This is the cistern. This is just to collect the rainwater so you can water your grass. Everything will be explained to you later.
All right.
But we're just here to see the place. Look at your backyard.
Beautiful.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, yeah, y'all did a beautiful job.
So what is it with you and cactus?
I just love them, you know, because when I was out there in Georgia, I used to like to see the way they grow. And I wound up with another little tree I brought back from Georgia.
Okay.
And it was like a baby. And now I got it big, it's on the porch. I like all that.
Does this work?
Yeah, that's pretty. Everything I dream of, I'm telling you. Because you see, they have the cactus with, like, the tropical flowers, I call it. And they are pretty. And then they have the other little flowers. I like all that. I like to do garden work, so I really enjoy it. And also, I thank God for Mike Holmes and his crews, because they did a beautiful job in building this place from the ground on up. And he going down in history. Because my house will be an example for the history. And I will be an example for the history. I'm so happy I don't know what to do.
In Sylvia and Guy's house, even if you were a fly on the wall, you would need earplugs.
We have the quietest neighbors, but you can still hear the steps, the talking, the kids.
Every wall that joins to your neighbor is going to have to be opened up and inspected. We're going to find out why. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing you some of the most unique and unusual jobs we've dealt with in over 100 episodes. And considering the things that I've seen, it was definitely a unique challenge when I had to solve a problem that I couldn't see. Anyone living in an attached or a semi-detached home knows that it can get really noisy, but this is something completely different.
When we first moved in, we were gonna stay for 5-10 years, but the neighbors actually moved in maybe a month or so after we moved in. And I can just remember when they started moving in, my heart just sank. I couldn't believe that I just bought a house and I could hear them so clearly.
The neighbors weren't being loud, they were just talking. But to Sylvia, it sounded like they were in the same room. STC, or sound transmission class, measures how much sound a wall absorbs. There are minimum code requirements, but you know what I say, minimum code isn't enough. Only 2 months in their new home, and they were ready to move. Sylvie, nice to see you again. Guy, nice to see you.
We have talked to the neighbors, and they've told us that they can hear us and they can actually tell what type of music is on when we play it.
Yeah, I definitely hear things. I hear mostly in my bedroom and in the kitchen.
This is the joining wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay. Is it up to the builder to make sure that it's soundproof? No. I don't see insulation, but I do see something over there. It's up to the builder to make sure that it's minimum code requirement. Way in the corner there, I'm seeing a little bit of insulation. Interesting. At a minimum code of 50 on the STC scale, it's supposed to be acceptable that you can barely hear your neighbor. Odds are you're still going to hear your neighbor if they raise their voice, they turn up their stereo, they get into an argument, they put a nail in the wall. You're going to hear it. Normally, when you have an adjoining house like this, we'll have a 2x6 bottom plate, 2x6 top plate, stagger the studs, come in with insulation. It's supposed to do a sound break. As soon as there's a stoppage, in other words, I put my hands together like this, sound will travel from one side to the other. But as soon as I separate them, sound dissipates. That sounds hollow, doesn't it?
Sylvie was painting, and she could hear Sylvie painting with the roller going over the wall in the bedroom.
And I could hear this roller brush going up and down and up and down.
Their bedrooms are right next to our bedroom. And just a roller going up and down, she could hear that.
The bad news is obviously we have a sound issue, and in order to address and fix this, You're gonna have to remove your island. All your furniture's gonna have to come out. We're gonna have to tent off galore, and every wall that joins to your neighbor is gonna have to be opened up and inspected, and we're gonna find out why. Before I started tearing down walls, I needed to get a measure on how much sound was actually getting through. So I brought in a pro.
And this is a decibel meter.
Okay.
And it'll just register the amount of sound that's happening as a result of.
Okay, now I've set this for full blast.
All right.
Okay, so. Okay, that's probably enough. What'd you get?
Yeah, we got between about 84 and 86. I think it averaged out around 85, something like that.
Okay, and that's picking up my voice, so as I'm talking, we're in the area of 70, 69.
That's correct.
This will tell us how much sound that the wall is not absorbing or taking over. This is supposed to be a minimum 50 STCs?
That's correct.
Well, let's see what we have.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep, I'm almost here. Okay, I'm here, Mike.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna do the same thing. Just give it about 3 seconds and it'll come on and blare my ears off. It's not that loud though. Okay, did you get that?
Yeah, we got about 47 to 49. Sometimes we even hit 50. The wall's supposed to be stopping about 46 STCs. And we had, I believe, about 80 on the other side, 85. So we're shy on what we should be getting for a staggered wall. That's correct.
When we did the test upstairs in the bedroom, it actually met code. But what good is code when you can even hear your neighbor painting? I was showing a unique drywall product that would stop a lot of the noise from filtering through. Okay, now this is the drywall you're talking about. This stuff here will be the equivalent of 8 layers of drywall.
That's correct. When the NRC tested this, that's what their comments were, acoustically speaking. And the trick here is not the actual metal that's inside, but it's the polymer, the viscoelastic polymer that's on both sides of it, which actually convert acoustic energy into heat, which you can't hear, and nor could you feel that.
The soundproofing drywall was the perfect solution. Even though the bedroom walls were up to code, I wanted to give a little more privacy. So we added a layer of this new drywall right over the existing wall. But in the kitchen, it was a different story. The sound barrier was so weak, I had to see what was there or not there. That meant taking the kitchen apart. Pull it all down. Yeah! Well, that's their wall right there. Oh, wait a minute. We have a double wall. This is again showing me the builder cares about what they're doing. They did a double-studded wall rather than a 2x6 bottom plate and top plate and staggered studding. When visually looking through the hole, I could see the distance in the back. This would equal a 2x6 distance. Right away, I'm thinking they did stagger studding, which they can do. But in this case, because it's a double wall, and I remember now one of the neighbors saying to me that my neighbor got insulation, but I didn't. And minimum code here was as long as one of them is insulated, the other one doesn't have to be. Okay, so that's a good sign. We see that they have insulated on the other side. I can see it over there. I'm no longer going to harm their side. That's where the sound came from. So I'm gonna take this piece, we're gonna plaster it back in place. There's the next door neighbor right there. On the other side of this, you're gonna see the same thing we saw here. Remember, we also saw, and I can see insulation in there. So that's good. Good thing is, we have a double wall. We have drywall in between, so fire rating is good. We have insulation on this side. For some strange reason, they ran out of drywall and decided to insulate this area. This would now explain why we can hear the music so loud on downstairs in the kitchen and not upstairs in the bedroom. We also used another great product. It's almost like a putty as a sound wrap for the outlet boxes. And what this does is it stops any sound from coming through the box itself. We're gonna add, instead of the pinky insulation that we saw, we're gonna add the Safe and Sound product. So now we have 2 in 1. We have 1 for sound, 2 for fire. This must be minimum code requirement when it comes in between 2 houses. But it's not, because 1 layer of drywall on this side, 1 layer of drywall on the neighbor's side, it gives you 1 hour burning time, minimum code requirement. We need that dead air space, which you see across here, which now when sound will travel through the drywall, hit the stud, now dissipates in between the two areas because it's got nowhere to go. You do one thing wrong, we have a sound issue, and someone's gonna scream.
Well, you don't have to worry about putting any seal on this because when you go through, there's polymer inside the drywall that'll coat the screw as it goes through.
So it'll lock
So
everything in.
it'll lock everything in. You
Right.
don't have to worry about hanging a picture or anything like that because it'll do the same thing to the nail. So you can, it's just like normal drywall when it's done.
Usually when we finish a big job, we get that wild wow. But with this job, we needed to give it back the same way it looked, but only quieter. Did we make it right? Take a listen.
How is it?
You have it on?
Can't hear it.
No, it's not reading anything on this side over here except when I'm talking.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on in.
No problem.
Make sure you take your shoes off. We cleaned up.
Yeah, I can see. Nice.
Obviously, you know you're not going to see one hell of a difference, really, because we've chosen the same paint. We found an opening in the middle. That's the crossover. And this is why we had so much sound coming through the kitchen compared to upstairs. So obviously, we closed it off. We made sure that we drywalled that section, soundproofed the whole wall with safe and sound insulation, and then put up the new Quiet Rock.
It sounds dead in here now. It's different.
You
sound.
noticed it?
Yeah.
Homeowners out there don't want to hear their neighbor. They don't want to smell the greasy food cooking next door. And odds are they'll pay an additional $2,000, $3,000, up to $5,000, depending on the soundproofing. And let's talk about air in between the two homes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you
keep
for
smiling.
everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy it, all right?
We're staying put.
Yeah, we're staying put.
Expect the unexpected, they say.
Oh, here we are.
Here we are, guys.
I came in to fix brickwork, but as soon as I walked in the home, I knew we had something completely different on our hands.
The bricks? That's nothing.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're showing you highlights of some of the strangest things that I've seen. Things we can only call something completely different. Usually when I'm called into a job, it's bad electrical, bad plumbing, structure, you name it. But what made this job different wasn't actually behind the walls, it was in front of them everywhere. Let's start at the beginning with the brickwork outside.
Val?
How are you?
Dave, nice to see you again.
Nice. Well, come on out. Let's take a look at this brick.
When we first came and looked at the house, it was, I guess it was March or snow, okay? So we didn't see the bottom rows of brick.
Brick. What's the problem? It's falling apart. It's deteriorating.
After the deal went through, we started seeing the brick kind of flaking.
And it's falling apart, literally. Like, you're vertical everywhere here.
Every winter since then, I guess because of the snow against it, water being absorbed by these poor bricks, more flakes off until you see the holes.
That's not good. Not when I can take my finger and do that. The brickwork was in really bad shape, and I knew fixing it was going to be a big job. But I noticed a lot of condensation buildup on the inside of their windows. I went in to take a look, and it was obvious we were dealing with something different.
Oh, here we are.
Here we are, guys.
When I first walked in the front door, I took a step, I looked around. First words out of my mouth were, "Are you moving?" Because I thought you were moving. Because there's a lot of stuff everywhere, and it looks like it's not staying. Wow, you're really full. This family hadn't thrown anything out in a very long time. And when the registers are covered up all over the house, the air can't flow. This isn't healthy. Even a house needs to breathe.
So everything just got backed up. Work 5 days a week, come home every night. We'd get home around 7:30 or 8, and there wasn't time to do anything. There was just literally no time. And things start to back up and build up.
I don't think that this family has thrown anything out other than food waste in many, many years. That's okay, I think. But that's covered up all the registers. It's stopped the airflow, and I don't think it's very healthy living. I knew something was wrong coming up to the house when I could see the condensation in the windows. And right away, I'm thinking heating, air movement.
Yes.
Where's your furnace room?
Furnace room is through the back.
In the back here.
Okay. Well, we're going to have problems getting in there. Come on back upstairs. Well, I'm going to start looking throughout your house to find out why we have bad airflow. You have stuff everywhere. I need you to help me move things. To fix the air problem, a lot of this stuff had to go. So we asked Dave and Val, please give us some space.
Piano. How'd you like that, eh? We have found 1909 first-year cover stamps and things. I mean, this is unbelievable. These are all the things that are going to go to the children in the Philippines. These are rollers for painting. It's just a matter of throwing it out like that. Things that aren't precious, they can only be precious as long as you have someplace to put them. They're not precious anymore if you can't put them anywhere.
Val dug in with some of the sorting and cleaning and getting rid of some of the stuff, but when I came back, it was only a little better. And it looks like you have done one hell of a lot of cleaning in here. Yes. Okay, but I want to offer some assistance. Okay, so it's totally up to you. And I think sometimes when we get so close to what's in the house, we don't want to get rid of it. So here's my offer. I want to bring in all my people, all my bins. I want to put on gloves and everything, and I want to go through everything in the basement. And we're going to do it one day.
Okay.
Anything, holy cow. Anything that is in a bin, take it out, dump it. Where do you want to start? First, it's a fire hazard. If there was a fire, God forbid, most of the hallways, windows, the stairs, they'd all be blocked. No way to escape.
I give up.
Okay. Fishing around for the silverware set.
Star Wars, the collectibles.
Okay, I caught something. Second, it's a health hazard. There was so much stuff sitting there for years, the mice were all over it. I had never seen so much mouse droppings in my life. So not only do we have bad airflow issues, there was mouse poop everywhere. Think about what the air quality must have been like in that home. Healthy? Not a chance.
The funny part is, this was the small room.
It's always a happy day at the end. It always is. I think for me, personally, this was not only a change of what happened in the home, but what happened in their lives. I took a lot of stuff out of that house. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I don't want to knock these people because they're truly good people. I think life has a way of making things happen. Maybe you start to get used to a cycle, and all of a sudden, you know, it just gets overwhelming.
That was a good incentive for us.
And we want to now get the floors finished down there and get rid of the old carpet. Just things that we had planned to do a roof and a chimney and a eaves trough ago. And so now it's time to do it.
Sit down, enjoy the fire, have yourselves a drink, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
Mike.
very much.
Keep smiling.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
We'll see you. They say that truth is stranger than fiction. Who would have thought a septic tank would lead me to some good old-fashioned magic? All right, I'll find that water line. Don't you worry. Holy man. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at the best of the strangest, and whether it's technology, techniques, or technicians, our next job had it all. Jim and Allison dreamed of living in the country, but after having triplets, they needed an addition on their home. Unfortunately, their contractor never finished what he started. Work slowed until finally he just stopped showing up. By the time I got there, I saw how much work needed to be done.
We're not finished.
This is where it starts.
This is where it starts. This is the old home, and you put on the addition.
At some point, you think, what can we do? You're sort of just left, you know, with having to figure it out yourself.
The brickwork was incomplete, the foundation was a disaster, and the bathroom wasn't even finished. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The building inspector broke the news. If you build a bigger house, you need a bigger septic system. Additions are all about doing the math. How many bathrooms? How many taps? How many sinks? This indicates how big the septic tank needs to be.
If we change the septic tank to upgrade it, do we have to also do all the weeping?
It all depends on the calculations that the code tells us what our design flow is. We base that on what I was telling you before about the number of bedrooms and the square footage of the house, fixture units, and then the other key item that we're going to need to identify is the soil type.
Then John says he has to find the old septic bed. And what does he do? He pulls out a pair of divining or witching rods.
There's our line there.
Twice in a row, same spot.
I've heard about this, but seeing it is something else. I'm watching him with these rods, and part of me is thinking, okay.
And then if we keep going, if I don't get another one right about here, then we know we're still working on the sewer line going from the tank.
I'm still not buying it, but I'm watching, and he's getting real specific now, and then he does it again. He's finding all the water lines incoming and outgoing.
Okay, so here's our network of lines for our disposal bed.
I'm seeing this happen right in front of me. I'm thinking, no way, and he does it again.
You can see 3 there. There's 4.
Okay. I gotta try this.
There they go.
Holy crap. Now, I've heard of this.
It's like you're completing a circuit.
Is it science, energy fields, moisture content, magic? Who knows? But I saw it. It's how they used to find underground water, whether it was digging a well or finding an underground water stream. It still works. I don't know why, but it does.
Yeah, there was 5 from where I started. Now, there may be
I don't
another
believe
one.
this. This is weird. That blows me away.
All right, I'm sold. If we're talking cordless power tools, these were something completely different.
Well, now you can do it. So these are yours. You can keep
Well, thank you.
All right.
You can see me walking around angry. All right, I'll find that water line. Don't you worry. Holy man.
Once we found the lines for the septic tank, all we had to do was dig it up and replace it.
It's a little smelly.
Yeah, that's just a little smelly.
What we've got is, if you look at the exit pipe, which would exit the septic tank, it's half full of water. That pipe should technically be empty with the water slowly dribbling out into the disposal field.
Meaning either we're blocked, full, it's not weeping.
It means we're due anyway. It's just old enough now that it's now full of biological material and it can't accept any more liquid. So what we'll do is we'll just start the excavation for the new tanks. We'll decommission the old tank while we're at it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
This is where we're gonna dig the trench to pick up the 2 downspouts, one at this side, one at this side. It will allow and pick up the water from the driveway as well as the roof and direct it that way rather than bring it into the house. Grade runs into the house this way. That's an issue. Plus the downspouts, let's keep the water away from the foundation.
It's a self-leveling laser, so we can set the heights on the tank so we don't set it too deep or too high. But it's one that we just turn on and it levels itself, and then all we do from there is set the heights. The tank has to be level because there's only 2 inches difference from the inlet and the outlet. So if we put it in 2 inches the wrong way, the water won't go out the tank, it'll come back into the house.
And Mother Nature decides to dump a good 6 inches of snow on our job site. We still had to install the weeping bed for the septic system. That's where the water from the tank seeps into the ground.
The first thing I noticed is that you're actually higher than the septic tank.
Right. What we're going to do is we're going to dose from the treatment unit. It will then flow by gravity into the pump chamber, and then we'll come up and we'll dose this bed. We've got solid pipes on each end, and if you look here,
all the weeping.
There's a weeping network of pipes along this pipe. So it'll fill the pipe, and then it'll all come out of those holes at the same level and down into the bed.
Now, how much earth? There's Bucky. How you doing, pal? How much earth do we have on top of this?
When we're all finished here, we'll have stone up to about here, and then we'll have somewhere between 4 and 8 inches of of topsoil on top.
You gotta like this. I just can't believe how much work this is. We started off with the witching rods. You know, to me, that was talk about old-fashioned, and then boom.
I win.
This was an impressive system, and it was more than big enough for the addition. I knew Jim and Allison would appreciate it. I know I would. Actually, I wanted one for myself. How you doing? Welcome to my home. We find you have a septic upgrade. Okay, how many toilets do you have? We start counting, 4. So we call in our very good friends, John and John. Both of them came in and put in a super, I'm telling you, sophisticated unit that I've never before seen. I want one in my house now that I've seen it.
That was like the lottery.
That was like the lottery, yeah, for us. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you.
While trying to install a water conservation solution, we discovered someone beat us to it by about 100 years, give or take. Does anybody ever get a feeling that there might be something in the ground here? I'm just wondering if we should, like, maybe go fishing. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking at the jobs from our Believe It or Not files, what I'd like to call something completely different. In all my time as a contractor, I've seen all kinds of surprises. And Chris Neor's story was no exception. A renovation with plumbing disasters left, right, and center, and a chance to look into the past. Installing a sump pump is usually a simple job. Your pipe just comes outside the wall, drops the water right back to the weeping and back into the house. Or you can do what we did and run it into a trench underground, away from the house, into a dry pit.
People don't know about dry well systems. Actually, it's very old technology. They've used dry wells for hundreds of years. When everybody used to have cistern systems, they used to collect all the rainwater, and they would use whatever water they could for around the house, feeding the animals.
Now go figure, we did this hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
And we don't do it anymore.
No, it works well, Mike. Boy, we've used these very successful for years.
Well, it sure
once
beats running it
they're
outside the house and putting it right back in the foundation again.
Well, yeah, and it is a problem when you're doing additions and that, and the city does require a sump box installation. That is the problem.
Why is it not minimum code to bring it away from the house? Now it's minimum code to pull your downspouts out. It's within code anyways, no longer in the weeping system. So if we're trying to divert all the water away from the house, why did they make the code that you can drop the sump pump right outside of the foundation
Well,
wall?
I'm not exactly sure, but for some reason, the city, the building department stops short of putting in a sump box. They won't tell you where to exhaust it to, or how to exhaust it, or any that information is just not available from them. We're going about 24 inches deep here for the exhaust line.
Okay. We're gonna be approximately 40 feet away, eh? Run through,
Yep.
I see you've already pulled up the stone, 2 feet down, and all I've gotta do is go inside and access that, and I'll wait till we dug down so we get that direct run. I don't wanna put it in too deep. I wait for you, then I'll re-drill this.
Well, like I said, we'll be coming out of that wall about 2 feet below grade, 24 inches below grade.
Okay. The only thing that didn't go to plan was when we ran into a bit of history. The guys found a hole in the ground here, and this is really interesting. I've never in my life seen it. This appears to be an old dry well where water goes into. It is massive. It is so big, it is brick, and it's the same brick as the house, so it was done at the same time. It is about this big. You're at the bottom? Okay, so that's rock there, right? Wow.
It's a freshwater containment unit of some kind. It has nothing to do with the sanitary or the drains or anything like that.
What's that?
That was probably a breather vent that came up to here.
Is that ever interesting? See how they built the brick up and created it staggered into the top for the opening?
Yep. What this is an old cistern system. The elevation of this line here probably used to take all the rainwater that would come off the structure, and it would go here. When it filled up, it would flow out into that ditch on the outside. Now, they might have even been using this water for gardening, that type of thing around the house before all the infrastructure was done in the streets, and they filled up all the ditches and put in all the proper sanitary drains, everything like that.
This line that comes up here, I'll put my money on it. There was a pump here.
Oh, absolutely.
And they would pump the water to use this water.
Yep. They would use this around the yard, and Back when they built these houses after the war and that, there would be no way that they would use tap water for watering the gardens or anything like that. They would have still been using the same old technology of well water. If we can collect it and use it, let's use it.
I can't believe
That's exactly
how
what
well
this
it
was
is
for.
preserved.
Amazing, eh? Try to lay it in pieces if we can, not all in one big pile.
Well, that was another first for me. Sadly, we couldn't reuse the cistern, so we filled it in to prevent a sinkhole. A few years later, on a different job, we had a chance to install a modern cistern. It did the same thing as the old one, but with no hand pump.
Okay, I'll bring it down to you.
Conserving water isn't a new idea. Our ancestors knew better than to waste water. Using gray water today makes sense because it conserves our clean water. And as a homeowner, you're saving every time it rains. You'd be saving for a rainy day with a rainy day. One green solution can go a long way. And when I got the chance to design a green home from the bottom up, I knew we were going to do something big. Gotta love this. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. You know, over the years, we've helped a lot of people, but with this next house, this was the worst I'd ever seen. Seriously. I knew I needed to step in and help this family. It was kind of clear to me that no one else was going to. But this time, it was also my chance to build something completely different. Joe and Christina's situation really blew me away. They wanted a second-story addition to their bungalow. They hired a contractor for the job, a friend of the family, and as a result, they ended up financially and emotionally devastated. 2 years into the job, and it wasn't anywhere near finished. But it gets worse. The job was so bad, it would cost more to fix it than to build a new one. We had the chance to get rid of this big mistake, so what did we do? We tore it down. I have never in a million years seen one home have so many problems.
I had a little gulp, but now I'm okay. I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited.
It's being euthanized.
We needed to put it out of its misery, it's true. It's helping.
All right, let's be serious. If I'm gonna build a house and I'm gonna design a house that's better than anything else, we're gonna make it green.
It's gonna be fireproof, waterproof, mold-proof. Let's think about it. Let's have a green roof. Let's make this home so efficient, it stands for itself. Spend your money right, it'll last forever. This house was gonna be state-of-the-art, starting with its foundation. Oh, here's our form boards. All in one, no wood, don't have to take it out. Interior, exterior, weeping system, drainage. I don't know why nobody uses it.
We strongly believe in it. It'll do a better job. Everything can be used. Every little piece of it can be cut up and used and coupled together. It's lightweight, easy for the guys to handle.
Interior, exterior, weeping system.
Exactly. You got a double weeping system. Where else do you get that? No one else
You don't.
does that.
Yeah. And who wants to put in the inside? The builders are going to say, oh, that's going to cost you money. This is in the form. This makes it work. Nothing to do with this house's minimum code requirement. Everything to do with it is on the maximum level. I'm trying to build a home that's 10 times better with theory of understanding why. Why are we building it 10 times better? So you never have to spend money in the future. All right, let's do this. Okay, if we're gonna make this the most energy efficient home, we needed to rethink, I mean, everything. These are for water.
This is for preheat of our domestic hot water. It allows us to save energy on the domestic hot water load.
Should provide about 50 to 65% of your hot water during the course of the year.
And it's discreetly located and gives us a lot of energy efficiency.
What are we getting with 4 panels in the equivalent to wattage?
With 4 panels, you're getting a total of 600 potential watts per hour.
Okay, 600 watts per hour. We have how many batteries downstairs?
Downstairs, we've got 10,000 watts worth of battery storage. Think of it in terms of a gas tank.
Okay.
Your fuel tank in the basement are the batteries that will hold 10,000 watts. This will put in 600 watts every hour. Typically, in a 24-hour period, the average house will use between 25 and 35,000 watts running everything. As the panels produce power, if the power is needed in the home, it's used. If it isn't needed, it automatically gets sent back out to the utility, creating a credit on the electrical bill.
That's exactly what I wanted.
So we have one fancy roof system going in this home. Well, at least over the dome, correct?
That's right.
The benefits of this is that we're going to put down a breathable paper.
Underlayment.
Okay, then we're building it up for airflow underneath.
That's right.
Okay, and on top of that, we have a special foil that will reflect hot and cold. 97%.
That's right.
It reflects the cold.
That's right.
And the heat.
And the heat. And the summer heat.
No ice buildup.
That's right. None whatsoever. We put a guarantee to that.
And you guarantee that?
That's right.
You want a green roof? This was a green roof. A living roof acts as an insulation. It helps keep the house warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It also absorbs rainwater, reducing the amount of runoff. Kind of smart. Building from the ground up gave us the opportunity to make this right in every single way. We were there for about 2.5 years, and we brought in over 100 pros who helped us build one of the most environmentally friendly homes ever. When it all came together, I was happy to hand over this house to a family who could finally come home.
Wow.
Follow me.
Holy my.
Jump.
And just hold me. It's absolutely gorgeous.
A little stunning, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. Oh my God.
I can't.
I can't believe this.
I lost count of the people, how many people have been in here, but over 100 companies. After you.
Oh my gosh.
Giving the house back.
Wow.
It's ours again.
It doesn't look like our house, that's for sure. You sure this is the right house? Wow.
So far, so good, eh? This looks really good, but beneath it is 100 times better than what it looks like. That's what this house is about. This is the dining room. This is the part that I really love.
Oh my God. How high this ceiling is.
This is research and development. That's what it is. You design a prototype that's totally different, that no one's ever built, and put all the theories in together into one basket, all of them. It's not like we just picked one, let's do a green roof. Oh, no. We did solar assist in heat, solar assist in hydro. The 2 panels on the left are solar assist to all the heating in your house. They will constantly take that energy from the sun, heating the water on its own, and the tankless system that we have downstairs that I'll show you, you will not believe the sophisticated look of what is down there. Now, you heard the story about a green roof.
Yes.
Well, everybody here is a green roof, but especially that one. Stone all the way around with the parapet that really people cannot see you when you're out there. Wait till you see this growing. But it's a slow grower. It's not going to grow wild on you. It's going to stay short. By the way, we collect all your rainwater, which goes into a huge cistern tank on your front lawn. It flushes your toilets, does your laundry, and waters your grass.
I don't know what to say. It's amazing. You don't really think about living in a space like this because it wasn't our reality. It wasn't what we would have envisioned. You'd see it in a magazine and you'd say, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, but it would not be something that you'd envision that you'd be able to live in. So it's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, sir. You know what? I like surprises. It keeps things interesting, and it means you can always learn something new. When you're faced with an unusual problem, something completely different, it usually takes different thinking. The solution's there. It just might not be the one you planned on. And that's when the fun really starts, if you do it right. That's for you guys.
Okay, come on, everybody. You gotta have at least one.
Cheers. To a job well done. Life can throw us some wild curveballs. Some we catch, some we drop. And sometimes we're thrown so many at once, we have to ask for help. When Franca and her daughter Daniela told me what they were up against, I had to step in and help.
Frank and her family's been living here for probably in the area of 18 years. Out of all the jobs I've done, this must be the most life-changing event. Start with a fire in the middle bedroom.
The place was swarming with cops and ambulance, fire trucks.
Construction everywhere.
We were told that if we went with an insurance-approved contractor, that, you know, they would back us up 100%, that, you know, they would be the ones looking after the progress of the house and making sure that things were done in a timely fashion.
Daniela, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Franca, nice to see you again.
We felt more comfortable knowing that the insurance was going to be backing us up, so we went with this contractor, and then just things did not go well.
So you've been out of the house, I guess around 8 months now. 8 months. Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Now we have raccoons living in the house, taking over the home, leaving, obviously, if they turn it into a bathroom. Is our power off to this house? No.
No.
Okay. We have knob and tube.
They said they were just going to drywall over it. It's not a problem.
Oh, it's a problem.
I asked them, I said, doesn't it have to be brought up to code? Like what was once code back in like 19 whatever? And they said, no, our responsibility is to put the house back exactly how it was. If you want anything extra, then that's a cost to you.
So he's trying to charge you more money.
Right. Yep.
On the side.
Right.
Foul play. Incredible foul play here.
Basically, they were cutting corners is bottom line.
Yeah,
like things that, you know, I think they thought that they could get away with.
Daniela was working long hours at the family restaurant. That left Franca to deal with the contractors, and she was having a really hard time. The work they were doing was sloppy and nowhere finished, even if they showed up. Things went missing. Signatures were being forged on checks. Bottom line, things were bad no matter how you looked at it. And in the middle of all this chaos, Franca loses her mom. Things couldn't get any worse for this family, right? But they did.
Shortly after my grandmother died, my dad died.
All within a matter of months, devastation within the family. That the fire is the minor part.
It was hard. And the last thing we wanted was to worry about the house. You get things in perspective then.
There's nothing that can upset me more when people are treated not only unfairly, but robbed.
And at one point, I had phoned the insurance and said, that's it. I just want them to stop. I can't deal with another death and the house at this time.
I'm going to completely take over. I'm going to deal with the insurance company. I'm going to deal with taking this house apart and doing whatever I have to do to put it back together again, to bring them home and give them what they should have. So don't worry about anything.
Thank
You're a
you.
sweetie. I'm going to fix it, okay?
The upstairs was already gutted. That made my job a little easier, but everything else was a disaster. We needed to rip out what the contractors had done so we could start with a clean slate. After gutting the rest of the house, we could see what needed to be done, and there was a lot. We had asbestos to deal with, structure to fix.
Tell me your level. Oh, your level.
And an oil tank to remediate. We needed to replace the roof, the kitchen, redo the plumbing, not to mention landscaping. I'm telling you, there was no end to the job. Was it worth it? Absolutely. I think everyone involved here was proud of what we did because we brought the family home. And these people deserved everything we did.
You know, when a family goes through this kind of tragedy, that not only was there bad contracting here, but a world of pain, I'm gonna do my damnedest to make their lives different. It's a new day, really. For them, it's a new day.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Look at that.
Wow. This looks
Oh, the top.
amazing.
Obviously, a new cedar deck for you. We've closed it in. You have a gate on the other side. All new windows and doors.
That smells good.
It smells good, doesn't it? This family's gone through hell as far as I'm concerned. It's now an opportunity that I have to make their life better. We kept the old tub because it was Teo's idea to tip it over at the end there and fill it full of tulips so that it will just overflow with tulips coming out of that tub. And we have in memory of your mom. Tell her name, the plaques, I had them made up.
Even her name.
Cool.
Yep.
That's very, very, very cool. You don't even know how appropriate that is because my grandmother had a bathtub on her front lawn that she planted flowers in.
Is that right?
Yes.
She used it as a planter.
The least that I could do for them was to help change their lives. After you.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, this is gorgeous.
Oh man.
Holy. Oh my God.
Wow. Oh my God.
Look at the staircase.
Oh, here, look at your kitchen.
Look at the kitchen. Oh my God.
I was able to
Wow.
Oh my God.
get you all new appliances.
Oh my God.
This is amazing. I feel like I'm walking into somebody else's home.
Now, did I pass?
Oh yeah. Flying
Good.
colors.
Flying colors?
I don't even know how
Very
we'll
nice.
ever thank you. Like, never. We can never thank you for this. Never.
Well, you know what? Just you getting back home and living a different life, that's thanks enough for me.
It's amazing.
As a father, fixing Jim and Allison's home was one of the toughest jobs I've ever done in my life. How a contractor could leave them the way he did is beyond me.
We found out that one of our daughters had cerebral palsy.
This is a total.
It was inevitable that we would have to renovate.
I just want to kick someone's ass right now.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We've been looking at the stories that weren't just about rescuing a home, they were about rescuing a family. Usually, when I come into a job, I already know I'm walking into a bad situation. Physically, there's going to be repairs, but then there's the whole other world of what the homeowners are going through emotionally. And if fixing their house is one less thing they have to worry about, then I've done my job right. For Jim and Allison, I was ready to do anything and everything.
I looked down the driveway, and that was what got me. I went, oh, I could see kids. 1 month after we signed the papers, we found out we were pregnant with triplets.
Jim and Allison started with an addition for their children, mainly for Annie, who was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. And the idea was to give wheelchair access, to give her a bedroom in the front and off the kitchen and make everything a wonderful layout. It works. Everything I see is the way it should be, other than finished. Good morning.
How are you?
How you doing today?
Good.
How you doing?
Good
to see you, Jim. Allison.
When they started on here, the guys were great. Like, everything was going really well. We're not finished.
This is where it starts.
This is where it starts. This is the old home, and you put on the addition
Yep.
for your
The old
daughter.
farmhouse. Yep.
Or daughters, everyone.
Yeah. It seemed like everything started to get very slow when they came through the door and came into and started to do the old part of the farmhouse.
That's just concrete. Please tell me there's a coating on that.
There was something black.
They weren't coming out very much, and when they did come out, it just didn't seem like there was a lot of work being done.
This is a big issue right here, I'll tell you right now. I have a feeling we're gonna have to dig this whole entire area right here to make sure that this is properly coated and properly wrapped on the outside of the foundation. Bottom line is, it's not done. Thank you. So we're slightly unfinished. I'm seeing a handmade island in the kitchen here.
Yes, this is our island that we got. It was one of the last things that was done. They're missing the doors. And this little spot was where Annie's wheelchair went under. It actually fell down on top of her one day.
By the time they got to Annie's room, the bedroom, the bathroom, we can see that they started cutting corners and not caring about the finishing, just to get it done and get out of here.
So the idea was just to be off the kitchen here for Annie, and we could wheel her in and put her on the bed and then use the bathroom. They put the wrong door in Annie's room, and the bathroom floor was supposed to be ready to tile. It wasn't ready to tile, and the bathtub wasn't ready to tile either.
This is a real simple thing. I'm a man of my word. I do what I say I'm going to do. If I make a mistake, it's my problem. I will learn from it and I will pay for it. It's very simple. Why do homeowners have to pay the price?
Yeah, so at that point, we sort of thought, well, we'll
Wait till the spring.
wait till the spring and try and find somebody to fix the house.
Forget spring. I knew this family needed me to start right away. I couldn't wait for a bad situation to get worse, and believe me, it was getting worse.
So they put up two 2x8s, laminated as a beam across this area, and held it up with vertical 4x4s. Yeah, just put a piece of plastic around it so it's not touching concrete. It's not even anchored. You gotta love this. That's wonderful. Why do people do this? Not only is there plumbing over top of the frickin' panel, there's no insulation holding it. Is this supposed to be a sump pump? That's submerged into muck? Look at all the plumbing in these voids. I've got water lines in here, okay?
I don't even know where they go. Well, why am I seeing them on the outside void directly over top of this panel? See this? This is the way you insulate that? Oh, we got plumbing, structure. This has just turned into a total nightmare for me. How do you do this to a family?
Dan definitely had his hands full. We ended up replumbing a good part of the house. Not that many things shock me anymore, but I couldn't believe what I saw in that basement. The contractor, he dug a trench that undermined the entire structure of the house. We're talking about the foundation potentially caving in. He didn't reinforce it, so we had to bench it with concrete and cinder block walls. The basement alone was a major job, but we also had the exterior to finish, which included brickwork and waterproofing. Was this a big job? Yes, absolutely. But I wasn't going to back down when this family needed me most. I'm a parent, so I know what it means to try and give your kids a safe home to grow up in. That's all Allison and Jim wanted. So if I could do that for them, why wouldn't I?
In April of '05, our daughter passed away. And that was pretty tough. That was a pretty tough thing to have happen. And at that point, looking at the house, it just became a really sad reminder of what we were doing here, of what we were trying to do.
How you doing?
Welcome to my home. It's really not necessary anymore to have wheelchair accessibility. But under the circumstances, to this family, they want it the way it was supposed to be for when Annie was alive.
Libby, she's going to be in here now?
This is going to be her room now.
Okay, so we've rerouted all your plumbing back to inside wall and down to the basement to make sure it does not freeze again. We don't want that, especially in the bedroom, right?
It's a little bit bittersweet coming in here. When I first walked in, it's a little bit bittersweet because that bathroom should have been that way, you know, a long time ago. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you.
I just hope you feel better. You don't worry about anything anymore, okay? And if you need anything, call me.
This just wasn't a house for her. It was like a really safe place for her to be. She had a little school around the corner that she went to. This little village was everything for her. It was just a really great place for Annie to live. And to look at the house and to see it as it was, it just made me want to complete it because this is what remains. And for her sisters, for us, you know, we just wanted to make it really, really right.
Jim and Allison just wanted to finish what they started. But in Gloria's case, she had nowhere to start. When there's no home to fix, what do? I build it from the ground up.
We heard boom, 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 3 times. After that, here come the water. The water was coming so fast. I lost everything.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. These stories are about emotional rescues, where the damage done to the property is only a fraction of the emotional damage these people live through. If these stories have taught me anything, it's that the human spirit can be tested, but not broken. Take New Orleans. The devastation left by Hurricane Katrina after levees broke was unreal. Over 1,000 people died. 250,000 homes were damaged or completely destroyed. The lower 9th Ward was the hardest hit. Most people in the neighborhood lost everything. Those who survived did it by climbing on rooftops or into trees, waiting to be rescued. Gloria was one of them.
My house was floating away, and so we wound up there in the attic, and when we left out the attic, we had to take it, jump to the 2nd roof.
When I came off the bridge in my boat, rescuing people, riding down here, the house was gone. This was empty.
Everything was crumbled up in that tree over there. I had a station wagon in the driveway, and my other red car was in the backyard. That was still there, but everything else was crumbled up. That's the only thing that was, I could recognize where my property was.
All the trees that you see out here had people in them. All the trees you see out here, I was riding down here, getting them out the trees.
They get the blankets and they put it on you and they tell you, grab your part, you hold it like that in order for to keep, you know, so the winds won't get you.
It stopped about 10 o'clock and the sun came out just like it is right now, like it had never stormed or nothing. And all you could see was water. Nothing but water. Couldn't see no houses. All you could see is rooftops. Rooftops.
9.5 hours without food or anything. Only thing we do is hold that blanket and stay there. That's how that man saved us all night, shorty.
I can't even describe it. Riding around, looking at dead folks in the water, trying to help people that you can't really help.
You seen dead bodies in there. You seen a lot of people, and you know, trying to fight for their life. Some of them had little boats and stuff, but it was horrible.
I can't talk about this no more. It's really getting to my head.
The devastation was overwhelming, and that was only the beginning. Now they needed to rebuild their lives. Almost 3 years later, we were there to help, and thankfully, we weren't the only ones.
Nice hot day. I love the heat. I have 4 professional framers with me today on top of my crew. I couldn't be happier.
Beautiful day. Talk to me, big dog.
Ready to go to work.
I'm Louis Jackson. Louis, absolute pleasure to meet you. I'm
Nice to
glad
meet
you're
you.
coming aboard here to help us make it right. Who you got with you?
I have Brent, Jeffrey.
Brent?
How you doing, sir?
Sir
How you
Jeff?
doing, Mike?
Nice to meet you.
And my lead man is Brian.
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 How you doing, man?
How you doing, Mike Holmes? I know a lot about you.
We have the outside wall completely up, nice level, true, squaring up the front. It's working out perfect. Louis, he knows how to run his guys. He's doing an awesome job.
It's encouraging with the help of guys like Mike and his crew. It's encouraging to see that, you know, in the city that care for God, people really do care. And that's why I'm here. That's why I want to help.
Maybe I should just come in there. There's air conditioning in there, isn't there? Hi, Gloria. How are you? Gloria, she is a sweet woman. You have to look at it from my side. My side says, I really hope this family is not only deserving, but beautiful, wonderful people, and oh my God. Wow. You can start to see the profile of it. These concrete columns. I told Gloria, we're here to get you home. That's why we're here. This isn't about anything else to me. We're here to get you home in a house that will protect you forevermore. Well, hopefully this house is big enough.
Oh,
We are
big
making it the
enough,
4-bedroom. You know that.
All right, thank you. I thank God.
I don't know how you would have done the 2-bedroom, to be honest with you. Meeting Gloria today just sort of lifted up my spirits again. And that sort of renews my faith of why we're here, why we're doing it, what we're doing. I'm smiling again. The reason I called you here is we're gonna have a little tailgate meeting. I'll pull the tailgate down. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everybody kicking ass here, and Louie and Brian, all you guys stepping up to the plate. I got a little present for everyone. So in this box, these are the new belts that I've designed. And each one of you get to have the bomb. Stiletto.
man.
Look at Brian.
Really?
Yeah. Heck yeah. There you go. Done deal.
I like that.
It's yours. For real. Take a belt, take it home with your hammer.
You guys go ahead. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. You're welcome, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. My pleasure. Almost everyone we worked with had a story to tell about Katrina. The horror was still very real for them. They're survivors, but they're walking wounded.
Never in my life. Just the first time I ever seen something like that. It make a person want to really cry. A lot of things down, like telephone poles, streets tore up, where the water done swept through the streets and tore the grounds up. Helicopters, you know, you just kept the radio near you. You know, you listen to the news. But people that's snipers, that's trying to get me to come out of the city. Didn't want me to come in here to do the work. That's basically what they did. They tried to stop us. It's a scary feeling. It is a scary feeling. I think maybe 3 times we was being sniped, you know, somebody shooting at us. 3 times they shot at us. Just bring back memories. Try to forget it. See people dying, bodies floating around. I'm sorry. People trying to fight each other, trying to survive. Nobody wants to give nobody a hand out here.
Hearing all those stories was tough for me, but everyone we met was determined to move forward. One of those people was Miss LeBlanc, who lived next door to our job site. She sat on her porch every day and watched us work. She was cute.
This is progress we've been waiting for. A new beginning.
That's for sure.
That's what it is, a new beginning.
I'd be glad to go in my house so I can enjoy and have peace. And when I go to the house, I'll say, glory, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, you blessed me. I can't ask for no more.
If anything, the people there taught us that we should not stop, and you can't stop. You respect and remember the past, but you've got to keep moving forward.
They are really doing a beautiful job. Dedicated people.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. New Orleans became a story about its people. We were there to try and give back what Mother Nature and poor planning took away. And sometimes tragedy gives us the chance to show what we're really made of.
It's almost 3 years later, and things are still, windows are still broken, signs are still in the house. We want to come home, miles away from here. How do you make people feel better? Well, getting back to a positive thing, building. Getting back to fixing the streets, cutting the grass, and getting people together to say that we can make this right together. And it isn't just about building. Making it right means make it right for your family, your life.
I'm happy, but I thank God I'm happy to get back home. A lady told me, she said, Gloria, you're not scared to go back to where you left from and you almost died. I said, no. I said, I had time to think, I had time to meditate, and my God led me to go back, and that's where I'm going back. And I'm not afraid. I'm glad I found me something temporarily until they finish with the house. So I could bring all these grandchildren and all my family back together like they're supposed to be.
Time and time again, we met strangers willing to help us get Gloria home. Rusty was one of those people. She was a first responder after Katrina, which meant she was there to help restore basic services.
You don't want to know what the city looked like. You really don't. It was devastation beyond what I've ever seen. You had to be here, you had to see it, you had to smell it, you had to feel it, you had to know it to understand why it kind of tweaks our emotions a little bit, maybe. Yeah. It's just, a lot of people came in to really help people, and others came in to help themselves. And that was horrible, too. I thought of people to come in here and just take advantage of those that lost everything. Recently became a widow shortly before Katrina. And it's kind of tough being on my own. And there was no place to live. I had nothing. And it was just a lot of devastation. You know, you wake up every morning, you're in your truck, and you're out in the back on the tailgate brushing your teeth every morning. You're thinking all the things that God gives everybody, and they take it all for granted. They really do. You become more aware when you're living like that. You know, become more passionate about living, more sensitive to other people's needs. Can you give me a minute?
Years after Katrina, Rusty comes back. She wants to help us rebuild the house for Gloria. She literally had nothing after Katrina, but she taught us that when you think you've got nothing left to give, you can still give your time. Rusty, where's your helmet?
Well, so didn't give me one this morning.
Didn't give you one? Well, let's get you a helmet.
He has one
do you
I
have
can
gloves?
steal.
Look at Billy's got your helmet. Uncle Billy, you know Uncle Billy, right?
We just met, yep.
Yes, Mr. Bell. Let's see if we can sell all this hair up in here, huh?
Damon,
Yeah.
let me introduce you to Rusty.
Rusty, hi.
She is our volunteer for the day.
Excellent. Oh, that's a firm handshake.
Careful, she'll take your arm off.
I believe it.
Rusty is great.
Where are you, Lundy?
She's doing everything right. She's a very strong woman, very strong-spirited after what she's been through.
Got it, it's all yours.
She's tough. She's tough as nails. She's probably the toughest guy I have on site.
Rusty didn't have the money to fix the starter in her truck, so what does she do? She learned how to start a truck her own way. She doesn't let things stop her, and that's the drive that I saw in the people there. They push. They're still pushing.
Oh, you want to see how Southern starts a truck? Huh? Well, come on, I'll show you how Southern starts a truck. First of all, we gotta pop the hood, put it in neutral, turn the key on. Then we get our key and we go around to the front. Poor little thing.
We had only 10 weeks to build this house, which is tough even in the best conditions. We had rain, we had over 100 degrees of heat. We even had hurricane and tornado warnings. It slowed us down, so we needed all the help we could get. And guess what? We got it. More workers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's lay the sod. Remember, green side up, all right? One of the best things about this experience was seeing everybody come together and help each other out. These were devastated people, but they were supporting each other, and that's what I call strength.
Oh, those kids. You know what? I had tears in my eyes. Those kids were dirty. The rain was falling, and they were still planting. That was show you how much people care about you.
Are you ready to see your house?
Yeah.
There's been a whole lot of people working real hard to break for this day.
I appreciate it.
And we made the anniversary. Notice that, eh?
All right.
What's today's date?
29th.
29th of August.
Right. When I lost the house.
When you lost the house 3 years ago.
Right.
All right, come on. Let's go see it.
All right. I'm so happy I don't know what to do. Everything I dream of, I'm telling you. And I thank God for making it happen for me.
Come on in. There's the front door.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you.
I'm even gonna take my boots off.
It's beautiful. Well, I was surprised and my heart got full and the tears rolled down. And that's the answer to my prayers, the dream that I had. And this is the house for it.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, look how big and beautiful.
When I brought Miss LeBlanc to see it, she's been dying to see it. And when she got into that house and she just started looking around and they bumped into each other and embraced and just said, it was like two neighbors welcome each other, two good friends welcoming each other back into the neighborhood.
Now, I tell you what, I'm gonna have to get me an apron because you're gonna need a maid.
Oh, yeah. So you can help me cook.
So just holler through the window and tell me when you're ready.
It's good to come help me.
I'll be your mate. I could do it. I can get the apron on.
I'll get the apron and I'll come help you clean up.
For me and the crew, it was an incredible journey. Not only did we help a woman who lost it all, but we met a lot of people who dropped everything to give us a hand. People I'm glad I met because they showed us what it means to be strong-willed, and I'll never forget them.
So I used to do a lot of baking. Y'all might get some muffins in the morning. I'll let you know.
In New Orleans, people were sad to see their homes go, but in Christina and Joe's case, their home's demolition was a blessing.
Say bye to this house, Juliana.
Bye, house. Bye, house.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. A renovation is more than just construction. It involves people's time, their money, their emotions. All these things are tied together. So the worse the renovation gets, the worse it gets for everyone involved. When I heard Christina and Joe's story, I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe that a contractor could build such garbage. Stepping in, I knew this family had reached their limit financially and emotionally. That's why I had to help.
I moved into that little house on my own with my mom 13, almost 14 years ago now. It was 1 bathroom and 3 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a small living dining room. It was nice though. We'd finished it up. I'd painted. In 1997, Joe and I got married. When Joe moved in, it was still quite comfortable. When we had Juliana, we started to think about more space.
Hired a contractor, worked with them on the home, actually friend of the family.
So I thought, I trust him, and then I especially trusted my girlfriend. I thought, you know what, there's no way that she's gonna let her husband screw us up.
After 2 years and $200,000, they still couldn't live in their house. Everything was either done wrong or not done at all.
Well, that's the garage right there. Not only do we see down in the basement, I can see right outside in the garage. What do you think about exhaust fumes coming inside your house when you have kids? You hear the stories. People die.
The job started falling apart, and so did their friendship. The contractor kept asking for more and more money, more than what they'd said in the contract. And when the money ran out, the contractor ran off. But not before he put a lien on their house, and a big one.
And so I thought, I'm gonna write to Holmes on Homes.
Yeah. Just get us back home if you can. Just finish the floors, finish everything, and we'll take care of it from there.
He'd never seen so many things done wrong.
After what I saw for 2 hours straight walking through the house, it was impossible. There was not a chance in hell I was going to make this livable.
Say goodbye to this place.
Hallelujah.
I built you a Mercedes, he said. Right, now we're gonna open this up, and I've already seen enough wrong. We're gonna open this up, we're gonna see 1,000 more things wrong. Should he get away with this?
Oh my God, that's crap. That's real bad.
Everything's garbage here. Let's take it down.
I've never, ever seen a job so bad in my life.
I'm thrilled because I can't walk by this house or even think about putting a pot of water on to boil in a kitchen that has been touched by this person that just brings just everything back. It's taken a strain on Joe and me. It's going to take us a long time to recover psychologically, I think.
Nice to see you again, my dear. Joe?
We have really good memories of being in that house. It's, we did what we could
It
with
offsets the bad memories right now. But that's all we have now. It's just the memories of it.
Some pictures.
Yeah.
I hated what I saw and what he built. It's a hole in the ground. Right? I own a hole in the ground. Or we own. So.
Talk about damage, the betrayal, the cost, a ton of stress that pulls on every part of a person's life. How do you find peace when you can't even have a home to live in? I was determined to build them the best home that I could. If I was gonna build a house, I was gonna build something special. I wanted to raise the bar and build a house that would last forever. One that not only looks good, but also works efficiently. The entire structure was made of concrete and steel. That means it won't burn, it won't mold, it won't rot. You want strong? This is strong. It was also a massive job, and I had every pro I knew in there to help get it done.
Everyone you can think of is here today. And I mean everyone, electricians, plumbers, painters, us, fencing guys, roof guys, flashing guys, caulking guys, and a few girls.
By the end, I felt we accomplished something really big. Not only did we give them back their home, we give them back their lives. They could finally come home, move on, and build new dreams. Over 3 years, they've been out of their house. Imagine being out of your house for that long. Could you have any idea what that can do to you? Come on.
Wow.
Follow me.
Holy my.
Jump.
And just hold me. It's absolutely gorgeous.
A little stunning, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. It's gonna be nice to come home.
I think it's about time you get your butt back home.
You don't realize just how it can touch you and how fortunate we are for that. So it's restored. It was never really gone, but I think it's just redeemed it and validated that there's a lot of good out there. We're pretty lucky. Thank you.
Marlene showed me the human spirit is stronger than anything. She's walking proof that after tragedy, your will to move forward pushes you forward.
Washes her clothes, irons, mends, cleans, and presses. Has sandwich dinner at home and listens to the radio. Retires exhausted to plan for another week of no real fun. 1947, How to Be a Lady. It didn't work.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We've been looking at the stories that were as much about rebuilding lives as they were about rebuilding homes. When people call me for help, they've either run out of options, money, or hope, sometimes all three. Usually fixing their home is enough to help them, but there are times the damage goes deeper than the repair. We traveled to New Brunswick to help Marlene with her second-story deck. Here was a woman so full of life, I couldn't believe what she went through. Now, I'm told that a contractor came in, built a second-story deck, and you were on the deck and it fell.
Three of my three best friends. It was Father's Day last year. It was Sunday, and we all just tended to gather after supper. Everybody called, and they were coming over, the three girls. And we were sitting in the living room, and we had been painting on the fence the day before, Heather and I. So as they were leaving, we all walked out to look at the sunflowers. And so we were just walking out on the deck to have one quick look, and everybody was going home. So it was just a matter of 1, 2, 3. I was the second person out. Heather walked out the fourth, and then that was it. I have no memory of the fall. I have no memory of the crash. I don't have any memory of the sound.
The floor of that deck was 17 feet off the ground. That's a long way down.
So it dropped from this corner, and then I think one of the supports caught it, and it did a 180 flip over. Now Sue, because she was the first one out there, and she had walked out, and she immediately just had her hands on the railing.
She comes off the deck and lands on the ground. The deck comes down on top of her. She thinks she's gonna die.
She was just calling out, "I'm gonna die, somebody help me, I'm gonna die."
They're all lying there. There's no one there to help them. There's no one there to save them. Someone's gotta get up and call 911. They're calling out for people. Oh my God, all I can think of is that moment.
Apparently somebody had heard the noise, but didn't know what it was or where it came from. But when Gail hit the street covered in blood, that's when they knew where it was.
I heard there was broken bones.
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Hundreds. Sue did fight for her life for quite a while. She was in intensive care. They had to replace her shoulder. Her shoulder was smashed, so they gave her an artificial shoulder. Her back was broken in 2 places. Her pelvis was shattered like a car windshield. We were so lucky that the deck didn't hit any of our legs or arms. We know somebody saved us that day. We all say it was because it was Father's Day. We felt it was our fathers watching out for us. It's a miracle that we're all can walk. The engineer's report said that the design of the deck is great. What was wrong is he used 5 leg bolts that were too short, and he pre-drilled the holes, and only one of them had hit a stud. And there was 14 nails, and that's all that held that on for 3.5 years.
So this must have hurt you financially.
Oh, it's ruined me financially. I haven't been able to work at all for the past year, mainly to the injuries to my hip, my pelvis, and tailbone, because I can't sit for any lengths of time, periods of time. It's also difficult to walk on any angles.
I couldn't undo what happened, but what I could do was give them a chance to build new memories. I could build Marlene a deck that would last a lifetime, and she would never have to worry about it ever coming down. All right, let's dig. We used 6x6 cedar posts to support the deck, so we had to make sure they were secure. That meant digging down 4 feet below the frost line for the concrete footings.
This is concrete time. Get our post done. It's the beginning of our structure. It's great. From here on, we build off. The beginning of everything, man.
Marlene and her friends were still shaken up. One friend couldn't even come back. It was that traumatic.
Oh, that's perfect.
They're out of work, they're out of money, they're out of luck.
Unfortunately, I was in a car accident in March, and We were rear-ended on the interstate, and I re-broke my pelvis and my tailbone. So I'm sort of back to healing again. So it sort of set me back for a while.
This is so strong, and I haven't even plated the top yet. Unbelievable. For working as hard as we all do, for all the time that we've put in, this is why we do what we do. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's turn around and look this way. Now we can look up and we can look way up. How do you like that?
It's beautiful.
It's nice. It's a little bit of love from a lot of people.
It's beautiful.
She's gone through hell. I mean hell. She's not back to work, pain, suffering. If we can do this one little thing that makes her life better day by day, this is easy.
I've been waiting so long. Oh my God. My pony.
And your pony's there.
Pony. I've always believed, you know, when God shuts a door, he opens a window, but it's been so friggin' long. It was so shut.
It's not massive,
No, it's perfect.
but it's private.
It's perfect.
It's private.
It's perfect.
And you know how strong this is? It'll hold everyone you can put on here. And I mean everyone.
And my friends were so hurt. It's really hard. Here comes Heather.
Gail?
God, it's beautiful. And the deck girls.
Wow.
And
It's
Gail.
back. It's back.
The deck is back. And I'm coming back. Thanks to you guys. I am coming back.
By making it right for Marlene, we gave her back a part of her life that she thought she'd lost. I'd like to think that we helped her move on with all the problems that she had. And her tears of joy, that was pretty good. Her hugs were great, too. Cheers to St. John's. Cheers to Marlene.
He's my pony. Mike's my stallion, though.
I'm always saying, hire the right people for the right job. If it's a roofing job, hire a licensed contractor who specializes in roofs. They'll know what products to use and how to use them. This makes the difference between a roof that lasts 25 years and one that won't make it through the first big storm. Dave wanted a garage studio with a flat roof, but what he got was a flat-out disaster. Hiring the wrong guy was the beginning of 5 years of headaches and hassles. Dave, nice guy. Lived across the street, had a dream. I like that spot on the corner. Nice big backyard that we see here.
Walked into the backyard and thought, this is really cool if you could put a big garage behind the house, because every guy wants a big garage.
I would like to build a shop in the back for my photography. Look at the sign. That's what I call parking. The garage is built, reserved for me. It's a square box, 12-foot high ceilings. Dave says to the contractor, I thought we were going 18 feet.
His advice was, we have a permit to build a structure that's 12 feet. Let's go ahead and do that. When it's finished, we'll raise it to 18.
Mistake number one. How you doing, Dave? Nice to see you again.
You too. Jacked it up without having a foundation in here, so he's jacking it up on dirt, basically. Gets it up, starts building the work around. It's all wobbly, it's all shaky.
Ceiling caves in, falls down. Obviously, they've made a mistake in trying to go higher up in the ceiling.
Like he could have killed somebody.
From that point on, all hell breaks loose.
That was the first stop work order. That was the big one. That was the one that lasted the longest period of time. That's the one where you got to go to talk to committees of people that know nothing about anything and try and convince them about what you should or shouldn't be able to do.
5 years later, it's to this point here. Roof, how we doing? We leaking?
Yes, roof is leaking. Most obvious areas in the back.
Well, you have a gradual slope this way, but I can see all these areas here, these white spots were puddles. We're gonna see a leak right downstairs here.
When push comes to shove, you're like, well, I got all these problems. Like, yeah, the floor's not level and my walls are all out of square. And, what are you gonna do about that?
All along, water sits there, there, there. Obviously still there. Here's where you're leaking, right?
Yep. Tiny leaks turned into big leaks, which turned into more problems, more water.
This is very thin roofing. That's very, very thin. It went from a $50,000 job, 50 grand for a garage. That's a lot of money. To 80,000. To imperfections, to leaks, to problems. Why add on and then slope the roof this way when the roof was designed to slope this way? And that looks like hell.
That was the first sort of sign of like, hey, what's going on with my roof?
All right. Well, I've seen enough of this. We have a lot of work to do. A flat roof can't be completely flat. It needs to slope and to allow for drainage. But this roof was dipping everywhere. Water was pooling. There were puddles all over the place. It was an open invitation for leaks. And if that wasn't bad enough, the installation of the roofing materials was totally wrong. We're gonna pull the roof and see what's been done, and we'll find out from there. It appears to be sloped well coming across this way, and then obviously we see it sitting in this area, and I'm sure the more water that comes up here, the more that sits. We got all kinds of puddles.
What we might do is start ripping just on the perimeter a little bit just to see what we're going to be up against.
I think we got an easy pull up here. This is the good part about guys doing things wrong. Oh, come on. Oh, look at this. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Looks like just 15-pound felt paper.
Torch down to tar paper. Tar paper is very flammable.
They could have burnt the place down.
Holy cow. All right, obviously this is going to be easy. 5 minutes. I'm pretty damn sure of it.
Yeah, we should save it as a rain tarp.
Yeah, really.
Look at this. Ants.
This is the exact leak downstairs in the room where we saw the ceiling, right? So we see that this has been a water area that's been penetrated over and over again. We had no choice but to take up all the plywood. This should have been tongue and groove. This is why we're gonna see it go so bad. But because it's so wavy, it's because it's not breathing. It's trapping moisture within the roof itself. It's not breathing. So it's killing all the wood on top. And I can't believe he hasn't flooded way worse than he already has. The idea was to rip all the 2x8s down and create the slope, but nobody used the chalk line. 1 3/8, 1 7/8, all in one section. They just cut by eye. So that's gonna make it go like this. I got a whole bunch of finger work there. Once we tore the roof off, I made sure there was proper airflow to prevent condensation and mold. Next step was to create a consistent slope to get the water draining in the right direction into the troughs. So we need a string, a chalk line, a skill saw, and extension cord, please. So we're gonna be from 0, or 9 1/4, to 5 1/2 up. So let's chalk line that from that point to the top corner. Okay, so rip this, and then I want you to use that as a template. The crown is always on that side when you put it down as a template.
Okay.
Okay, and then keep marking, keep cutting, keep going. Now we can drastically see that nice 4-inch drop from one side to the other. Nice and true, exactly how we want to see it. We're just getting ready for the roofers. We're going to sweep this off, get the safety rail back up again.
We don't want to get any heat or flame down to the wood deck. We put down this first, and it covers sort of fire blocks those seams on the protective board so we don't have any chance of a fire. It's not 100% fireproof, but it does keep the heat and the flame away from directly being in contact with the wood.
Now this looks light, but let me tell you, at 15 pounds minimum a sheet, it's not light. This is a very smart product to use. It's a fireboard, so when they torch down their first membrane, nothing's gonna light on fire.
What we do is we offset the seams, about half a sheet, similar to plywood when you're sheeting a roof. That way it doesn't sort of telegraph through on the base roof. Just flattens out the surface a bit.
With the right roof and proper slope, Dave could finally relax. His studio was now safe and protected from all weather.
Oh, geez, look at this.
Not bad, eh?
Oh,
It's great.
Well, for me, what do? We walk in, it starts with a roof. Wow. Obviously, started with your roof, pulled your complete roof, restructured the whole thing, then did down a triple layer effect. Actually, it was 4 with the protection board. Obviously, new east trough, downspout.
Yeah, it looks fabulous.
Not only does it look good, the longevity of this product is phenomenal.
It looks fabulous. I wouldn't even believe this was the same building. It looks great.
It does look different, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's like you put a brand new building here.
We damn near did. We damn near did.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. And on this job, boy, was there smoke. Unfortunately, one of the easiest places for a contractor to hide his mistakes is right above your head.
Well, if they'd done this, what else have they covered up?
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today, we're looking back at the roofing jobs that went bottom up. A lot of homeowners ask if it's okay to install new shingles right over the old ones. They think it can save them time and money, but I'm telling you it doesn't. It's like giving a car a paint job when it needs a tune-up. Franca and Daniela, they needed my help. They got burned twice. First, a fire damaged their home, then a contractor left them stranded.
You look and you see and you think, oh my God, like there was a fire here and it's all full of smoke and stuff. But I honestly didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was pretty contained. There's a lot of damage here.
My mother had been sick and she had been back home. And then shortly thereafter, she passed away. And I was saying that I just didn't have the time to arrange funerals and be on top of what they were doing here because there were a few things that did not go right.
2 months work? 2 months they've been in this house?
3.
3 months.
3 good months of work. They've put in 3 good months in here.
Well, let's be serious. What did they do?
Not very much.
Basically, they were cutting corners is bottom line.
Yeah,
like things that, I think they thought that they could get away with.
Whatever work was done, and it wasn't much, that was bad. Plus, the family was out of the house for so long that new tenants moved in, raccoons. Between the damage caused by the raccoons and the sloppy work, I had to gut this house to make it right. While we were fixing what the contractor screwed up, we found a roof that needed immediate attention.
This is going to be really nice to see. So all the sheeting's nailed down with roofing nails and not spikes?
It would appear that way. Out of sight, out of mind. Like where the customer cannot see what was being done, they come up here, they leave the old vents in, they don't flash the chimneys properly, all right? Because they know the customer's not going to come up here and check it out.
Okay, well, if they'd done this, what else have they covered up? We'll have to take it down and look at it. Put up a new roof. This is minor compared to some of the stuff I saw over on the other side there. It's all rotten. I don't want to see this neither. There's nothing to tie into. You walk on that, fall through, fall off. This is why we have lines. There wasn't even tar paper coming up the side here. I want to see a minimum of weather and ice shield from the roof line to the end gable. They just taken the old crap wood. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, they should have been plywood, but they went right over top. Obviously, we have a rotted area here. This was the hump that we saw earlier, but it's all shingle nails holding it down. I'll bet you pull that up with no problem at all. And you shouldn't be able to pull that up by hand. That's ridiculous. Yeah, imagine the high winds getting underneath that. That's a good shim effect. Yeah, how many layers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, it's not just a shim, they were shorting the plywood.
I see. So they faked the back, they faked the front. Pitiful. So we're gonna strip it, we're gonna sheet it with 1/2-inch plywood right over it. I guess at the same token, we'll pull up any rotten wood that's there, sheet that, and then go over top of that.
Yeah.
Did you see the little patches they did down there?
Yeah, exactly. They've used a piece of chipboard, which is 7/16 in that area, a piece of 3/8 ply in this area. You can see the height, the elevation difference. And all of that, like the rest of this roof, it just telegraphs through the shingle, and it gives an uneven appearance, and it can actually cause a leak.
They should be ashamed of themselves just covering this up. They don't care. My God.
Unfortunately, we were really here just to fix some vents, repair a couple of flashings on the chimneys, that sort of thing. But, I mean, the flashings were completely done wrong. The chimneys were non-functional anyways. We got rid of those. The roof boards were completely out of whack and original, so we've ended up having to rip the whole thing off and redo it from scratch. What we're putting in here is a layer of ice and water shield. When we took off this area of roofing here, we actually noticed a bit of moisture underneath some of the shingles. And what this ice and water membrane will do is will allow it to wick out on top of this roof as opposed to seeping down in behind it. This roof's going to be good for at least 25 years. It's going to keep anything from happening to the interior, all that brand new drywall, that brand new paint, that brand new kitchen, those brand new floors, and that's really what we need to do here.
By the time we gave the house back to Daniela and Franca, we had basically given them a whole new home from the outside in.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Look at that.
Wow. This looks
Oh, the top.
amazing.
Well, 2 weeks ago, we looked at the roof. We went up to put a couple of vents in, realized that the roof was completely rotten and totally done wrong by whoever did it. We stripped the roof, resheeted it. We also took the shingles off that dormer,
Yeah,
put
I
up
like
siding.
that look. It's actually what I always wanted to do. I really like that look.
And now it's definitely safe. Not to mention all new fascia, eavesdrops, downspouts.
It's a huge weight off my shoulders, huge weight off my shoulders, and I know that it's a huge weight off my mom's shoulders, so that makes me happy.
We gave up a lot when we moved here, so it means a lot to me to move back into my own home.
Even a new home can have a bad roof. And when the temperature went from hot to cold, Lee and Bailey found a winter wonderland in their attic.
There's problems on the floor, there's a problem on the wall. So I just looked up in the attic because it was in that room. And that's when we saw the snowbanks.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're looking at roofs gone wrong. What do you get when you have a new home with a bad roof? The same thing you get with an old home with a bad roof. Problems. When older homes need major repairs, I get it. But when a new home has serious issues, to me there's no excuse. We have the technology, we have the products. Lee and Bailey bought new, thinking they were avoiding all the repairs that come with older homes. Man, were they surprised.
We moved here about 2 years ago. It's our second year here. What attracted us to this house was that it was a brand new home.
But right from day one, snow in the attic. Leaks, signs of problems, moisture coming in the house. Carpet's wet, one after the other.
In the wintertime, basically we got the surprise. We woke up one morning and when I got up in the bedroom, it was basically like wet, soggy grass.
They bring in the site superintendent in the area that's probably still working here while the houses are being complete. He brings them over a ladder, tells them to go up on the roof and shovel off the roof.
The back side of the house, it was just a sheet of ice all the way down, and that's where he wanted me to go down. And the front side was ice and snow built up. It's like 30 feet to go down to the end. So he wanted me to go down that ice, and it's like this steep. And that's what he suggested. And he was dead serious, and he actually went to go get me the ladder so I could do it. So then I said, you know what, hold on. This isn't right.
Bailey?
Yeah.
And Lee.
Hey, Mike.
Pleasure to meet you both.
We called them like 30 times and they never even answered the phone. And then when we finally did get a hold of them, they basically just laughed at us and says, well, it's your own home maintenance to shovel all the snow off your roof.
We paid 2 different roofers to come, and we also paid the private inspector to come out. And the roofer that came out the second time to put those vents on fixed that. But he was actually laughing, and he actually said, do you have a camera I can have to go up here? And he took a bunch of pictures for me, which I have inside to show you.
Okay, 3-bedroom, 1, 2, 3.
So 3 bedrooms, 3 problems. Anywhere you want to start.
3 problems.
Yeah. Problems on the floor, there's a problem on the wall. So I just looked up in the attic because it was in that room. And that's when we saw the snowbanks in our attic. This is after we saw the water damage, which means it's already melted quite a bit. So it was higher than that. And this is what you're gonna find on the roof.
Has this been fixed at all?
No.
Their roof had major problems. And since I don't do patch jobs, not that any patch job could ever fix this, I knew what I had to do, replace the whole thing.
Now that's step flashing because we're about 4 feet from the bottom.
Right.
Is that supposed to be all the way up?
Yes.
We must use step flashing and then a cap flashing.
Yep. Counter flashing.
Okay, and obviously it stops right there.
Yeah. What we'd like to see is ice and water.
Wrap it up?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's no caulking on the neighbors. There's no caulking on none of them.
You won't find caulking anywhere.
There's a death trap I noticed on the other side here. That piece of wood?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
That's scary. That doesn't make me feel good. Let's be careful walking around this roof. Rob called this one a death trap, the one that you could simply fall through. And I guess, in a way, they made sure that the one beside it here on this side was even worse. You know, to have the superintendent tell the guy to get up on the roof and shovel the snow off, can you imagine had he have fallen through here? That would not be good.
They just scabbed these onto the sides. So
that's even worse.
Even worse.
That's a long way down, boy. Someone's gonna get hurt. That's unacceptable because they made it unsafe for anyone who comes up here, including the homeowner. Homeowners, stay off your roof. Now, this is what we want to do. We want to make sure that we put the water and ice shield in the valley with our metal, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like this is going to act on its own, never mind anything else. The more we concentrate on protecting the areas that are vulnerable, which are the valleys, the vents, any edge protrusions where the flashing is. How about the vents?
These vents, this is where the homeowners had the issues of the snow blowing in. And my real concern is, because it's a shared attic space, I have a feeling these were acting as an intake vent, which is why the builder had come back and put on, quote unquote, winter vents.
If we put on a better vent and not a winter vent, because I don't think there's any such thing, if we put on the best vent, it doesn't do that, does it?
Well, actually, what I'm thinking is to close these vents and vent this area through the main ridge, which is much higher elevation, and we'll do a ridge vent in that location.
Okay. So are we going to be getting to the steel roof today, do you think?
Absolutely.
A metal roof is more expensive, but it's worth every penny. Why? Because it will last. It's durable and more environmentally friendly than oil-based asphalt shingles. Not only does it look good, but it performs. This roof is going to help keep their home warm, dry, and fire resistant.
Lee and Bailey bought the house because it was new. They didn't want maintenance issues. They didn't want problems. They're terrified about buying an older house that someone has renovated and something's wrong with it.
It's the worrying of, like, what am I going to come home to when I come home from work today? Like, are we going to have water damage? Are we going to have whatever? I noticed on the weekend when I was looking at it that we don't have vents like everybody else does. So I was hoping you didn't forget, but I had a feeling there's more to the story.
They're all gone now. You can see we have a proper vent there, right there, and that's for your bathroom. So that's not properly exhausted, not into a roof vent, but into a breathable, proper vent. We've given you from one side of the other to the other side of the house, and you really can't see it from here. It is a breathable ridge vent. Allows the fresh air to come in from the bottom, your soffit, the lowest point, pulling it all the way up to the highest point where hot air rises and allowing it to escape. You cannot get better than this.
It's great just to have our house back to how it should have been when we bought it. I mean, it's been so many problems since we bought the house for 2 years, and it's nice just to have, the structure of the house in working order now.
This is something I would put on my own roof. I'm not going to go to the extreme for just to do it, okay?
Sure.
The reason I'm choosing this is because it's the best. It's the best installation. It's the best products, best underlayment. And if we want to do it, if it was my house, this is how I would do it. The roof saves everything on the inside. It stops mold if no water gets in. It stops huge insurance rates from water damage. Logical. Start thinking from the outside in and not the inside out. That's why we did it. It's an important issue. Thank you so much. And all right.
Throw me some man love.
Just a little bit.
Mike, nice.
Nothing serious.
When you sit on a rooftop deck, you usually don't think about the roof that's holding you up.
Wow, that is rotten. It is just completely falling apart.
But when you're 30 feet off the ground, it might be a good time to start paying attention. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're highlighting some of the worst roofing jobs I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. When you spot a stain on your ceiling, it's not just a nuisance, it's a sign of a bigger problem. And for 7 years, that problem had been growing for Jane and Dan, and it was all under their second floor deck.
Nice neighborhood.
Before we took possession of the house, on a walkthrough, I noticed that there was water staining on the ceiling below the flat roof and deck.
They jumped on it. They called up the builder. I like to see them step up to the plate and come in and take a look at the issues.
Hey, Mike.
Dan,
See you again.
Pleasure to see you again.
Come on in. Nice to
They
meet you.
noticed that the water was sitting on the flat roof area and puddling big time.
They, of course, said, yeah, we'll fix it. And they apparently, we thought they had.
They waited for it to dry off. They did a temporary Band-Aid fix that I talk about all the time. Will never solve the problem.
What they had done was put a small patch over the membrane where they felt the leak was coming from.
Our problem is way up on the 3rd floor.
At that point, we hired a roofing company to come in and replace the flat roof because I assumed that, okay, we've got a leak in the flat roof. We're gonna have to get it replaced.
The roofer started work, but after seeing the extent of the damage, I guess they realized it was more than just a roof job.
This is, well, you can see the lean-to structure out here that the roofing company left for us.
They got to a point and they said, no, we can't do anything with this. Now you need to go further and find somebody to fix it.
Wow, that is rotten. They strip it all up. They find the sheeting completely rotten. They start pulling up the sheeting. We have a huge red flag.
What we found was that the water had transferred into the top plate of the engineered joists, and those joists, 6 of them, I believe, are completely rotted away.
This is a great example of what happens to structure when a roof isn't done right. And any water that gets in will completely rot the wood.
What would cause all the, it's like sawdust almost,
What you're seeing is this wood.
because it couldn't breathe
Look
with
at
yeah.
It is just completely falling apart. Imagine this soaking for approximately 7 years, no ventilation, no air within that floor joist. It's gonna hold the moisture and turn it into almost a steam bath, or we'll call it a moisture bath. Whenever it comes to a flat roof, it is required by code to have a minimum slope. That 8-foot run should have about a 3/4 inch to a 1 inch high end going out to the scupper. The scupper is the drain. What happens when it runs into the house? That means it's gonna hold the water until the sun or the air dissipates the water. What if it rains for 4 days? Where does that water go? It's gotta build up to run out.
The roofing company basically, once they got to that point, once they saw that damage, basically washed their hands of it. They're roofers, they're not carpenters, contractors, they're roofing contractors.
I was surprised no one had fallen right through that floor. It was literally falling apart right underneath their feet. The extent of the water damage was so bad, fixing it meant replacing the entire structure. We started by taking the ceiling down in the room below the deck.
Guys, I'm just going to push down in the center here so we try and cup all the plastic, okay?
Okay.
You ready? You know what? From this point here, this frickin' thing runs in towards the house. Thank you, sir. Oh my God. That is so running into the house.
Drastically.
Here's the top of the floor here. I'm not even close to it. It should be running out, not in the house. Look at this.
It's crazy. Are you level there? That's 2.5 inches.
2.5 inches. 2.5 inches in towards the house. How do they do that? I would accept level. I do not accept a 2-inch run into the house. No wonder. Lose it all because we're going to be going new. Once everything's down, let the dust settle, get it out of the house.
Once we took out what was left of the beams, we could start building a whole new structure.
We could take them ourselves, but you know.
Big man.
Nice.
Big man.
With the slope of the roof going towards the house, it was no surprise we had rot mold in the exterior walls. So we had to replace those too.
This is a 2x4 underneath the door. Like, that's gonna hold anything, right?
I don't think so.
We still have a nice slope there. So everything has to be done with the 8-foot level. That way we can shim it properly. A little bit time consuming, but it's what we do. actually 2 inches high on this end, down to 0 on this end, so we've created that 2-inch slope on an 8-foot span out.
First, we're gonna lay out the fiberglass paper. That is a fire retardant material. It gets nailed down. And what that material does is allows us to torch apply our rolled material to it. But because it is seamed, so there's butt edges, there's a chance of heat or flame getting down between. That's why we use the glass-based paper first.
So just on the deck, or would you go right out with it?
Just on the deck and up the walls where we're gonna be torching against the walls.
With the roof in place and the scuppers done, all that was left was the finishes. We went above and beyond to make this special for Jane and Dan, and in the end, it really paid off. This deck was strong, it looked great, and I'll tell you, it was safe.
I like it. Wow.
Yeah.
I love the glass.
It's beautiful, yeah.
So
You
you
actually
gotta-
have a real deck.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
This is a floating deck. It is on
Yes.
top of a foam base to protect the roof.
Right.
This is in 3 sections. So if you've ever got to get under it, you drop anything.
Right.
We want to have a wider gap here for the snow. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it's not rocket science neither. It takes a skilled professional to come in, oversee it, and go home. We had to re-angle the whole slope of the roof, so we had brought it up 3 inches to give a 1/4 inch per foot drop. What is necessary is protecting your investment. Are you happy?
Very happy.
I can't tell you how happy.
Very happy.
Maybe now they'll use the deck and get to enjoy what they should have had 7 years ago.
It's great.
I'm really
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hey, it's a hot day and you worked hard.
It is. I'm
so
wearing my tent. I'm gonna have to take this tent off and go have a shower, but
Right.
enjoy.
We will.
A roof built with 5-star materials but installed with 1-star skills is still just a 1-star roof. Yvonne and Tadashi's contractor knew what to do, he just didn't know how to do it.
The shingles and the underlayment is lifted up, which was an ideal place for birds to make nests and wasps to try and create nests.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're ripping the lid off of bad roofing jobs. The roof is a home's first line of defense against all elements. If we have a problem with the roof, we have a problem with the home. Yvonne and Tadashi wanted to build an addition. They would have paid for the best, but they were in a hurry and they hired the first person available, and boy, did they pay for it.
Out here in Canmore, where we are right now, the mountains, look at this. There is a boom happening that is unbelievable. There's not enough housing, there's not enough contractors, not enough skilled trades, period, out here.
All the contractors who came and gave us quotes were really nice guys, but they were busy. It's a building boom in town, and this fellow, even though he was busy, he had time. And so we signed the papers and we handed over a substantial amount of money, and the journey had begun.
And what a journey. It was a rocky road. The contractor was quick to start, but he never finished. Things slowed down, and he would disappear for weeks. The only thing he left behind was poor workmanship and a really bad reputation. There was no fixing that roof. The only hope was getting rid of it.
We have architectural controls in our little subdivision. The roofs have to match, the same height. So we showed him, and we're very insistent that the roofs match. And I'm coming along the road, and I'm thinking to myself, I can see something poking over the top of the roof. What is that? And as I'm getting closer, I realize it's the roof trusses of the addition are sticking up above my existing roof. And his response was really interesting. It took me back, and I didn't know what to say to it. He was like, "Oh, don't worry, Yvonne. It's your house is just weird." And I was thinking, my house is weird? So he came in a panic, saying that it was going to cost him at least $10,000 or more to fix it. And he didn't want to fix it. What could we do? Couldn't we compromise? So if we accepted that he didn't have to remove all the trusses and rebuild the roof, he would redo the shingles of the whole roof. And he would then, since he was touching the gutters, change the gutters. And we said he'd have to get it approved by the Architectural Control Committee. And if the Architectural Control Committee approved it, and he got a letter saying that they approved it, then we would compromise.
They had some ice and water shield on here, but there were spots that were missing, and it just wasn't a real good job, that's for sure.
It's probably the only thing that saved it from actually leaking into the house.
Absolutely. They had one of the valleys here, had nails right in the center of the valley. They had some flashing with no plywood underneath, so there's a big hole under there. So, I mean, it was a leak waiting to happen. The rain lines were crooked. I mean, there was just a lot of things wrong with this roof.
Hindsight is always great. With my hindsight, I wouldn't have budged 1 inch.
So we're going to do all new east trough and downspout?
Absolutely. All new east trough and downspout. Putting Harmony shingles on here, 35-year fiberglass shingles.
Awesome.
All drip edge.
Awesome.
Replacing all the flashings, which should have been done in the first place. It's going to look fantastic.
Look at the view. Yeah, just put me in a helicopter, put me on top, give me a few days. If I don't come back, call the Bears, because they probably ate me.
You can definitely see the difference when you've got the pros on the job.
The roofers are up there. Jason, he tells me everything he saw on the roof, he's totally surprised it has not leaked yet.
Looking back on it, there were so many times we should have stopped.
Now that it's raining, it's probably a good thing that I brought in my roofers and put up a whole new roof, because I remember him talking that I can't believe it didn't leak. But they were good enough to put up a 35-year shingle, all brand new east troughs and downspouts. We just made it. I leave tomorrow. I'm very happy. The rain, we got really lucky. It just seems that I took you outside of the house when it was pouring and it stopped. So someone's on our side, and I don't know who that is, but I hope you're happy.
I am very happy. In Japanese, we'll say, domo
arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you very,
Absolutely.
very much.
Well, at least now I can go home and help someone else. This is how I get paid.
Building a roof takes 3 things: good materials, skilled crew, and really good weather. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We'll be taking a look back at hair-raising roofs and their issues. One of these issues is attic space. Your basic pitch roof gives you some space underneath it. I don't know why, but people think all that extra space can easily be converted into a living space. It can't. Joe and Julie were adding to their family. They wanted another room in their attic, so they brought in a contractor who said it was a simple job, wouldn't need any permits. No permits, no problem. The news seemed too good to be true. That's because it was.
Hello.
Julie, nice to see you again. Joe?
Nice to see you.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Glad you're here. This is Noah.
We adopted a child last year and wanted to adopt a second child. So we thought, do we do the addition in the attic or do we not? And because of the layout of the house, it was actually, we thought it was doable. We just wanted to look nice. Our expectations, even with the contractor, weren't that we just wanted a room, a nice, structurally sound room, something that's not going to be to danger of anybody or fear of falling or, that's going to ruin our house.
We want it done right.
Yeah.
Gives them a quote in the area of $25,000 to put a room inside an attic. The idea would be that he structures everything on the inside, really just so that the floor joists are in, picks up the weight load of the roof, and creates a small room.
Do we have permits?
No.
If you think you need permits, pick up the phone and call the government. Hey, we're thinking about putting our room in our attic. Do we need a permit? What you're going to hear the government say is, you cannot put a room in your attic. You must put on a second floor addition.
And this is the access so I can get in the attic?
We actually had to cut that because they never made...
You cut this?
I cut the hole so I can get in there because they never left me
an access wall. Many times I asked them about the actual structure of the roof. And there was trusses going all across inside, and they cut every single one of those out.
We had 7 or 8 different workers in here. Nobody knew what they were doing.
I'll tell you, this is...
Anytime we see visual, a few things wrong with it. We know there's a lot more wrong. It's hidden inside. The reason you cannot put a room inside an attic is because that attic was designed to be a breathable area, right? It's a cold zone. It's made out of 2x4 trusses. You can't beef it up. You can't do anything with it. You have to restructure the floor to allow continuous weight load upwards. First things first, we're gonna have to bring in an architect and an engineer. I'm gonna have to go through this to determine what he's done. Based on what I've just seen here, there's enough here to tell me this is wrong. There were HVAC issues, electrical and structural issues. It was a complete hazard, unacceptable. Everything had to go. If they wanted an extra room, it needed to be a second-story addition with permits. Clear?
Clear.
Clear below. Oh, look at the span. Once we opened it up, it was obvious the structure was all wrong. None of it even passed code, so we tore it down. After we got our engineered drawings and our permits, we were ready to build. Are we ready? Let's go. Pass it to Mike. Screw it in. It was weeks before we could finally start rebuilding the roof. It seemed like our plans weren't on Mother Nature's schedule. What I'm trying to do is to build the wall and the floor and stand it up. We've got nothing but straight lumber. Awesome. Do I have a lot of room to do it? No. When we finally got a break in the weather, we pulled the tarp and we got to work. Normally we have a standard 1x8, 1x6 or trusses. And we'll tie into it. But because this is now a ridge beam, we're gonna have a cathedral ceiling. We're gonna have to ride over it. All right, that's gonna be cut out. That's what we call a bird's mouth. What do you got?
Got about a 1/2 inch small.
Perfect, continue. Today we have a cathedral ceiling. That bird's mouth is gonna just come right over the outside wall on top plate, right over the outside wall, comes up to the rafter, and that locks in the outside wall. That wall cannot push out once tied into this ridge beam. Now we're gonna use these to come up on the beam, just like that. Okay? And we're gonna use the proper nails. We're gonna nail it into the beam, we're gonna nail it into the rafter, and that'll hold everything tight.
Okay.
That's perfect. Carl?
Yes, sir. There you go. Come on up.
I wanted to make sure the new roof and structure would last. I went with a metal roof for its durability and its weather resistance.
The weather's sort of iffy up in the air, so we're gonna start with one section, rip it off, get some underlayment down.
Yeah.
Make sure it's watertight, and then start the application on the new product. It's a Galvalume steel roof.
What does that mean, galvanized aluminum?
It's Galvalume is a zinc and aluminum coated, as opposed to galvanized. It's a little bit more industrial, stronger coating. Very corrosion resistant, even if it's scratched or damaged.
Right. So what do you have to do? Do you have to give it breathing room underneath? You strap it?
Well, because of the profile itself, it's a little slightly elevated, so it does allow some airspace.
Yeah.
There is some strapping required, but not on the complete roof.
Right.
Just in particular areas like the eave perimeter.
Right.
On the hips of the roof as well.
Right, yeah.
In the U.S., in the southern markets, they do nail this product.
Yeah.
But in our climate, because of the drastic freeze and thaw cycles that we get, it's always screwed.
So what about wind? Like, what can this take in terms of gusts?
It's warranted up to 120 mile an hour wind,
right?
Which is equivalent to, I believe, a Class 3 hurricane.
Oh my God!
So pretty much impossible to rip this roof off.
Right.
Joe and Julie paid a lot of money for a space that was illegal, unsafe, and unfinished. What are the lessons here? Do your homework, slow down, give yourself enough time to find the right person for the job, get references and check them out, and get the proper permits, please. Come on in. You got a tan.
You did I?
I'm jealous.
I'm a little bit darker.
Yeah, you are a little bit darker. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Welcome back to your home.
Oh, thank you.
If I was just to come in and put in a proper bedroom addition on the house, it would have been a lot easier than what I had to do because of the contractor. $25,000, he says. We'll put a room in your attic. Not a problem. No windows, no heat. Tamper with the electrical and tamper with the structure. Your beautiful roof outside, Rob, is that something?
Oh. When I drove up, I couldn't stop staring at the roof, and it looks amazing.
He did so much more than we anticipated.
Looks
so
like we bought a
much
brand new
more.
house.
It looks like we're walking into a brand new house. It's absolutely gorgeous.
And this room is nothing
yeah.
compared to what it was before, not even close.
A roof seems like a simple job, but even the most simple roof is more complex than it looks. It's part of a bigger system that protects the home. If the roof fails, the whole system fails. If you're gonna hire somebody to work on your roof, make sure they know how and what they're doing. Is it worth the time? Is it worth the money? Absolutely. Believe me, you want a house with a good roof on its shoulders.
Pinky. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if he remembers me, does he?
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
party.
Remember your uncle?
Uncle Damon?
Adam. Carlito. Good job, man. Give me 5. Nice.
He did a fantastic job. You can't.
Some homeowners are tempted by a deal, but there are no shortcuts to a job done right. Under the table or cash deals puts every homeowner at risk because there's no contract, there's no paper trail, there's nothing. I'm used to helping one family at a time, but this next story led me to a whole neighborhood of families, all victims of the same contractor. New residential developments are great for contractors. Think about it, hundreds of homes in a single neighborhood that needs some type of work.
Michelle.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to see you again.
Thanks for coming.
Adrian, nice to see you.
For Michelle and Adrian, they needed a fence. In fact, the whole neighborhood needed a fence. A local contractor offered a block of 50 homeowners a deal they couldn't refuse. But there was a catch. They all had to commit.
In order to do our fence, he came around to all 50 homes and required a deposit and of half of the price.
Pretty much half deposit.
$500 approximately a house. Some people paid more, some people paid the full amount of the fence, and nobody's seen or heard from him since.
Just tell me it's not all cash, that everybody paid by check.
90% of these houses paid cash. No paper trail, no chance in, really, hell, trying to go to court to get any money back.
He did that to a few people where he really put them on the spot, saying, if you don't give me the money now, then your neighbor's not gonna get their fence and you're gonna be responsible, and how are you gonna feel if you slow down the project of the fences? And he gave a few people a guilt trip. And a lot of people left him standing in a driveway, drove to the convenience store to the bank machine, came back and handed him the cash.
Michelle had fire. The get up and go to knock on everybody's door in this neighborhood and say, hey, we got taken. Did you get taken? What's your name? Did you pay cash?
You know, it's not about the money now. It's about stopping this guy in his tracks from doing this again to other naive homeowners.
So who all paid cash here? Put up your hand. Who paid checks? Put up your hand.
He was scratching off on the checks. People were writing it to the actual construction company.
He scribbled out his business name, put in his personal name, and initialed these people's checks.
You know, obviously it's not done.
As you can see, he's stopped halfway.
Did he put these on?
I put those on just for safety reasons.
Smart move.
Yeah, I didn't want any kids or anything falling in.
You call these holes?
That's less than a foot. Looking around, I see holes that are not even the right distance apart. It's as if they just picked up the auger and just drilled one here, drilled one here.
I don't want to see the concrete out of the ground like that. What happens is when they bring the concrete up on top of the ground, the frost will grab it, pick the pole up out of the ground. You ever seen the poles come out of the ground? Your fence shifts up? That's why. We don't want to see drywall screws at all in the hangers. You can already see that this is twisting and pulling it out. We see no nails whatsoever in the top into the 4x4. So unfortunately, this fence would only last a couple of years and pretty well fall down anyways.
Was it surveyed? Are they deep enough? Is it built properly?
By just taking a look down, if you look straight down, yeah.
I bet you could have built that better.
Oh, yes, definitely.
We're gonna fill in the old holes, bore all brand new holes, and obviously go buy a whole bunch more new wood and do this again. Fences aren't hard to build, but doing 50 is a huge job. In this case, the best fence was a defense. We had to take down his fencing, rip out all his posts, and break a lot of concrete. We also brought in a survey team for the new layout. The last genius who did it didn't think it was important to stick to the property line. If you're digging holes for fence posts, they should be a minimum of 4 feet, not 3. That gets us below the frost line. Anything higher and the frost will lift it. The lumber arrived and we were finally ready to build some fences. Let's do the math. The wood alone cost $45,000. The original contractor was doing the entire job for 50 grand. What did that tell me? He never had any intention of finishing the job. It's pretty bad when a contractor takes your money and runs. But you know what? It brought them together. It got them talking to each other. In fact, they needed to band together if they were going to make this right. There's strength in numbers, and knowing that you're not alone makes it easier.
After Frank disappeared and took everybody's money, you know what? It kind of brought the community together because we had a common goal now.
I personally believe that this is a blessing in disguise.
I didn't know my neighbor behind me until all this started.
We get to know everybody more, everybody get together.
Everyone is, kind of bonded tighter because now we got issues, right? So now we got to bond tighter to, fight this guy back.
4x4s directly to the end. Dan, shovel this side, please. That's it. Okay, keep going. Now the final test. Actually look down and see how straight that is. 900 feet, I want to be able to look from this end right down and not see another post. That's perfect. In other words, I'm looking at one 4x4 and everything should be in line. Look down that. Is that straight or what? Okay, I'm fussy. I love my job. I love building. I love making changes, fencing, decks, houses, additions. It's what I do. I love it. 52 houses of fencing is a little monotonous for me and a little too much, and I'd rather leave that to the fence and deck specialists. But for me, who was going to help these people?
We're going to party it up.
Yeah,
we need to celebrate this whole thing. It's finally done. It's over. Now all we need is just to celebrate and enjoy it.
We're having a fence completion party.
Well, that castle may need a bit of work. It's not very rigid. But you know what? It works for the kids. Oh, sorry. Jeez.
Okay. If Mike hadn't stepped in to help us out, which is amazing that he did that, I don't know where we would be. We would probably still be sitting saying, what are we gonna do?
When Michelle got on board, she really got the whole street involved and got everybody on board.
Michelle and Adrian, I don't think we've ever been this close before.
Thank you for helping with our fence, your friends Buick and Cadillac.
Oh my gosh,
Beautiful.
thank you
Thank you very much, everyone.
much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I would need to be a man for all seasons to help Jim and Allison. That would be hard enough. Breaking the bad news to them about their home, that would be even harder.
Now, how do I tell the homeowners about this?
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today, it's an inside look on our greatest outdoor jobs. Jim and Allison were getting an addition to their home when their contractor bailed in the middle of the job. He just stopped showing up. But the worst part of all of this was that he left the house completely vulnerable to bad weather. Here I'm thinking, we've got to do this fast. That meant we're on Mother Nature's clock.
Jim and Allison started with an addition for their children. It works. Everything I see is the way it should be, other than finished.
They weren't coming out very much, and when they did come out, it just didn't seem like there was a lot of work being done.
We're told here that the contractor completed 7 other projects before finishing this one. Is it because they're too nice? Is it because they didn't demand more? Who knows? But at this point, bottom line is, it's not done.
At some point you think, what can we do? You're sort of just left, with having to figure it out yourself.
I'm a little worried with the, I guess you have a peat moss on top of that.
Yeah.
We want to keep that away from the wood. Again, we're seeing a high point here, and it appears that it is. It's running down into the house here. We don't want to see this. I want to see this graded out away from it. That's just concrete. Please tell me there's a coating on that.
There was something black.
This is a big issue right here, I'll tell you right now. I have a feeling we're gonna have to dig this whole entire area right here to make sure that this is properly coated and properly wrapped on the outside of the foundation.
This spelled disaster. Not only was the grading of the yard actually leading into the home, the foundation hadn't been properly coated. This basement was doomed from the beginning. Fixing it meant a lot of work on the exterior foundation. Well, good morning, gentlemen. We have a beautiful neighborhood here. A little bit of a cool day, but nothing we can't handle. We've got to do major inspections on this house. Armando, what I was looking at was, you can see, he's tried to create a weeping system within, but the problem that I see is it drops right back down into the house, and I don't like it against the wood. Again, the same thing here. We're really high against the house and not allowing that minimum 6 inches we need on the concrete, and now you can see that it's dropping back into the house, especially here.
Well, there's plenty of falls, so we'll start with that. Take it 6 inches down here and just grade it away.
Something tells me this would flood like crazy in the spring. Look at this.
Absolutely. Yeah, no.
I can see right under it.
What you can do is dig down here, maybe 2 feet right the way around, continue that waterproofing up to
6 inch
underneath
mark
the board, and we'll put our drainage board inside that one down there.
Working outside is great when the sun is shining and things go your way. But when the weather starts to shift, so does your schedule. What can you do? You have to roll with the punches. Holy muckville.
Well, we've found the T connection there. Got it all cleared out. So we do have a connection going to the inside of the house.
I noticed you dug under the block there, so what we'll do is structurally support it off this footing. It's gonna be tricky to make it watertight though, isn't it?
No, once he gets it up there, we'll get...
watertight over that?
He'll do a parging on it, we'll prime it, put the rubberized membrane on it. New foundation coating is going up to there.
Leaving 6 inches,
which is just a little bit below grade.
Get the weeping in, get the stone in, get this up.
Yes, we're gonna get all this done here. Just, it's not good to leave them open too long with all the mud and everything else.
So here we have this massive job of waterproofing the foundation and fixing the grading. But we also had to finish the brickwork. As it got closer to winter, it got tougher to stay on schedule. Why? Days got shorter, the ground got harder, the cold slowed everything down. But I was determined to finish what someone else started. I couldn't leave this family with the door to the kids' playground more than 4 feet off the ground. So what did I do? I made it right. Wheelbarrow, cement. Let's pour these, get the cradles in. We'll line up our 4x4s where we want them, pour them in place. Cedar is a natural wood that not only smells wonderful, water doesn't normally harm it. That's why you see cedar shingles on a roof, because it's cedar, not a pine, not a spruce, not anything like that that'll rot. Cedar naturally will not rot. We started this job late in the summer and fought our way right through fall and winter. I'll tell you, I love the great outdoors, but I will never like digging into frozen ground. By the time winter settled in, the addition was finally finished. Now, this family could put it behind them and know their house could stand up to the weather. As we started inspecting the outside, bringing in Armando, and corrected all the grading on this side until we started digging in the back with John, and that we found that we had to raise the height of your foundation protection membrane on the outside. We actually had to dig down in the back and fix a whole bunch of structure in the foundation in the back where the new meets the old, put in new cinder blocks so we could tie on top of that and tie it back into the house, which he was very successful in doing in both the back and the front, and I think it looks really good.
It makes such a difference.
That brick.
Keep the
I
brick.
love it. And that was what was in the original plans, but we never thought we were going to get the brick. Yeah, we thought that was gone. To take one thing off our plates is fantastic. I'm telling you, it's fantastic not to have to, worry at night, how are we going to get all this stuff done that needs to be done? And why wasn't it done in the first place?
I knew California would give us awesome weather, but I never thought it would take us out of the home and into the fire. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. They don't call it the great outdoors for nothing. Working outside can be a lot more fun than being inside, but you've got to know what you're dealing with, and every location has its own challenges. We took a road trip to Pasadena, California to help Jennifer and Abraham. They were stuck with an unfinished reno to their bungalow. They already paid the contractor an extra $6,000 on top of a $200,000 job. But it wasn't even a third of the way done. The contractor abandoned the project. He just took their money and walked, but not before putting a lien on their house. Go figure.
Look at the view. I wouldn't want to move from here neither. That's why they want to stay. Let's work on the house that they're living in. It's quiet. It's beautiful.
How you doing?
Nice to see you.
Thanks for coming back.
Contractor came in. What are we here? Every day. No problem. Don't worry. Abram?
Hello there.
What's your name?
Isaac. My name is Isaac.
Hi, Isaac. How you doing? I like your overalls.
You could see they were working very hard. Progress was being made. It seemed to be going very well. Turns out that it wasn't.
This contractor not only took $206,000 from this family, but leaned them for an additional $96,000, saying, "Oh, I had to lay my guys off. We're almost out of work."
I don't have any groceries. I can't get out of bed. If there was anything I could do to finish this job, I would do it.
He took their money. He leaned them for an additional $96,000. He's still going.
Of course, we came to find out through our mailman that he was doing another job in the neighborhood.
Is he coming back to finish this? No.
1, 2, 3. Going high.
Ah, California. Palm trees, blue skies, and loads of sunshine. As much as I wanted to be there, I had other jobs that I needed to oversee. So I left a lot of the groundwork with Damon and our new friends who agreed to help out.
Damon, it's me. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Is it warm there?
No. Yeah, it's a little warm, buddy.
Well, it's not warm here.
I am so sorry. I feel really bad.
Yeah, I'll bet you do. Keep up the good work. We'll stay in touch, okay? You need me, just call me.
Holmes, do I still have a job when I come home?
Not if you have a tan.
We're returning the convertible today.
By the time I got back, I was amazed by the amount of work the guys put in.
I'm really impressed. It is morning, and I'm looking at incredible work. James, it's looking so good, I swear. I'm telling you. Now I'm excited.
We're getting there. Yeah, me too. Now that people can see what actually it's going to look like. It's pretty cool.
How's the rain been?
Not bad. There's a couple days that slowed us down, but other than that, it's been pretty good. I haven't seen the extended forecast right now, but hopefully.
I saw it this week, and it's real good.
All right.
A good contractor works for the home's environment. California gets a lot of sunlight, so why not use it? I wanted to bring in as much natural light into this home as possible, so we even threw in some tunnel skylights.
I've been a fan all my life of skylights, but every time I do a skylight, I gotta restructure the roof rafters, obviously the drywall, lots of damage, lots of repairs.
Yeah.
These guys, they install the same day with no repairs.
In about 2 hours, they go in really fast. Just a reflective pipe takes the daylight right down to the ceiling.
If we use more sunlight, we use fewer lights and less energy. What's this mean for the homeowner? Smaller electricity bills? It's a no-brainer. We use tile to clad the exterior partition wall of the house. You can do this in the warmer climates, but not in places that get cold winters. Why not? Because if water gets behind it, it'll freeze and it'll break the tile and the grout. Jennifer and Abraham didn't have a huge backyard. But hey, it's California. I'm sure their son Isaac would have loved a nice soft lawn to play on. So we gave him one.
I say nice.
A hot, dry winter sounds great, but the dry heat has its downsides. It came a little too close for comfort for me.
3, so we have 1 here. Let's hope the wind doesn't blow them over. Looks like they may have that fire under control. But could you imagine if it actually came this way? I'm telling you. I don't even want to think about it. The wind's blowing this way. You can see how it just carries it over and then crosses it back this way. So over the hills, it's going that way, but as it gets to here, it's coming this way. That's a big fire.
Thankfully, that fire stopped before it got any closer. But I'll tell you, I was worried there for a minute or two. It's just another reminder that you can't predict Mother Nature.
6 months, lots of work, lots of people, probably in the area of 100 different men in that house. Let's step out on your new deck.
Oh my gosh. Look at this.
Wow.
What is that, Mike?
Now, this is a teak flooring which goes over top. It's a floating floor, and the idea is that we do not want to damage your waterproof system, as well as we want drainage. So James has sloped this in 2 directions with your glass rails. How do you like your glass rails?
I love my glass rails.
Now, you didn't have grass before. As a matter of fact, you had the hardest earth I've ever witnessed in my life.
It's called granite.
Yes, it's called decomposed granite, so I'm told. Okay, so what we did was made sure that more friends of yours that came in to help us. Again, I wanted safety for your child, so we have the glass rail all the way around with a fence on this side.
Good things happen, bad thing is just a test. And the test will either make it or break you. And we made it.
Yeah. It's one thing to fix a house that's 50 years old or 20, even 10. But how is it possible that I was outside fixing a house that was only 3 years old? 3! I don't get it. Do it right the first time. We don't have problems. That's just as simple as that. Do it right the first time. Welcome back. It's the best of Homes on Homes, and we're showing the best stories we've got on the great outdoors. I see a lot of buyers get blinded on how great the outside of the house looks. They fall in love with the curb appeal, but it's just lipstick and mascara. Remember, looks are deceiving. It's what's on the inside that counts. A home is an investment. Adele and Walter used their heads. They found an area they loved and hired a contractor to build them a dream home. But it wasn't long before the relationship with their builder started showing cracks. This is gorgeous. I'm seeing great finishing. There are no cracks whatsoever in the ceiling. Open concept. I love the kitchen.
Yep. All we wanted to do was build a house, and we had a contract and we had a price, and it was agreed that if anything was over, we discuss it first and sign off on it and approve it. And it didn't work that way.
And I don't see anything that's really a problem other than minimum code violations, right? Fireplace cannot be used. The brick on the outside is not only not finished, it's falling off.
Yeah, it falls off regularly.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little frustrated here. Where's your step?
Well, I don't know.
They didn't put it in.
We don't have a step.
The problem here that I see is there's no enforcement. No one has stepped up to the plate and said, get your butt back in this house, finish it, fix it, and then you'll get your money. No one. That exhaust for your fireplace needs to be a minimum of 15 feet away from this. This is a regulator, and what happens is the pressure underground will be more than the pressure that comes into the house. So the regulator, much like a breathing apparatus for a diver that goes on water, regulates that pressure coming into your home.
Right.
This is what I'd like to call a purge valve. Now, it's not really a purge valve, much like diving, but if the gas ever is pushed too much, it will release some gas. That's why that's got to be at least 15 feet away. That's a hot exhaust coming out from the fireplace. This top cap they've used, they just did a mortar fill, and what happens is when rain penetrates that area, runs down the siding onto this point, it can easily get in behind the wall. So now I'm worried about moisture. But what I do see is that we do have a concrete board right in this area.
Yep.
If water gets in behind it, it freezes, it will push it and break it off. I'm seeing a crack over top of the window, right across here. More cracks.
Yep.
As we continue, we're gonna see more. All the way around the house, right?
Yep.
Another crack.
Yep.
Here, it's fallen out.
Oh yeah, that's there you go.
This house was less than 3 years old, but the exterior stonework was installed so poorly, there was no way it could make it through another winter. All of the stone had to come off the house, and I mean all of it. The gas meter, the gas lines, they all had to be moved, so that meant just a whole lot of digging. Who wants a shovel?
I'll shovel.
Okay,
Right here. You see that?
I got a shovel already.
All right, you two are shoveling.
Nice.
I think we should try and salvage as much as we can rather than just tossing it away.
For sure, this is nice stuff. Okay.
Well, that's a good start. Now that sucks. That really sucks. This is a joke. That's a joke. I'm sorry, that is a total joke. How heavy is this? Like, that is really, really heavy.
300-400 pounds, I'd say.
What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So times 3, 15. So about 15 nails holding that.
It was a matter of time before this actually sheared right off.
It's a shame because what we are seeing is good products. We see the hardy board, we see the concrete board, we see proper seal with the tar paper. The problem is the concrete board.
Yeah.
It's not adhered to the wall.
Yeah.
Strong enough. That's a lot of weight.
No kidding.
see the efflorescence buildup and all the stains that shows the moisture. But what other indication here tells us that we've had moisture in behind the stone? Look at the nails. Okay, we had tar paper up here. Nails, that means the moisture got behind the tar paper. Nails are rusted. Rusting, 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 signs of water. Out of sight, out of mind? I don't think so. Take it down. We dug it deep enough for you now, Dave?
Plenty deep, yeah. That's good.
What's next?
We'll pinch. It's plastic, we pinch. And the pipe.
Is that this thing here?
That's a pinch-off tool.
Ways to make you talk, eh? So you're gonna pinch this off.
We basically make the cut after it's pinched.
After moving the gas meter and repairing the whole exterior exhaust, Adele and Walter could finally use their fireplace. The contractor used all the right products, but all the wrong installation methods. It's a huge waste of money. Spending money twice doesn't work for me. We wrapped the base of the house in Typar. Then I added a second membrane to create an airspace. So if any moisture gets behind the wall, it can dry itself out. The parge coat has to stick to something, so we added a layer of mesh. We had to be really careful here because this entire wall assembly is a system. A problem in one part will affect the other parts. You don't want the parge coat to be smooth, you want it a bit rough. This helps create a better bond with the stone because it bonds better to rough surfaces. So once Damon laid it on, I scratched it up.
I check the first course so it's nice and level, and then the stones that go on top of it are gonna rest on the first course. So the first course is the most important one.
It's starting to look really good. The scratch coat's up. As they're coming around the house, we can see the top stones are in place now. I like it. I've asked them to rake back the top stone. Very important to me. Really, almost no one does this out here. We'll add a rubberized caulking afterwards. And the reason we're going to do that is we want it watertight from that penetrating rain, especially from the west. That's how it got in the first place. Let's seal it.
Hello.
Adele, Walter.
Hi, Mike.
We're done.
Wow.
Wow.
We're done. Come on out, take a look.
All right, great, thanks.
Another happy ending. Happy endings are good, but imagine waiting 3 years for a happy ending. And how happy is it if you've got to go through the pain and anguish that these two people went through? For me, here's the fun part. Here's where we get to say, okay, look at the difference. Do you like this stone over the other stone? It's very close.
Yeah. Great. It's a lot nicer finish, and just the quality of the work, though. It's all tight. Looks
And
fantastic.
best of all, there's no cracks. There's no stones falling off.
It's just the way it should have been.
It looks like the finish of a custom home now.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Mike.
Meeting you both.
Yes.
And I'm glad it's done.
Yeah.
Oh.
No more, right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll take the hug. That's fine. I'll take the hug.
There are bad contractors everywhere, even in the Wild West.
Obviously, he used these scared tactics again. We're gonna sue you. We're gonna go to collections. I want my money. I want. But you stood up and said, kiss my butt, you're not getting it. I like that.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're looking back at the stories that pushed us to do something great outdoors. Yvonne and Tadashi have a nice little place in the middle of an absolutely beautiful area. All they wanted was a bit more room, so they decided to do an addition. What did they end up with? A really bad build, an empty bank account, and an unfinished job. Awesome.
We're talking about a very simple home here. Actually, the whole neighborhood. The houses are prefab. They crane them in on top of a pressure-treated foundation, which we're not used to, but it's allowed. The drainage in the earth is incredible because there's a lot of stone. Yvonne.
Hi.
You must
Nice
be
to meet
Tadashi.
you.
Hi.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Mike. Not too often I take a plane and then drive.
Yeah.
But this is nice. The story was easy. 15 by 15 addition to the home, $90,000. That's kind of a lot of money. But I understand out here they're in demand. Okay. But for $90,000, it should be perfect.
Stuff just wasn't getting done. And suddenly he appeared and he was back. And he started asking about a substantial completion payment.
So we have a drain, but we also have a slope coming towards the door. Why is there a hole?
We made the hole.
You made the hole.
The water, it would rain, and then it would just puddle like mad. And then it would
wouldn't go down.
Wouldn't go down.
And there's a cloth over it and it goes to nowhere. You know what? I would have attached that drain to this drain and then brought it out that way.
This one doesn't work too bad. At least so far, it hasn't backed up.
Right.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be laughing.
The contractor wouldn't do any more work without any more money. Yvonne and Tadashi weren't going to pay anything else until he fixed the problems. When lawyers got involved, the contractor stopped calling, period.
What was he supposed to do here, over the door?
There's supposed to be a small roof, you know.
Okay, so peaked roof, columns coming off the sides.
Down.
Okay. Because you got great run here. Our landscaping comes down this way. This is where we want the water to go. Keep it away from the house.
They had great slope for drainage, but they were still getting water in the basement, and the exterior drains were backing up big time. Immediately, I'm thinking something's wrong with the weeping towel. I only had 2 weeks to finish this job, and from the looks of it, there was going to be a lot of digging. But those mountains, man, they just made everything seem better.
You got the mountain view. I'm totally jealous. I mean, my house, I got a hill. How tall is that? That's the Three Sisters, right?
That's Three Sisters, yeah.
And how tall is that?
How tall they are?
Yeah, about 10,000 feet.
Wow. All right, let's go. Straight across. We'll pull up all the asphalt.
They had drainage and leaking problems, so the first thing I wanted to do was dig around the foundation. It was the only way I could see for myself if the drainage and the weeping system was proper. Otherwise, anything I would do would be useless. So I was off to a great start. There was no footings under the concrete retaining walls, no weeping tiles around the new addition. No wonder they were getting water in the basement. I now had to take down the retaining walls and do a whole lot more digging just to get proper drainage. Can you believe this?
This is just a great example of someone's mind thinking, this will work. Don't worry, this is great drainage. Man, I always say, let's keep the water outside of our house. All we're doing is putting a drain so that when it gets wet on that concrete, it has somewhere to go, right? Well, where's it going? It's going under the pad. It's going into some stone and hoping to hell that it never rains that much. Because if it does, well, it already did. It backed up on that side, went underneath the door. So if it does it there and it continues down here, it's gonna back up and go underneath this door.
What better place for all that water to drain than into the garden? Our only problem was we had to rip up the backyard to get it there. We also wanted to protect the foundation by properly sealing it. Another thing the contractor forgot to do. For the retaining wall, I wanted to try something different, so I brought in some stone from a local quarry and created a great-looking stone wall.
Tight fit, eh, Larry?
Was it necessary? No, but I wanted to do something special.
Good. Look how it's all around us, eh? It's almost like we got this little umbrella right here. And I hope that umbrella stays open.
We gave these homeowners a new weeping system, new exterior floor drains, and a new retaining wall.
Nice.
And most of it the homeowners will never see, including no water in the basement.
We're ready. Let's go.
All of this work just to fix something that should have been done right in the first place. Now all I had to do was put it back together, and with the threat of rain, we had to work fast.
See what happens when you put a bunch of guys together that work hard and care about what they do? Things get done.
Like an ape. Give me a bit more slack, let go of my wrist then. MJ? You guys drop me?
Ready? Grab my hand. A lot going on, last day, as usual. The rain, we're fighting it. It's on our side. That umbrella's still over this house. I'm trying to stay under it. We do have the asphalt guys coming in today. That makes me very happy. The grass is going in. A nice amount of topsoil on top. Lay the sod green side up. I like saying that. It's just something I do. Put it where you want it.
Okay. Handle.
This has been a journey. Coming out here, helping this family. I didn't get a chance to really see the sights. We worked from morning till night.
That they took this time out of their busy schedules. We're so happy to live here.
We found a fine gentleman after we demolished your backyard. He came in and resodded everything and planted a couple more shrubberies that we actually ruined. The concrete system that I already showed you before would not have passed code, and it didn't. So we removed it all. It took us 3 days to jackhammer that out. And then we made you a stone retaining wall, which we're gonna go down and see it. A little bit of a rock garden. So if you wanted to do anything in here, you can. But for me, this looks good. We've created a drainage system right from your door, when I go down and show you, right through your backyard, right out to the drains to control anything that goes down there, it will go out and not in your house. Looks good, eh?
This looks absolutely wonderful.
Wow.
And the rocks look great. Everybody works such long hours. I really appreciate it.
This is how I get paid.
I'm just gonna keep crying. I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
Another outdoor job, another bad contractor, and another couple learns that paying cash will leave you out in the cold.
How do you finish this area?
And he basically said, don't worry, it'll get done, but it was very vague. And within a few days, he was gone.
Not gonna work, never gonna last, totally done wrong, walked away with the money.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today it's all about the great outdoors and the great mistakes some contractors make. Working outside is challenging on so many levels, and for this next story, I mean that literally. Joe and Lisa's backyard is on a hill, so they needed a retaining wall for their sloping backyard, but you just can't put up a wall. You have to think about drainage, weight-bearing capacity, freeze and thaw cycles, basically all the things their contractor ignored.
Joe, Lisa, great to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Hello, hello.
Talk about a friendly contract. Joe, the homeowner, gets paid $14 an hour off the total price for doing some work.
These are all the tools left by the contractor.
And he hasn't tried to come back and get them?
No.
In he comes. Give me about $10,000 labor. You know, don't worry about a contract. Let's do it cash. We'll save you some money.
The actual cash in hand to him was $10,000.
Did you say cash in hand? Here we go again. Cash, which means did you have a contract?
There was, well, not a...
Put it in writing. Pay by check. If anything happens, it's just another step in the system that helps you. In this case, there's nothing to help you. Now, honestly, I love this stone, but there's a limit to its height. The limit to its height is 3 feet. Here's a big issue. This is your neighbor up here?
Yes.
All right, we have the grade up here, so which means in the winter or fall, spring, especially spring, imagine all the water coming this way and behind this wall. When that water comes down that hill, and it will because the neighbors is higher land, it's gonna freeze and push that wall over in the first year. All that money that you spent goes right out the window. I think they're out of pocket $14,000, including materials, including labor. And I look at it and go, for what? A little bit of dig back that Joe did, some stone installed. I guess the idea was to move the wall back, put in more patios, so tie into existing. New stone, old stone, 2 different colors, 2 different batches, never gonna match. This needs to be underground because we need a locking effect of some sort. I don't wanna just rely on the paving stone because what's gonna happen is it's gonna push it against the pool. If there's any push on this wall, it will push that against the pool. This whole stair section should have been removed to tie everything back in and then reapply the stairs back in place because you can't leave the wood in the ground. Now that you know that it's no good, you've got to remove it. So that means pulling all that stone back, digging out this area, redoing, tying it all into this point here so that everything becomes structurally intact. I'm gonna rip this apart. We're gonna give all this stuff away to a family that can use it, because I do not want to throw anything out that's still reusable. And we're gonna change this just a little bit. We're gonna do the old grab and run.
Grab and run them?
I'm not in a hurry. I'm not gonna take two, kill myself. I used to be 22, I'm not anymore. I had big plans for that backyard, so I needed some big rocks. The armor stone would be great for the retaining wall, but I ran into my own problem. I needed access. I had to bring big rocks in with tractors, so that meant the shed was coming down. The idea is to work our way right across with the Bobcat, staying away from the pool. Making sure we get the weeping tile in, the fabric to keep the dirt out, and plenty of stone in behind it. Control any water that comes down and weep it out the side of the house. In my world, fixing one problem always leads to another. What started out as building a simple retaining wall turned into an entire backyard. We had to redo the patio stones around the pool so that they would tie back into the retaining wall. With the old patio stones coming up, we needed to replace the gate around the pool. And with all the machinery and traffic in the back, we completely tore up the lawn, which we also needed to replace.
No more mud. When the green stuff comes out, the end is near.
Oh, hey, wow.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
This is our backyard.
This is gorgeous.
In every single job we do, it's all about bringing in the right people, qualified professionals.
Oh my gosh, this
come
is
on.
beautiful.
This is way more than we expected. All I wanted was a wall to hold up the dirt, keep the trees alive. It's incredible.
That looks great. I love that.
That's amazing. I've never seen that kind of stone.
Neither have I. I love that.
That's what we call armor stone. It's probably the hardest stone you've ever seen. Try putting a drill into it or hitting it with a sledgehammer, and that's why they call it armor stone.
We're going to be living out here all summer long.
I feel like I'm in someone else's yard, like in LA or Beverly Hills or something.
It's so open and classy, and I love it. It's absolutely gorgeous.
And it's nice to see so many people who take pride in their work, do a good job, do it right.
And that's what I'm here for, to do it right. Because if you don't do it right, there's no point in doing it at all. There are a lot of good contractors out there that do good work, but there are too many who will take your money and run. Be smart, get quotes, ask questions, get references, and please check them out. Don't pay the full amount until you get the job you agreed on. The last thing you give is your money. The same rules apply for work done outside of home. Do your homework and stay on top of things. Do that, and you'll know why it's called the great outdoors.
Isn't it beautiful, Sarah?
It's very beautiful. Look at that. Very nice.
Like to play some drums?
Oh! All right. Awesome. When people buy new homes, they think they'll avoid the headaches that come with old homes. But again and again, I see new homes with major problems. Why? Sometimes it's because cheap products were used. Other times, it's wrong installation. And sometimes it's both. Who pays for it in the end? The homeowner. Unfortunately for Gary and Mary Jo, they got caught between a tub and a hard place. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Mary Jo.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Look good. How you doing, Lucy? In this case, Mary Jo and Gary bought a beautiful home. They've been here for 3 years. And what's happening? Not one, not two, not three, but 4 tubs and 2 different bathrooms, identically the same, problem after problem. Want to take a look?
Yeah, come on in.
Thank you.
We noticed there was rust in the tubs, spoke to the builder, and they said, sure, no problem, we'll come in, we'll replace the tubs.
So I guess we'll start with the main bathroom?
Yes, please.
Well, you know, it looks good.
Sure, everything
It
looks
does
good from
look
the
nice.
outside. They came in and tore down 2 rows of tiles, tore the tub out and put in the new tubs. And 4 months or so after that, we noticed it was happening again.
What did you notice?
We noticed that the tub started warping, and then the porcelain cracks and then the water pools in the cracks, and then it starts to rust.
You would have thought after the second tub installation, somebody would have said, let's buy a better tub. We don't want to come back here again. Let's fix it now so we don't have to come back. But no. This bathroom looks really good right now. I'm not seeing any problems with the tub, but let's go see the other bathroom.
Okay. We got smart and we noticed the warning signs. So it wasn't a month after those tubs were in that we saw it starting again.
Again, nice and clean. Tell me about this one.
It's been replaced 4 times as well.
Same as the other bathroom.
Same as the other one.
All within 2 years.
That's right.
Okay, same tub, same tile, same look, same way.
Yeah.
And when they tore down all the tile and the wall, there was mold like crazy.
Whoa, look
Yeah.
at the mold. Whoa. Now, is this on this side of the plastic or on the other side of the
This
plastic?
is on this side of the plastic behind the drywall. So,
It's
So the
between
drywall
it.
on
It's between
here.
it. That's
Here
a water test
what
to
we've
show
done
how the
is
water drains.
We've colored the water to make sure that we could illustrate how how it is draining and where the warpage in the tubs are.
And then the water pools.
Gary and Mary Jo did a good job documenting the problems. 2 years and 8 tubs later, the cracks were still showing. Clearly, there was a problem with the product and the installation. They were just getting ripped off. So I had to rip it out ×2.
That drives me insane. Why do my pipes bang? They're not secured. So we see your basic cheap tub, okay? All braces, very cheap, thin gauge. We see the foam, and the foam is designed to serve 2 purposes. Because the gauge is so thin, they'll put the foam on it to keep it nice and rigid on the bottom. But they add a spray foam because they're trying to solve the problem as to why the tubs are buckling. We see mold. It's already starting. You see that?
smell it, right?
You can smell it. It's already starting. It's on this side. By code, we wrap the outside stud to protect that stud from moisture. This should be tuck taped to that plastic. It's going to help stop any air movement, which we really want. To go to the extreme of all of this tuck tape in the wrong areas, wrong practice.
In the winter, Vapor Barrier's primary purpose is to stop air movement. The problem is, it doesn't stop hot from meeting cold. In this house, improper installation of the Vapor Barrier created a breeding ground for mold. We made sure we enveloped the bathroom the right way.
$15 3/4 off the garage.
Not all tubs are created equal. A cheaper tub with a thin gauge can buckle and dip when a person climbs in. So we installed a steel tub with a thicker gauge that'll help prevent warping and definitely eliminate the water pooling problem. Since we had 2 bathrooms, I wanted to make them different. I decided to do a tub in one and a shower in the other. Getting the proper slope is crucial for drainage. That's why I love manufactured shower trays with the slope already built in. It's just smart. Once it's in place, simple waterproof, and it's ready to tile. Mud it right up to here, we'll get across.
2 sections.
You mud, I'll tile. Glass tile is really a pain in the butt, but it looks gorgeous when it's up. Now, this is obviously a back to the tile, and what they've done is it looks like they painted it so much that our thin set that we use doesn't bleed through it. Now, we're gonna put up all these tile, we're gonna let it set a bit, we're gonna wet this down and then pull the paper off. If you pull it off too soon, you pull the tiles off. This adhesive is just grabbing it, so that's fantastic. Why do I always gotta pick the hard stuff? Always, always, always. Oh, don't keep it simple. No. Gotta go for the look, right?
Could have used any tile. Could have used porcelain, could have used slate. No, I gotta pick glass.
The builder tried to fix the problem, but you can't use the same product with the same installation and expect a different result. It's simple. Quality products installed the right way give us the results that we want.
Just walk right in.
Oh my goodness.
God. Oh, this is beautiful.
This is awesome.
This is outstanding.
Underneath this, we have Dietrich. On the walls, we have Curdy. It's a waterproof product, as well as underneath the tile. It's designed to take the tile based on a 200-year-old theory. I love the product. So this is 100% watertight. With everything else, the mold that we found, again, is ridiculous. You're never gonna see that again. Okay, let's see the other one.
Oh my gosh.
Is this what you wanted?
Yes.
This is exactly what I wanted.
What we did is we have a kit that can convert from a tub to a shower stall. So that's exactly what we did. We converted it over.
I love this glass tile.
Do you?
Oh, the work that you guys did is just unbelievable. And we can't thank you enough.
So I've done my job?
And then some.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. No matter
Pleasure
what,
is
keep
mine.
smiling and
Thanks,
enjoy
Mike.
the shower.
We will.
Christine and Terry's dream bathroom turned into a nightmare. The only thing that didn't go down the drain was their sense of humor.
Keep smiling. I'm trying.
One thing worked out really well. We did pay him the money. So at least one of us is happy.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're looking at botched bathrooms, the best of the worst jobs we've been called in to fix. Anytime you're dealing with plumbing, electrical, structure, or HVAC, you need permits. That's why most bathroom renos require more than one permit. If a contractor tells you you don't need permits, you're at risk, not them. When I first met Christine and Terry, I knew right away they were in big trouble.
It is a hot day.
Initial deposit, $200. Sounds perfect. Soon as he walked in the door, he wanted 25% of the total contract.
Hello.
Hello, come on in.
Nice to see you, Christine. Terry.
Great to see you again.
How you doing today?
Within the next 2 weeks, another 25% of the contract. Guaranteed to be done in 4 months.
Two-car garage.
Two-car
Take
garage.
one side of it, turn it into a livable space.
Yes.
Okay.
And
New
I'll-
kitchen, dining room, bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
So it's just not finished.
It's just not finished, and there are some issues.
Everything the contractor touched was wrong. Electrical was overloaded. Live wires left hanging within reach of the children. We had problems with the air conditioning, problems with the new bathroom, and the only permit they got was for structure. One permit for the job? You gotta be kidding me.
Bathroom?
Yes.
Bathroom. And this was supposed to be our sanctuary. This is probably one of the biggest disappointments.
I don't see an access panel in this. Do you have an access panel in the other room?
No, and unfortunately, the jets in the tub don't work.
Jets don't
so
work? Does
the
anything
jets-
work?
The air,
The air
little
bubbles,
the air
but the
bubbles
jets
work,
don't
but the
work.
jets don't work.
Christine and Terry started to notice one wrong thing after another, so they withheld that last payment until everything was finished to code. Now that's smart. Of course, the contractor walked off the job, but that turned out to be a good thing. My first concern was the Whirlpool tub. I needed to know why it wasn't working, because when you're dealing with water and electricity, you need to be sure everything is done right.
We see the electrical junction box right on the wall there. Here is the 4 cable lines. One appears to be slightly unplugged. Maybe that's why the jets aren't working and the aerator is. Now that runs into the wall, which means they're going to junction somewhere because that's got to tie into electricity.
Exactly.
You want to go in that room and see if there is a receptacle on this wall and take a look to see if it's tied in there?
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Let's just start by removing this because that's definitely not a return error.
Oh, you don't want to see this?
No, I don't want to see that. I can... You've got to be kidding
And
me.
you know why your jacuzzi that's not working?
Why?
The GFI is tripped.
You've got to be kidding
It's
me.
tripped right there, man.
You've frickin' got to be kidding me.
Turn that on. We got power.
They've double GFI'd it. They faked it. The guy knows about this. The panel's right here.
Yeah.
So now we have a double GFI, which is going to continue to break, because you can't take a GFI off a GFI, can you?
No, it'll keep tripping on you. So that's the reason why we have a double pole downstairs.
I am absolutely outraged that we have spent basically every cent that we could mortgage to create a quality home a safe home for our family.
We paid him a lot of money with the premise that we're gonna get it done right. We're gonna get it done on time. Everything's gonna be safe. We're gonna be good to go. And we just certainly didn't get any of that.
So we're in the bathroom, and we're ripping out tile because we want to inspect under the tub. Why isn't the jets working or anything else like that? Right away, we see some electrical. What do we see? Your tub is plugged into here.
Oh, my.
2 of them are GFI with a GFI downstairs. They are going to fight with each other and keep switching off. It takes 1 GFI. They should have done it with a breaker on the panel, but they can't because the panel's loaded and they didn't want to pay to give you a new panel and they didn't want to tell you about it, obviously, because they didn't, did they?
No.
Talk about a can of worms. In this case, the problem with the Whirlpool tub led us to other electrical issues, a complete wiring mess, and an overloaded panel. See how one thing done wrong snowballs into 100 different problems. Imagine having to pay for all this after already paying for an addition.
No support off the back. No support here, no support there. Take out all the cripples underneath, all the vertical studs, and then get underneath it and pry it up. Pain in the butt. Look at, they tiled around it, they put the cabinet in place first, they didn't tile behind it. Yo-yos. Okay, now, look at that. The motor is barely attached to the tub. Oh, I love these guys. Just put it down. Now they got a hot tub on the deck.
Once we got the tub out, Martin fixed the plumbing. But to do that, I had to break tiles, move cabinetry, and then put it all back together again. Cutting corners ends up costing more every single time, no exception. And I'm not just talking money here. Look at what these homeowners go through.
Hot's on the left?
Yes.
Because you had it the other way, right?
Yeah. When you stand in front of the fixture, the hot should always be on your left-hand side.
Agreed. And I knew you would do it right.
That's the code requirement.
All right, I gotta tell you, permits can't guarantee a good contractor, but they help make sure whatever work is done is at least done to code. Don't renovate without them.
Alrighty.
Finished bathroom.
Glass.
Wow, glass.
Shower heads,
You can have a
everything.
shower.
You can actually have a shower.
Oh, you can have a shower after you go.
Yeah, actually you could.
We've waited a long time to have a shower in our own bathroom, so. When I walk in the bathroom, it's just like, wow, it's a great bathroom. And that's what we wanted. We wanted to walk into our bathroom, our own bathroom, not the kids, just ours, and go, wow.
I'm not sure if we've lost faith, but we are sure a lot more wary about who we do have some more work that needs to be done in the basement. We will be very careful. We will listen to, heed Mike's words very carefully.
A wheelchair, 2 contractors, and 1 gutted bathroom? Something here just doesn't add up.
I want to make sure that I make it comfortable for you. Is that okay with you?
Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're looking at bathroom renos that left homeowners in the toilet. A bathroom out of order can put your entire house out of order. We all deserve a bathroom that meets our needs, and Kathleen was no exception. So I did whatever I could to make that happen for her. She already been through not 1, but 2 contractors. In this case, 3rd time's a charm.
Here's a story for you. We have a woman that lives alone. Been here for 25 years in a condominium. Looking to get, well, make it easier for her to maneuver around her apartment. Mainly the bathroom. She's in a wheelchair.
First contractor comes in. She lets him go after a week. He couldn't even understand what she needed.
Hello, Kathleen.
Hi, Mike.
How are you today? Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Contractor number 2 comes in. It gets even more interesting. Did they complete this bathroom? Because I don't see a completion here. I see a bathroom that's in rough shape right now.
Second installer put in the sink so close to the wall that there is not room for me to roll in my wheelchair and get centered on the sink. They got the sink the wrong height about 3 times, ordered probably 6 different toilets. About 3 of them they ordered they would get out here and then it would not be a disabled height toilet. They built the shower and it was supposed to be 32 inches wide. They built
Standard.
it. Yes. They built it 37 inches wide. If I had been sitting on the toilet, my left leg would have been in the shower.
She's not happy, and I don't blame her. And I like her moxie because she told them right out, I'm not going to pay you.
They took it, I would say, a step farther than what I had anticipated, because not only did they come get their things, but they also took out the light switches, the switch for the vent fan, and absolutely stripped it. They told me that they'd done me a favor and left me walls. And I said, well, that's nice because I had walls before you ever came.
The only favor they did you was leaving. She stuck to her guns. She didn't pay them a dime. That's smart. But now all she had was an empty room. I couldn't leave her like that. We had to fix this. We were working in a condo, so we were limited to what we could do. We needed to give her a bathroom that worked and making it a little more wheelchair friendly. Oh, that's not a surprise.
No, very Mickey Mouse, and as you can see, like the whole bottom is sort of rotted out here, right?
Mm-hmm. We have 2x4 studs?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll just screw in a bottom plate, go right across, take out anything that's rusted and rotted.
Yep.
The beautiful masterpiece of a plumbing contractor that did the renovation here in the past. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace it with something similar to that, but a lot easier in construction. I've used the MG coupling, and I've made a transition so that I could adjust this ABS fitting for my shower assembly. It's a straightforward connection, a lot easier than using tons of silicone, which probably didn't work in the first place.
Once we got the plumbing squared away, we insulated the walls. This gave us a fire and sound barrier, a bonus when you're living close to neighbors, like in a condo. We also installed the walls in the shower with cement board. All that was left was the waterproofing tile, nice and simple.
So we'll do a couple of rows tonight, get started. Get the Dietra down, let it set overnight. Tomorrow morning we come in, we finish off the shower, and we could tile our way out basically anytime after that.
Can you imagine waiting almost 2 years for a bathroom that you kind of need? Well, she was done waiting. Kathleen didn't want to move. She didn't want people taking care of her either. I get it. So not only did she get a bathroom, she also got her independence. What more could you ask for? Let's turn left. You know, sometimes I don't get this. I really, day in, day out, I fix crap after crap. The stories I really don't understand is people in need. We didn't take any walls out in your hallway. We didn't do anything crazy like that. Is this all about money? Is this no longer about I care about the person that I'm working for? Look at your bathroom.
Look at this. You know what? I love that floor. Oh. Love it, love it, love it. And look at the sink. Oh, I like that. Really, I could just cry because you know the nightmare I went through in this bathroom. Look, it's right.
You can almost wash your hair in the sink.
It's right. It went so bad for so long, and it just looks perfect.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
It's going to be really, really nice. It's going to be so amazing because it's going to make it easier for me to manage. It's not just like pretty bathroom. Yes, pretty bathroom, but I can manage on my own.
What do you get when a deck guy does your bathroom? Nothing right, that's for sure.
Everything it seems that they've touched is falling apart.
Oh my God.
Do you believe this?
It's Pandora's box in here.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. It takes skill to renovate a bathroom the right way. Water, electricity, and ventilation are just a few things you need to think about. Then you need to know what products to use, where to use them, and how. You don't hire a roofer to do a kitchen, and you don't hire a deck builder to do a bathroom. John and Kirsten did, and here's what happened.
The kitchen needed to be redone, the bathroom needed to be redone, a lot of the walls had to be fixed. and we decided to hire some contractors that had done some work on our previous home. They'd built a deck, and
Hey, how you doing?
how are
Kirsten? John, nice to see you again. In some people's minds, they're going to look at someone that can build a deck, and they've got to know how to do an addition, electrical, plumbing, kitchen, bathroom. How was the deck by chance?
It was
The
good.
old house was
yeah.
great.
Good deck?
Yeah.
Well, we had to take it down because they didn't get permits.
See what happens? Now, that reminds me. Did you get permits here?
They didn't say anything about permits.
No permits? What damage has been done? Now it's got to come down. Now we got to fix whatever they've compromised and then put it back together again properly.
We really wanted a tub and a separate shower, but because of space issues, we knew that we'd be really limited. So we decided to go with the showstopper shower stall.
Wow.
I know. We had this beautiful slate work done, or so it looked beautiful. And we noticed the floor never dried because it wasn't sloped properly in to drain. And it started to get moldy, and it was really hard to keep clean.
Now all your paint's peeling. I guess you noticed.
The ceiling is one of the parts of the bathroom that they fixed, supposedly. Big chunks of plaster fall on your head while you're in the shower, and the tiles are, the grout is cracking, and it just seems like everything is wrong.
We do know that we're going to gut it. We know that it's just not going to be, can we save anything? No. When it's done half wrong, obviously it's all wrong. Object today is to pull it down. Let's start with pulling all this out. Cabinet, toilet, sink, pictures, save all their stuff.
Okay.
Tempered glass is very hard to hit this way. It usually will not break. I'm telling you, I've hit it with sledgehammers. But shock it from the side, this thing will explode. Shock the edge and explode the glass. It's designed to explode in many, many pieces so that if you're in here and you actually do fall against it, shock it, and break it, the idea is it's not going to be jagged and cut you to pieces. Well, they like silicone, but they didn't put it under this. And here's a great example of how water can get through. It's wet, totally wet and mucky underneath it. So water is going to get in holes. If this is soaking wet, it's going to be easy for it to follow the threads down. All you needed was a bead of silicone. I'm going to pop that towel just to show. More than likely, it went underneath it. Now, how old is this bathroom? Not that old.
Yeah, there you go.
The water got under it. It capped it, and yet the water still got in. Oh, you can see the mold on it.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at the water in there.
That is unbelievable.
But that's a joke. That water's inside the wall.
Yeah.
What else is water supposed to do?
Supposed to drain towards the drain?
Yeah, well, it looks like we have the drain in the wrong spot, right? 'Cause here's the lowest point right here. We're puddling here. I've got to bring it to the drain. So we know we have water damage definitely at this area, right? Which means this is going to be saturated, this is going to be saturated, and I can't wait to see the muck bath underneath this.
Oh my God, my
That's exactly what I expected.
Look at the water in there. Oh my.
Do you believe this? Look at the water on the underside. Now that's unbelievable. They wanted to shower in a bathtub?
Foot soaker.
It was inside the box. This is a perfect example of why we should hire the right people for the right job. It was only when we got behind the walls that we saw the full extent of the damage this guy actually caused.
Look at that. That's
Feel the weight of that.
Yeah.
It is soaked. That weighs about, if I were to guess, my God, that weighs about 4 pounds.
Yeah.
It's turning black, so not a good sign. The amount of water that was behind the tiles was incredible. Luckily, the contractor put down a waterproof membrane. It was the only thing that saved the floor underneath it. Now look at that.
Hallelujah.
The plywood is not wet. It's damp. You can see that it's damp, but it's not wet. Just when I started to give this guy just a little credit, I find out he's completely compromised the structure. He cut into the joist to run the plumbing. That's a no-no. They've notched out the bottom of that beam. They've notched out the top of this beam.
Look at that, Mike.
I know. I know.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's great. Now I'm fixing structure. Now we're pulling up the whole floor. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Nice. After rerouting the plumbing, we had to fix the structure by laminating 2x8s to the floor joists. You never cut joists. You'd think a deck builder would know that.
You need air behind water for it to drain properly. That's why every plumbing drain in your home needs to be vented. Think about it. You need to punch 2 holes in a can of apple juice to get it to pour properly. Same thing here. We need air behind water for proper flow. But the fixtures in this bathroom, they weren't even vented. We had to fix that too.
Each fixture has to have its own vent. Eventually, you're allowed to connect them together as long as you are above the flood level rim of the fixture that is being vented. Now, the flood level rim, it is pretty much the height of the fixture. It's the point at which the water starts overflowing onto the floor. If we had this connected at the lower level, below the flood level rim, and if there was any blockage in a drain pipe, the water would start flowing or filling the vent system, and it would never actually overflow through a pedestal sink. So you would never know that you have an actual blockage in your drain pipe.
This hole is for plumbing vent. Martin has been good enough to pre-drill the wood deck to locate where this flashing is going to be installed. So what we want here is at least 6 inches up off the roof line from the flashing at the short side, which is the back side. That's the minimum code. Here we have, approximately 8-10 inches. It's a good amount. That way, if there's snow on the roof and such, it can't build up over and close off this pipe.
We installed Dieter underlayment on the bathroom floor. This gave us a waterproof barrier between the tile and the structure below. This also prevents tile and grout from cracking. Smart. When it was done, not only did we have a bathroom that was watertight and mold resistant, it looked good too. It was an expensive lesson, but it had a happy ending.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Holy smokes.
Well, it is a simple bathroom. It's not
Oh
a Taj
my
Mahal.
God. That looks amazing. It looks so good.
How do you like the red with the black?
It looks fantastic. It's beautiful.
Perfectly sloped with a foam-based tray, foam-based curb, and totally strong. This is no wood in there. There's nothing in there that's going to be an issue to absorb. So all the right products, works all the right ways, and you're not going to be having a bath in your shower anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We put in new heat, which is a fabulous system. It's extremely efficient for electric in-floor heating. But this is the new toy that I like. Just pushing your buttons, the lights come on.
Oh, cool.
And we tested it. It just heated it up so much we had to open the windows. We were hot in here when we were working, and we had to cool it. Isn't that nice?
That's wicked. Thank
My
you
absolute
very
pleasure.
much.
It's great.
I get to give him a hug.
I'm trying to get paid.
I'm so happy, and it looks better than I ever expected. It's fantastic.
Bathrooms can be challenging, but sometimes the biggest challenge is finding enough space for everything you need. That's when you gotta get creative and plan ahead. Because the toilet's right here, tub's right here. Let's look at this. How is this door gonna open?
This is incentive to stay thin.
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today we're looking at some of the worst bathroom renos in over 100 episodes of Homes on Homes. Bathroom layouts can be tough, things can be tight. It takes experience, planning, and know-how to do it right. Unfortunately, Alex and Marie hired a contractor who had none of the above. Marie and Alex, simple addition, expand the house for the 2 daughters. Here's the problem. Price just over $100,000, right price. Climbs all the way to approximately $170,000 in total costs out of pocket, and everything's wrong.
And we do feel trapped, like we can't do anything.
It's a beautiful day.
Mike is our only viable option to try and make things right.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
See you.
Marie?
We got all our permits the way we were supposed to get.
We're very happy about that. Before the drywall went up, we had inspectors come in and they looked at everything, the plumbing, everything that needed to, and we passed the inspection.
New bathroom?
New bathroom, unfinished, still leaks.
What do you mean it still leaks?
I just wanted to take a bath and lay down in the bath, and I was in there maybe a minute, and my mother-in-law started screaming, "There's water coming out of the pot lights."
Let's continue.
So this is our master ensuite.
No, this is cute. This is really cute. First of all, this is not how we support a tub, okay? You do not install the tub this way and then just throw a skirt in front of it. Did you see what I just did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've had plumbers come in and show that to us. He told us it was fine to use. We haven't touched it. We're too afraid.
Yeah.
Every faucet in this house leaks. and we don't have a shower. So right now we have to tub bathe with this little red container.
Because the toilet's right here, tub's right here. Let's look at this. How is this door gonna open?
This is incentive to stay thin.
The job was over budget, behind schedule, and everything was wrong. You know, that tells me the contractor was in over his head. I can't trust anything he's done, so I had to gut both bathrooms. I needed to see what I was dealing with. So nice, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's pull the tub, pull the floor, inspect all the plumbing. I'm gonna drop the ceiling downstairs to see both bathrooms. Watch yourselves, we're gonna have all kinds of crap fall down. How many times do I gotta see this? You're doing a renovation, you're gutting, you're putting in new plumbing, we see it all the time. What do we have in here, plumbing? What do we have here, an outside wall? What we do not have is insulation. There we go again. We're up, a nice angle, we're up there, and then this runs down.
Sloping down.
And that's not supposed to run down, that has to be up.
That's right. If it's gonna leak, it's gonna leak for that already.
That would never pass inspection.
No.
We have a kink line here, too. Right there, see the kink?
I'll tear out, but just start from scratch again.
Piece by piece. I don't see many screws.
Doesn't anybody remove this stuff?
No.
He drywalled over it.
Yes, when I took this wall off full of tiles, this wall decided to come with it.
Never, ever finish anything with leaving the old stuff up. How do we know what's in the wall? You know, that's a good point. Is there mold in behind that? Is there bad electrical in behind that? Has another contractor been previously in 20, 30 years ago and hit something in the wall? Yet you want to go and put a brand new bathroom up and cover it up? Not a smart move. I build a bathroom that can outlive you if you do it right. It'll outlast you. But do it wrong, you're gonna be doing a new bathroom every 5 years. It's just the way it is. It's just so pathetic, it's ridiculous. When you're doing a bathroom, you wanna think of everything, not just the functions of the bathroom, tub, toilet, sink, etc., shower stall. How can we lay it out? What is the best design? We have a square bathroom. Anytime there's a square bathroom, let's center the door. It gives us wall space to use. By bringing the door to one side, it eliminates putting anything on that wall right there. So by centering it, we have toilet, we have sink, and now we've displaced the room to get the tub and shower in, and we can open up that shower door.
We took all the plumbing out of the house. Okay, right from the main pipe coming into the house, the drain pipe, and the water service pipe. So you have two pipes coming in the house. It's almost a little bit easier than a reno because you're not attaching to anything that would be existing. This will be my house now and the plumbing. I'll take responsibility for it, and it's nice to do it from scratch. It is.
We didn't have a choice. We had to get rid of everything. Plumbing, electrical, HVAC. We also had structural repairs. Was it worth it? Absolutely. This family needed to come home, and I wanted to show them what a bathroom is supposed to look like when it's done right, and we made it right. I made a few changes in here. If you notice, your door's moved over because it was in the wrong location. We've now opened the door to the toilet so we don't see the toilet. Oh, that works. Okay, look at your shower stall.
It is awesome.
Your tub's not going to rock, and it's totally safe. It's totally not going to leak, and I think you can now have a shower and a bath.
And it's not resting on a little piece of styrofoam?
I put in a pedestal sink.
Beautiful.
Rather than the cabinet. It did not work for me. If you look at this, it looks rather big, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes. Much more airy. We can actually walk into our shower now, open up the door and walk in.
This was 100% gutted.
It looks great.
And the shower works? It works.
I know, I can
It's tested. It's not gonna leak.
Sweet. Awesome.
The family is back. They're happy. Their lives are now, they can move on. They don't have to look back anymore. They don't have to deal with the contractor, and I recommend they don't. Forget about yesterday and move on with today. Keep smiling. We'll see you soon.
No kiss from me.
Okay, thank you. Andrew and Gwen hired a contractor who talked a good game, but didn't play by the rules. And they ended up with a bathroom that needed a royal flush.
Out of the 6 people, I guess, that came in, this contractor was the only one who talked about permits.
Oh, it's the first time I've done this. After it's done.
We just got totally charmed by him, and it was just a really cheap trick.
Okay, got it all. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today, it's all about bathroom reno nightmares. A bad bathroom reno can lead to problems that compromise other parts of the home also. Remember, a home is a system. Andrew and Gwen watched the show. They did their homework. They knew to ask for permits, but that didn't save them from a contractor who didn't know what he was doing.
We had, I guess, about 5 or 6 different contractors come in, give us quotes. Out of the 6 people, I guess, that came in, this contractor was the only one who talked about permits. All the other ones were like, nah, you don't need that, it's okay. And so that was a big red flag for us.
Gwen?
Yes, hi,
Mike.
Mike.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Andrew.
Hi, thanks
Pleasure
for
to
coming.
meet you. Oh, we have working at the front door.
Yes, welcome. Come on in.
Thank you. $25,000 in, 12 weeks later on a promise of a 3 to 4 week job. So that's 3 times the time period that this contractor has requested to do the job. It's not done. He did not lay this stuff right, did he? Why is that pulling up?
We had said, you know, you've gone a month over, things still aren't done. What's your plan to finish? He had no plan. He couldn't tell us how long he was gonna need.
It's not sticking.
No. Well, that was the first flag. As I asked, I came up and I said, well, are you using modified or unmodified thin set? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I said, no, really, in the instructions says, you know, use different thin set for the curdy, different thin set for laying your tile on top. And he's like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Actually, you do. They had enough and they told him to leave. Nice. Problem was he wanted to be paid in full. Go figure. But the job wasn't done. So Andrew and Gwen refused to pay. The dispute was settled in court and the contractor was finally out of the picture.
I was in tears and stressed out, and I was like, the only person who could fix this is Mike Holmes.
I couldn't finish the job as is. Everything I saw told me I couldn't trust any of the work. It was all coming down. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, is there vapor barrier? I don't know.
So you brought the vapor barrier out.
Yeah.
What does that tell us? Where's the vapor barrier?
Vapor barrier's on the wrong side of the plumbing.
Wrong side of the plumbing. I love my job. I love my job. Okay, so that's level. But the gap we have under here, that is huge. That's that's a finger.
Okay, that didn't bond. You would usually see thin set meshed in there like this. Should be covering this whole piece right here. This didn't bond at all.
Nice. So, what are we not allowed to do, folks?
Cut that much out of a joist.
Now, their attempt was to both sides with plywood. You know, did they glue it and screw it? Who the hell knows? But they've cut a U shape to allow that. So it's going to actually give it some strength. It's just not acceptable. You cannot cut it.
Yeah.
We put weight on here, showered people coming in, just me alone walking in here. That's why that ceiling crack is we're getting too much movement in the floor this way now because it pivots right here.
Right.
And I'll bet you if we went downstairs where that line was in the crack and we put a drill through the ceiling, we'd be right here. A bathroom can be a heavy load. The structure underneath it needs to be strong. The contractor compromised that support. So now we had to rerun the plumbing and repair the structure. Because he's glued this and screwed this, this in a way is gonna work. Let's take some of the plywood we pulled up off the floor, rip it to tie in the lengths of the 8-footers we're going to do, put a piece down there, glue it and screw it, and then laminate. We're going to then sister in a 2x8, and that is just gonna make it even stronger. So we will keep this plywood to help this load.
Okay, screw that sucker, please.
Behind the walls of every bathroom should be the same, watertight and mold resistant. That's a bathroom that lasts. Once you have that, you can get as creative as you want with the finishes.
11, 7, 8.
The homeowners were thinking of marble tile, but I chose non-slip porcelain for safety. Marble is slippery when it's wet, and things always get wet in the bathroom.
Man, it's looking really good, isn't it?
You like it?
I do.
When I came into this job, Gwen and Andrew, they just wanted it done.
Very nice. You know, when the toilet's going in, we're almost done. Happy, happy, happy.
But there was no way I was gonna put a Band-Aid on an open wound. If I see cracks in the ceiling, I'm gonna find out why. After all the headaches, Andrew and Gwen got a bathroom that was done right from start to finish.
It's a finished bathroom.
Wow.
Now, obviously, I had to bring in the plumbers. We pulled out all the plumbing, fixed the structure of the floor joists, each and every one of them, to redo the plumbing. We did change the tile on the floor, and I chose a porcelain that was close to the look that you wanted with the marble. And yeah, I like it because I'm looking for a non-slip floor, and your marble is
I like this better, Mike.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
That's a really good sign.
I love it.
It's gorgeous.
This gift, essentially, of you guys coming in here and helping us has totally changed our lives. Like, you don't understand how much that's relieved the stress and just knowing that it's done and that we have a home again.
So I'm gonna go check on the guys. You go in and play. Thank you. Look, I got paid again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's two things that can go wrong with a bathroom reno: poor products and poor skill. If you screw up either one, you're in trouble. Screw up both, and you're gonna wish you had me on speed dial. Bathrooms are a big job. You need a skilled contractor who can make sure everything is done right. Check references, talk to past clients, the more the better, and know what a good job looks like. If you find a pro, but they're booked up, take that as a good sign, like eating at a restaurant with a lot of people. The right person is worth the wait.
Look at this.
That's not the code.
No way. Make it right. Look at that.
Take it all down. I wish people would do it right the first time.
No way. Full name, Mini Mike. Belongs to Mike. Stuff with love. You guys made my day. Thank you.
We've done a lot of jobs over the years, but going to New Orleans really stood out for me. Our mission there was to build a house, a home for Gloria Guy and her family. They lost everything. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the third deadliest storm in American history, entire neighborhoods were wiped out. Over 1,800 people lost their lives, and 1 million others were displaced from their homes. Although many people lost their homes, they didn't lose their hope, and they found the strength to rebuild. Being there tested us emotionally and physically. Between the extreme heat and humidity, it's no surprise we needed to blow off just a little steam.
It's cool when it rains, but the moment it stops, the sun comes back out, and it's not like back home. It doesn't kill the humidity. It is back. It is worse than before.
Water, ice, and drinks, we're using 6 to 8 cases of water, 8 cases of Kool-Aid, 4 bags of 50-pound ice cubes every day. Every day. Stock it up nonstop.
I feel like I've been burnt with a torch. I don't know how much better I can explain how hot it really is here.
It's not so bad in here. It's usually up about here when you go outside in the shade. And we're slowly coming down here. I think it was 72 in here yesterday.
The humidity is on a whole new level, and just the sun, and it's ridiculous.
With the doors opening and closing in, you know, it might be around 75. But I can live with that.
Yeah, he loves the air conditioning. He comes up and he sort of putters around for a minute, then he seems kind of like drunk, sun drunk, and then he sort of staggers back to the scaffold and we see him go back down.
Andrew, our construction producer, he spent a lot of time in the trailer. It's where he worked. It was air conditioned, and he made sure we knew all about it. While we roasted in the sun, he was nice and cool in the trailer. He needed to get his job there, I get that, but sometimes he'd rub it in just a little bit. He'd tell us how great it was and cool inside his office. Finally, it was time for us to get some justice. So I decided if alligators could stay cool in the mud, so could Andrew.
Oh, waiting for this!
I kind of saw it coming as a bit of an odd collection of people asking me to stand in on the sort of end of day discussion.
And I looked at everyone in the eye. I could see it, and a few of them, they couldn't quite hold it back. Sit in the office all day. And no to really get that dirty. Till today. Back to work, guys.
Andrew, can I talk to you over here? Andrew rubbing my hair.
Andrew was a great sport. He could have been a stick in the mud, but we all had fun. New Orleans is an incredible city. It's surrounded by water in almost every direction. You've got the Mississippi River and this huge network of wetlands. But these wetlands are eroding away. Why? Partly because of flood control measures, but also because of oil and gas exploration. The wetlands act as a buffer for storm surges. They protect the mainland. Now that I was there, I wanted to see them for myself. I had one last chance to take a look at the wetlands, this time from ground level. This is just prehistoric. I would never imagine in a million years going through and seeing this.
This is a wildlife management area that the state owns, the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, and it is open to the public. It's about 30,000 acres. But some of these areas are too shallow for most boat access, but it is available. And a lot of people do come just to visit the wetlands and to look at the view.
Beautiful, prehistoric.
That's a lot of the reason. We have less human activity with boat traffic, which can scour or erode the banks away. The other thing is, of course, this is part of a wetland system that is deteriorating. All of coastal Louisiana and most places are in a fragile state and are falling apart. Now this particular area is being fed by Davis Pond, which is the largest diversion of the Mississippi River in the state.
That's fresh water.
Fresh water. So it's providing more fresh water. It's keeping saltwater intrusion out of the area, and it's providing more growth. And you can look along these banks. A lot of this was not here several years ago prior to this Davis Pond opening. So you're getting more aquatic vegetation, more emergent vegetation, which simply holds the marsh together and promotes a better, healthier type marsh. You know, we're only about 12 to 15 miles from downtown New Orleans, so, you know, the more marsh and the healthier marsh you have, the more protection it provides for the cities to the north of it.
From all the big storms, the storm surges coming in.
Storm surges, right. You know, a healthy marsh helps to absorb a lot of that storm energy. Anything that could be in a coastal marsh or swamp is here, from just an abundance of bird life, many species of mammals, otter, a lot of alligators, other reptiles, snakes and stuff, and the vegetation is very diverse.
You said snakes. Do they go in the trees by chance?
They do, but we've been lucky so far today.
Oh.
I didn't want to tell you that earlier.
All right. So
it's better not to just look up. You know?
All right.
Don't think about it.
How big are they by chance?
You know, they can get pretty large depending on what species, but...
And how fast can we go?
Faster than they can.
The word champ gets thrown around a lot. It's not every day you meet the real thing. I met legendary heavyweight boxer George Chavello, and he taught me to always keep my guard up.
Don't hit me.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. I get to meet a lot of people, sometimes even celebrities, and whenever I'm the fan, it's a big thrill. One house we worked on led us to the hockey legend, Don Cherry. Turns out he's related to the homeowners, and I'm a hockey fan. So when I heard he was dropping by, I couldn't wait to meet him. And you know what? He was actually a fan of our show.
Never miss an episode. I just think it's great. I worked up until I was about 43 on construction.
No way.
Yeah, I was, my specialty was a jackhammer.
You were the jackhammer, or you actually controlled it?
No, I worked on it up until I was about 30-something. I had no trade. I was just a tough laborer. I have a couple of things for you. Yeah. I thought this hat kind of said you. It says, play tough or go home.
We just need to put an S on there with an L, eh?
Or Holmes, yeah.
Or go Holmes.
This one is Jerry Cheever's thing, and it says, don't bail.
Oh, I love
And you
it.
guys don't bail on the people.
Never bail.
So I know you. So I just thought I'd drop
We're here
that
to
off.
the end.
And it's a real honor to meet you guys, and I'm on my way back again.
Well, like hockey, we do renovations right. You do hockey right, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
It was a
Okay,
pleasure.
Isn't that
guys.
awesome?
Okay.
About the good work.
Take care.
You all
Thank you,
look
sir.
like hockey players, John. You still in
don't
good
they?
shape, eh? You
They
like
do,
that?
don't they?
Yeah. You didn't look like our construction workers I worked with, I'll tell you.
See you,
Anyway,
man.
bye.
See you later, Don.
See you, Luva. Don't bail. Another guy I'm a huge fan of is George Chiavello. He ran into a contractor who messed up his kitchen, so we delivered the knockout he deserved. George is a heavyweight boxing legend. He even fought Muhammad Ali twice. He hasn't hit the mat once in his entire career. They even say he's got the toughest chin in boxing history. Can you believe someone ripped him off? You look young.
What a good guy.
I'm telling you, you look great.
Yeah, thanks,
70.
thank you.
Man, I hope I look that good when I get that age.
Some folks say to me, I hope I live that long.
You have a point there. All right, I like that. Don't hit me.
You sure is undone with it.
Okay, thank you. It was my honor to give the Chiavellos the kitchen of their dreams. You know what? I couldn't resist. I had to challenge George to a few rounds in the ring. So you're the guy in blue, I'm the guy in black, and okay?
Where's Grandpa?
That's all we gotta do.
Oh, Grandpa, go.
You ready? Are you ready? Let's do it. Ding. Give it to me, give it to me. I'm doing the rope, don't. This is the way to do it. It's a double knockout. Look at you got me too. It's a double knockout.
That grew 10 inches.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, eh? It's a knockout. Your shoelaces are untied. Another job led me to another celebrity. I fixed the kitchen for a family who knew a country music star, Charlie Major. Charlie and I were invited to present a country music award, and I knew it was a major opportunity. What I didn't know was that we shopped at the same place. Charlie, you look a little different today. Is there something you got to tell me?
Well, Mike, lately I've been thinking about change of image, and I was reading in the papers the other day that you're the new poster boy for manly men everywhere in this country.
Okay.
It's simple, man. Chicks dig us.
Okay. Charlie's about as good as they get, but if he wanted to look the part, he had to play the part. So I invited him to help us out. And he did okay for a rookie, but I don't think he'll be trading his cowboy boots for steel toes anytime soon. How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Nice to see you. You come in to help us here?
Well, if you need some help...
Well, there's two
you know,
things you can do. You can grab your guitar and play while we work, or you can drop your guitar and work with us.
Well, I'd hate to sit around and watch you guys work because I'd feel real bad about that.
So that means you're gonna work with us?
I guess I will.
Okay. Makes you want to do this for a living, doesn't it?
No.
No? We showed Charlie what we do best, and in return, he showed us what he does best. In the end, I hope we impressed him just as much as he impressed us.
All right, this song is called, conveniently enough, Make It Right. Make it right, make it right. If it takes all day, if it takes all night, tell you what I'm gonna do for you. Gonna make it right.
If you got a problem, don't know what to do, don't lose heart, don't despair, I'll be there for you. I can take your troubles, ease your worried mind, take that mess that you've been left and make it right. Should have been done right the first time, should have been done right the first time. Gonna make it right, make it right, make it right. If it takes all day, if it takes all night, tell you what I'm
great song. You made it right. I love it. Thank you so much. I love it. Birthdays are always fun for my crew, and I gotta tell you, sometimes they're a blast.
Fire in the hole.
Holy cow. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Every hardworking contractor loves a good reason to celebrate. And when it's someone's birthday in my crew, we take full advantage. Damon, come here. Are you in trouble? Again, it's your birthday. I know it. Happy birthday.
Thank you, brother.
She's got it still.
Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir.
Look at, you're only 8 years old.
Exactly.
And we'll celebrate your next year's birthday when you're 9.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, everybody.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, buddy.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love my job. I get to build and I get to help a lot of people. It can't get any better than that, but it did. Working on a job in Calgary, Alberta, I had the opportunity to do something really big. We needed huge stones for a retaining wall that we were building. So on my birthday, my crew made me get them myself. It was a little bit of TLC with a whole lot of TNT. Just outside of Canmore is a rock quarry, and I get to pull the trigger on 41,000 tons of rock that I'm going to be using for the retaining wall. So 41,000 tons of stone is what we're going to blast?
Exactly, that's what we're going to blast.
Okay,
It took a week to drill, took 8 hours to load, and it's gonna take 2.5 seconds to blast.
Yeah, we'll be ready in 5 minutes. Yeah, let me know when you guys are in position. I will.
We time them every 25 milliseconds. So there's 25 milliseconds delay per hole and 42 milliseconds delay per row, which give us like a really tight pattern, but there's long enough so that every hole don't go at the same time.
And so 25 milliseconds, there's 1,000 milliseconds per second?
Exactly.
Wow.
Luke, we are in position. You can proceed. Okay, the quarry is all secure.
We have to wait for the confirmation, radio confirmation from my assistant that the quarry is clear. And then when we're ready to proceed, there's a procedure to follow with control room.
Okay.
Blasting siren, fire in the hole on the radio, and we proceed. So,
okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, the purge is on. Thanks.
You just remove the safety and let it go.
Okay.
Are you excited?
I'm excited. Hey, kid, it's my birthday.
Is Mike Holmes doing the shot? Yes, sir. Ask him if he's got a permit. Okay, the quarry is all secure. Fire in the hole.
That was great, man. Happy birthday.
Holy cow.
Unbelievable,
now
eh?
that was a blast. It was awesome. The shock waves ran through my entire body. You know, I've never felt anything like it. After blowing up the hillside, I got to handpick all the stones for the retaining wall. These massive machines picked them up like it was nothing. Big rocks, big machines, big explosions. It was a dream day. It brought out the kid in me. Just when I thought the surprises were over, I got one more. Talk about a joyride. There's a horse and a couple of dogs here.
It's a birthday party, right?
Is it? It's Wendy's birthday.
Oh, yeah,
happy
it's
birthday.
Thank you. It was yours on Friday.
It was mine on Fridays. Are you gonna be okay if I get on you, buddy? Thank you.
Here, come on, fella. Morley, hop, hop. Okay, we'll see you guys. Sorry, there's a lot of work left.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen on a construction site in my whole entire life.
I don't think I'm gonna see my dad again.
If I'm not back a half an hour, call the RCMP. It's hard to imagine topping dynamite in a horseback ride at sunset, but my crew managed to do it. They put together a birthday party I'll never forget. It was my birthday. I was told we were going to a dinner.
What's going on here? It's a party! You guys are nuts!
It turned into the second line parade and a night that I'm never gonna forget.
Wow, that was unbelievable. Seeing him, you know, really surprised, overwhelmed is very rare.
And we start going down the street. We cut off Chapatulas. We stopped Canal Street, right onto Bourbon Street.
We got police here. We could be in trouble.
It's amazing that everyone actually kept it from him.
You gotta be kidding me. You got police escort? I love you all!
Great seeing everyone on the sides of the streets actually getting into it and taking pictures and laughing and dancing. It was a lot of fun.
The party where we close the streets down and have a parade through the streets, I mean, that was wicked.
It put a smile on everyone's face. If you were tired, totally, the adrenaline kicked right in, and it's just overwhelming, you know, to be able to enjoy something like that.
I love you guys! Jeez!
Oh my God, could you ever have a party like that? I'll never, ever top that in a million years. By the time I got there, I was sweating. I played the drums.
Oh, you going to do this? Okay.
Was it good? Oh, my God. What a happy birthday that was.
Big Mike into his ass. Oh, my good God.
It was great. That was a lot of fun.
I gotta tell you, it's easy to forget the cameras are rolling, especially during chaos of a renovation. Outtakes and bloopers, they're just another job hazard.
My leg! I just looked at my leg!
Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. Today, it's all about the fun, fans rarely see. Like the people you never see on camera, but they're always there. Homes on Homes involved a lot of people. On top of the construction crew, we have the camera crew, director, sound, production assistant, and they're all along for the ride. It also takes a lot of filming. Most of it doesn't make it into the show, but here's a few gems I thought you'd enjoy, the PG stuff.
It's really windy outside.
Do you feel tropical, Mike?
I'm standing in Florida with a 220-kilometer-hour wind.
Trees are ripping by me.
Such a lovely little espresso. So you haven't had enough coffee today.
What are you gonna do now?
I didn't find any money again. How many times I go to work and I don't find money again? One of these days, I'm gonna find money. It's not today. I believe there's 2 channel locks. Hey! I found some money.
Holy smokes, Mike, what did you get?
I found $5.
No way.
I don't believe this.
It's mine.
All right, I'm out of here. I finally got paid. Whose was it?
It was in the wall.
All right.
I mean, the floor.
See how happy he is? It's the little things.
Well, you know, I say on the job, it's
Safety first.
it's a dangerous place, so I like to protect myself. All right, here we go.
What would you like us to do next here, bud?
Well, I think basically finish it up, and I'm gonna grab a coffee.
Okay.
Flashlight. Crazy up there. Hey, I almost lost my eye once, eh? Working like this on a pipe. What did you do? It's a big lesson, man. Anytime you're working on a pipe, on a ladder like this, you always work on it like this. Never like this. And I was trying to wedge this in, and I was using a lot of force, and it snapped, and the pipe came out with paste on it, and I pushed it in my eye. I thought I lost my eye, man.
So did that, what happened to you affect you?
No, I recovered after a couple of years. I mean, if you're gonna solder or do some plumbing, you should have protective stuff on. I know now that this is the drain for that line.
Wow.
My leg! I'm just looking at my leg!
It's all in slow-mo.
Yeah, it's hilarious. That's what allowed us.
Having a camera crew on the job site is a great way to document the crap we find. It helps teach homeowners what a job done right is supposed to look like and what it's not. But the camera crew becomes a regular part of everything, and my family. You kind of forget they're there. And believe me, sometimes you wish you didn't. This broom sort of reminds me of curling. Really? What's the truck? Oh my God! What's the? Oh! My tool rack was on the back, but I left it at home. It's heavy. One day, I'm gonna buy a 10-speed. It's only a 3. Will you stop following me? The camera's following me again. This is getting to be ridiculous.
It's like a bad
Every day. I swear, you ever get the feeling someone's watching you?
Sometimes.
More to me than just looking good.
I hope so.
Don't forget to wear your safety goggles. And your safety, oh, you got your safety hat on.
My hard hat on, you do too, it's nice.
This is Madame Boulangerie. That was a nice curtsy.
Boulangerie. They're great outside and inside. Summer or winter. You can get on a plane in Alaska and get off in Florida, you're set. One pair of pants.
That's the 70s all over again.
Billy Travolta.
You can't see me, can you?
Thank God. Since we started doing the show, people don't just recognize me, they hug me like I'm their long-lost friend. I tell you, sometimes it's great. Oh, my goodness. Long time no see. And other times, not so much. The big bad man scared her. Welcome back to the best of Homes on Homes. We're showing you highlights from behind the scenes, both on and off the job site. After doing Homes on Homes for as long as we have, people recognize me and the crew. Every day, people stop me to talk about the show, ask me questions. Has it changed my life? I'm still the same guy, but now I get to do some really cool stuff. Look at all the crazy people. Very surreal. I can't say that enough. Very surreal. But at the same token, I'm still doing what I do. It's not really changed my life other than the crazy world of everyone knowing who Mike is. Mike! Oh, my goodness. Long time no see. Yes. The big bad man scared her. Are we going to eat or something? Every time I do an appearance, it's an opportunity for me to teach. I want to help people, and I want to train the next generation of contractors. I want to lead by example. That's why it's important for me to do it right the first time. Surprisingly, some of our biggest fans are less than 4 feet tall. It's amazing to see how many kids watch the show and love it. Thanks for coming to see me.
Yeah.
Total pleasure. I hope you're going to be a contractor one day, but you got to remember, be honest.
Be honest.
Care about the people you work for.
Yeah.
Do it right.
Yeah.
The first time. Deal?
Yeah, deal.
Wait a minute, Devin. I think we may have something for you. Since you waited so long to see me, we're gonna find something in the truck that I can give you that's personally from me. Awesome.
How's that? Look at that.
Thank you. Brand new for you. So, here's what we're gonna do.
Put my name on it?
Of course. To my little buddy.
And right from my comb.
From Mike Holmes. Look at that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like it. Give me 5.
Oh, yeah, baby. Awesome.
All right, let's go to work. Come on.
He's unbelievable. And people, they don't care. They come up and the girls love him. They want to kiss him and hug him. And I'm kind of like his bodyguard now. I kind of, I take the girls, come on, girls, you better kiss his uncle. But
Okay, so a few years ago, you were filming on another set.
I remember.
Nearby. And so we got this picture that looks like that. But my husband was jealous. So
That's
he
funny. Look at
fixed
this. He looks like a good contractor.
it. Yeah, he's a great guy. I especially like his arms.
Just say hi, Billy.
Hey, buddy. Tyler.
Say hi, Billy.
Look at you. All right.
That's cool. Your hammer, your wrench. You want to build something? I think he does. He's raring to go here. Are you ready to go to work? What's your name? Dylan? I'm Mike. Pleasure to meet you. Maybe in 3-4 years you'll come back and work with me? Because you're how old? 12? 14? You're 4? Holy cow, I thought you were 12. I'm just playing with you. Dylan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Come back and see me again, okay?
Right.
Okay, pal. Take it easy. Gotta love it. My crew and I push every day we're on the job, but all work and no play isn't healthy for any crew.
What are you worried about? What are you worried about, eh? What's the matter?
You know, I always get the hugs at the end, but I couldn't do it without my crew. We've sweat together, we've bled together, cried together, and we've laughed together. They care about the work we do and the people we do it for. The best of Homes on Homes wouldn't be complete without looking back at the moments we've shared. And there have been a lot.
Let's have a contest between the girls and the guys. Girls and guys, look it, they're almost done. Carl, you're losing. You're losing, Carl. You're losing. Oh, girls, they're winning.
No way!
Oh, they're catching up.
No.
No, don't force it. Oh, the win! Champion! I helped you build 2 of those. I helped you with 2 of those. Yeah, nice try.
Katie, want to tell everyone it's fish party? Let's go.
And we got the pot going here, and we're gonna have a nice fish fry.
We had a blast on Sunday. We've been working so hard. I mean, look at the fish we caught here. Look at the fish. We got pictures of us all together. Here's actually me catching one right off the side of the boat. I think we just had a mindset, drink, pop, be happy.
Fishing was a little dizzy, for me at least. Waves are pretty big. I thought I'd be pretty good out there, but fishing isn't for me.
I caught all these fish. These guys are imposters. I wasn't even there.
I thought you were sick and sleeping.
No, I was suntanning.
You were so sick.
I heard you were all drugged up, and you were green and
Rumors.
I got a call from Carl's mother on Sunday. Yeah, his mother called me. He's very sick. He's my only boy. I don't know what to do. He has to go to the hospital. As soon as he wakes up, I had to change his sheets many, many times last night. I am very worried about him.
I like that look. Looks like you have funny ears.
Carl is 35 years old.
Beaker, me.
Did you talk to Carlito?
I talked to him yesterday, and he goes, "Please don't tell anyone. I don't want to be the laughing stock at work." So I'm not going to tell anyone, everybody.
All right, don't worry about it.
I got you, Bennett. I'm watching you.
Meep, meep.
This is a great tool, Mike. Look at this thing.
That's an insulation puller?
Yep.
It's tied
I figure I could do the whole renovation with this thing here. Good for pulling insulation. It's good for, calling somebody. You know, if you want to poke somebody on the shoulder. Adam, got a ladder in the truck. It's good for scraping the floors. Got a new floor in. Good for hammer. Turn around. Stir in mortar. I'm just gonna scrape this paint off now. It's called the Rapinator.
Yeah, exactly. If you can throw them in, we'll all adjust them at the end.
Want a coffee?
I love coffee.
I'll get you a coffee.
Oh, you're gonna get me?
I'll get you a coffee.
Oh my goodness. He's not really getting me a coffee, is he?
Get you a coffee as promised.
Thank you very much, Michael.
You're welcome.
Well, just like every day. Yeah, I think I got his. And cut. Give it back. That was just for TV.
Well, you have two choices. You come off this wall with the toilet, or you come off this wall with the toilet. Surprise me, either way.
All right. No toilet at all. They're not getting a toilet. Surprise!
That line that's got me confused. Weeping, I accept. We have a clean out for sewage, and I'm pretty damn sure this is two separate lines that go out
I
and tie in
know
outside.
what you're saying. I accept that too.
Weeping
That's
goes in
right.
here. We
That's
have
right.
a clean out for the weeping and a clean out for the sewage.
Right.
Why is that line
Tied in there.
tied into here?
Right.
That's disgusting. That's not full. Tell me that's not full.
I could
Tell
put
me.
my hammer in.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You could put. I'll put yours in then.
That's.
I like to clean this off using my pocket aqua rapinator. And it's good for all kinds of things. Clean your ears, your nose. Demo, you find studs with it. Look at it going crazy, there's a stud there.
Hey, are we gonna fire the barbecue up yet? I can just put it right here. Put the cooler here. We got shade now and everything. Look at you're sweating. You probably want to stand in the shade.
We got a couple of chairs. Sit here. Have a beer. Get cards. Okay, gang. We better get up another section so we have more privacy.
We need more privacy. And maybe some lattice too.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Welcome to Pinky's Playhouse. There she is. It's not that bad.
Are you kidding me? Stop, you guys.
Bennett, what are you up to? She's doomed. She's afraid of everything. This is just me trying to get her adjusted to real life. I did something like
What the heck is in my bag? What is in my bag? I swear to God, if that's the sort of bug, I'm gonna.
It's fine.
No!
Girls. It's just a worm.
From now on, I'm bringing my own drill. It's not that I don't like your drill, Pinky. I just feel.
Don't
I don't know.
overthink the pink.
I feel emotional at this point. Interesting. Don't overthink the pink.
Come back real soon.
I found a little dog. How you doing? How much you want for him? No.
Thank you.
No? I can't take him home? I'll give you a free fence.
No.
No? Close to the same color hair. Okay? So, Mike, still want to be a fireman?
It's hard to say now after the summer.
Because I know that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess after working all this summer, it's kind of hard to say, but right now I'd say I want to be a contractor.
That's what I wanted to hear. Love that haircut, man. I'm just ready to Sir, yes, sir. So let's get our tools. I got my. What are we doing, guys? You getting hot yet?
No, we're good.
No?
Yeah, perfectly fine. It's my natural flow.
We can have a water fight.
At the end of the day, that sounds great. Surprises.
Oh, you want to know where the beach is? I think it's over there. You know, actually, yeah, over there. No, there. Yeah, that must be where it is.
Diet? What diet? I don't need diet.
Try it. Is it any good?
It's excellent.
She fell for it.
Oh, yeah.
You're in. What are you worried about? What are you worried about, eh? What's the matter? You're gonna like it. What is that? Look, you want everything. Give me that. Come here. You little brat, come here. Give me that. Have to get him something to play with. Reciprocate. Reciprocate. You give, you get. You give, you get. I give you 5, you give me 10. Ouch.
Come on. Give the hat to John. Give John his hat back.
He will take your coffee, he will take everything.
That's the hat.
I love him.
I win.
Dude, man, you got dandruff. I don't want to tell anybody. You should use Head and Shoulders.
Saying that right in front of everyone, Mike. Adam, pass me the Head and Shoulders. Okay, one problem with this. We have 2 guys here tomorrow. I think we need Pete, Matt, and Carl's mom here for sure. This will be...
Oh, man, I wish I could do that. That's what I want to do.
While that one's in the air, throw that one to this arm. Up, and then while this arm's that way, go under this, so you're crossing your arms.
Okay, so this one's in the air.
Yep, you did it. There you go.
So you got $5 and you can do it for 10 seconds.
For 10 seconds. Okay, do I get a practice round?
Look at this. You're fired. I am never going to get this. I am not joining the circus. I refuse. I used to be able to ride them very well.
I know. I'm going to be out of work for 6 months.
Yeah. Good idea.
Round 2.
Oh. You all right?
I am now.
Good thing I was here.
See my wife.
I heard you asked my daughter out on a date last night.
If that's all right with you.
Did you ask my daughter on a date?
It's kind of like just a friendly get-together.
Nice cover up.
I like your balls, man.
It's okay, buddy.
It's okay, we're just playing with you.
My day is complete.
In the world of contracting, the stakes are always high. It's hard work, long hours, and there's never a compromise. Making it right is our job. We take it very seriously, but not ourselves. And at the end of the day, we have a lot of fun. Why? Because we love what we do. Day in, day out, we make the best of tough times. But for us, it's all in the day's work. Thanks for watching, folks, and remember, keep smiling.
Howdy, boys.
Wow.
For more information about this show, please visit hgtv.ca.